will save more than £3.2 billion annually, half of which it would use on helping to reduce Britain's deficit and the remainder on increasing the defence budget.
Right now, there is an escalating war. We are in it, whether we like it or not. The idea that we should not be taking defence seriously, for me, is the completely wrong one. You make a point about looking at other bits of welfare. This is where we're starting from. You've got to start somewhere. At the moment, no one else is even talking about taking tough decisions, but we are.
Elsewhere, a man has been handed a whole life order for killing his ex-girlfriend's sister and children in a revenge attack. 29-year-old Bryony Gowith and her 3 young children died in a house fire in Bradford in August 2024. Prosecutors said Shiraz Ali was motivated by revenge after Bryony's sister Antonia ended their relationship. Speaking outside court, Antonia Gowith said she was haunted by the knowledge she was the intended target, adding that no sentence can heal the pain they caused. And finally, European media firm Axel Springer has agreed to purchase the Telegraph Media Group in a deal costing £575 million. The deal trumps the £500 million takeover proposed late last year by the Daily Mail and General Trust. The government had ordered an investigation into that deal on public interest and competition grounds. Axel Springer Chief Executive Matthias Döpfner said he wanted to preserve the distinctive character and legacy of the Telegraph. And those are the latest GB News headlines. For now, more news from me in half an hour.
Tune in to GB News Radio wherever you are. Online, on DAB Digital Radio, on TuneIn, on Radio Player, on Nation Player, and on your smart speaker. Just say, play GB News.
Thank you, Tatiana. Breaking news this afternoon. Donald Trump has appeared to rule out any chance of a diplomatic deal with Iran to end the conflict in the Middle East. In a post on Truth social media, he says he will only accept unconditional surrender as he vowed to make Iran great again. But with Sir Keir Starmer instead preferring a negotiated settlement and to de-escalate, it's our Prime Minister once again been left isolated, out of touch and irrelevant. Well, let's speak now to GB News' Homeland Security Editor, Mark White. Mark, I understand you have more breaking news for us. There are incredible scenes of the bombs raining into Beirut.
Well, indeed, Jan, we'll show those images shortly, but the latest that we have is on our defensive posture around RAF Akrotiri, and the confirmation now, we should have the video as well, that 2 Wildcat helicopters, complete with their drone-busting Marklet lightweight missiles, have now arrived some 5-6 days after the one of the hangars there at RAF Akrotiri was struck by a drone, we believe fired from Hezbollah in Lebanon, managed to get through and onto the airside at RAF Akrotiri there. And now finally we have these 2 Wildcat helicopters. Listen, they are very welcome, and there's no doubt they will help enhance the security perimeter around RAF Akrotiri. It's still, though, going to be at least another week before that Type 45 destroyer, HMS Dragon, is in that area, because it hasn't even left Portsmouth yet. And every single military expert that I have spoken to believes that the government has been caught napping here, that it had decided that it would enhance some of the capabilities, but no further than that. So exactly what was required in terms of naval assets in the region were not sent to the region, and instead have been designated to be sent to the High North and the North Atlantic because of exercises that were taking place there that were deemed to be much more of a priority by the British government than the situation unfolding in Iran.
And Mark White, I guess the situation is clearly better late than never, but a couple of helicopters been shipped in, as you say, behind schedule in many senses. HMS Dragon, a metaphor for this government, marooned, anchored, behind schedule. This will be welcomed by the people in Cyprus, but allies across the Middle East also saying, where is Britain?
Well, there's no doubt they are. We heard from the ambassador to the UK of the UAE earlier today, was on the GB News Breakfast and had said in diplomatic terms, but nonetheless, send more in the way of assets, please, to help protect us. The UAE have confirmed that just today they shot down 9 ballistic missiles from Iran, as well as 109 drones launched from Iran. And as we say, it's not just Iran that's launching these deadly weapons towards multiple countries in that region, including, of course, British bases on Cyprus and indeed in Bahrain and in Qatar as well. But it's Hezbollah. Hezbollah are now in the fight, launching dozens, hundreds, we're told, of rockets and drones in recent days. And that's why we're seeing the very significant operation that the Israelis have launched into Beirut today and in southern Lebanon. They are going after Hezbollah's headquarters in the Diriyah area of Beirut, and they're also going after the other locations where Hezbollah are firing these rockets, Martin, and launching drones towards, of course, Israel, but also other targets, including the likes of RAF Akrotiri. The Israelis are doing the job for us to an extent by going after these launch sites and trying to take them out of the air if they are launched.
Incredible scenes there across Beirut as the sun sets, darkness descends, smoke going across that night sky. We saw huge explosions ringing out across Beirut earlier on. The IDF, no doubt, trying to whittle out those Hezbollah terrorists who are hankered up. We can see, I think this is the explosion. Oof, look at that, Mark White. Severe arsenal being deployed into very densely populated inner city areas of Beirut.
Well, it is, but the reason that this area of Beirut is being targeted is because it is a Hezbollah stronghold. As much as we have a legitimate government in Lebanon that wants nothing to do with Hezbollah, they are there. They are, impregnated within the population in Lebanon, and they have their strongholds in the capital, Beirut, and also in the south of Lebanon, firing these munitions, sometimes to deadly effect, into Israel. And of course, it's them that we believe were responsible for launching these drones at our sovereign base at RAF Akrotiri, which is why we have these wildcats that have now arrived. Better late than never, as you say, Martin. But it's humiliating that we've had to rely and are relying on the French, on the Spanish, on the Italians, and on the Greeks to come in and help reinforce our sovereign territory.
Incredible stuff. Great pictures. Great update. Thank you very much, Mark White, for all the latest updates. Appreciate your time as ever. Let's get my next guest in now. Delighted to be joined by the former SAS officer and the president for Veterans at Reform UK, Matthew Hellier. Matthew, thank you for joining us on the show today. Can I get first your initial immediate reaction to scenes that, thank God, at last, a couple of helicopters have turned up in Cyprus?
Yeah, is this too little too late, Martin? You know, we've embarrassed ourselves. We've embarrassed all of our allies. You know, we are supported by French and Greek ships now, looking after our 7,000 military and civilian personnel on that wonderful island of Cyprus. You know, I have served in Beirut and I have served in Cyprus, and I know what a short distance that is. And they must be feeling so much under threat from Hezbollah at the moment. You know, these helicopters are far too late. You know, we have definitely been caught short here. You know, we have a Royal Navy that is sat in the ports of the UK. We are now flapping, trying to get helicopters in situ, trying to save the lives of our personnel. And, you know, we are relying on just European allies. Cyprus, who we have a huge presence there in the Middle East, and it's just embarrassing. We've embarrassed ourselves.
Matthew Hellier, having fought in the arenas of war yourself many, many times across the Middle East, which method of engagement do you think is going to be the most effective? The no mercy approach of Donald Trump, unconditional surrender, make Iran great again, or the negotiated settlement that's been put forward by Keir Starmer? Let's do all we can to de-escalate. Let's have tea and crumpets with the Ayatollah.
Well, this government hasn't got a clue. We've been negotiating with Iran for years and years, and time again, they've gone back on their word. They have killed innocent civilians, military people in the Gulf, and we're still trying to negotiate with these people. This must be unconditional surrender. We must put an end to this threat. This is a worldwide threat. We've got to stop this now. We can't keep coming back to talking about let's negotiate. We've been negotiating for years. What is this government thinking? Are we just trying to appease people in this country, trying to gain votes off of them people? Or are we trying to stop? Are we trying to impose world peace? Well, that's what Donald Trump's trying to do. And it doesn't mean that we are warmongering. All it means is that we are trying to save the lives of innocent people. And we're just not in the fight anymore.
Okay, Matthew Hellier, it's always a pleasure to have your expertise. And as I always say, thank you for your service, sir. Hope to see you again soon. Thank you very much, Matthew Hellier. Now, moving on, the White House has come under huge criticism for glorifying and celebrating the war in Iran on social media. On X, they posted a video in the style of the video game Call of Duty. They also posted this with the caption, "Justice, the American way."
I'm here to fight the truth and justice the American way. I am the danger. Big fucking maximum effort. Here it comes. And this.
And as if that weren't enough, they also posted this.
You want to see me do it again?
Well, is that a 21st century way of projecting power and dominance, or is it grotesquely glorifying war? Well, I'm delighted to be joined in the studio now by the former Labour advisor, great friend of the show, Matthew Torbett. Matthew, a pleasure to have your company. I wanted to get you in today because I saw your comments on this on social media. It's greatly divided people. Hundreds of millions of views of death in real time. On the one hand, it shows the American war machine and its unforgivable might. On the other hand, this is real people dying in real time.
Yeah, and there's different ways to look at this. If you want to look at the political answer, which is what the administration in America may be looking at, is the fact that 50% of people are against this war. In America, 20% are for it, with the rest sort of don't know. So there's work to do to try and encourage people in America that this is the right thing to do. There's an answer you can give in numbers. The fact that thousands are already dead, hundreds of school children, girls bombed to death by an AI bomb from America. 6 Americans have obviously tragically died. And we have millions of people across the whole Middle East, as we've seen from the pictures there, who are terrified. And videos like that, in a more human way, remind me of my great-grandma, Hilda Pym, who was an incredibly intelligent woman whose wisdom I wish I could count on now. She would tell me stories about the Second World War, about how she would have to put her daughter, my nan, under the dining room table with a blanket in a washing basket, in the hope that it would be okay when the sirens went off, and they would go and huddle in the homemade Anderson shelter in the back garden. She would then go down Wilmslow Road, where the Gorton and Denton by-election was, shop windows blown out, fire everywhere, people screaming, getting your rations to try and survive for the week. She once said to me, "Never let anybody tell you that war is good or glamorous. It is hell." My uncle fought in the Falklands. He was a fireman for the RAF, and he came home and was haunted. And he said he could never get over the smell of burning bodies that he had to go and recover. He never got over that. And this November, again, on the 11th of the 11th, we will be asked to remember them. And the reason we remember them is because despite the number of those still alive that fought in that war dwindling, they will all tell you the same thing, that it was horrible and they would never do it again if it came round. They may need to, if the fact that, there was a need to fight, but they didn't enjoy it because it was awful and they lost friends and they lost family. It got me thinking today on the train to come and see you because I'm set to be a father in July. And as you'll know as a father, everything changes when you find that out. I've not met them yet, but I know my life will no longer be my own and everything is going to be about them. And the thing with war, Martin, very quickly, I'll finish this, is it isn't the president's children that will be putting their lives on the line in this war. It won't be our prime ministers. It will be working class lads from backgrounds like ours whose children, and many of them go with pride, by the way, to represent their country. But there is a trepidation that one of those drones may catch them at some point. And when Marco Rubio says, we went and attacked Iran because Israel were going to, and we thought we should get there first. This is not a war I would ever want my child to go and fight in because it is nothing to do with us.
Matthew Talbot, very, very passionately puts, and of course I agree with a huge amount of that, but war is sometimes a necessary evil to remove evil from the planet. We saw that with Adolf Hitler. We've seen in previous wars, military might is the only way sometimes of making tyrants kneel and do the right thing, or they're eviscerated and they're gone. Do you think that Keir Starmer's approach of negotiating with tyrants is in any way going to bear fruit when Donald Trump seems to be going down the route of unconditional surrender?
Eventually, there will have to be a negotiation. Donald Trump himself has said he would like to be involved in who is the next leader in Iran. Well, that can only come as part of a negotiation. That can't become because you force somebody into a role they don't want. And war is inevitable in many ways. And listen, I will not shed a single tear over the Ayatollah's death, not at all. And I would love to see regime change in Iran. And I think Iranian people should go around without oppression, without fear, and be able to live lives as they are. My issue is this appears to be waged on a lie because the White House told us only last June that the nuclear capabilities in Iran were obliterated and anything other than that was, quote, fake news. And the reason they felt emboldened to go in is because there was no nuclear capabilities. I don't see us bombing North Korea. I don't see us bombing Russia because there is nuclear capabilities there. And again, if the war is just and it has to be fought as it was in World War II, then yes, maybe it's inevitable. What I don't want to have is more British lives lost to a war that isn't just, isn't legal, and actually in many ways is not necessary because there was no imminent threat to American life.
Matthew Talbot, I love your passion. Thank you very much for coming to see us today, and you're going to make a brilliant dad. You know that.
Thank you.
You really, really will. Thank you very, very much, Matthew Talbot. It's a pleasure to have your company. Choke back those tears, mate. This is real. Well done. Still to come, 100 Labour MPs have signed a letter against rebelling people and against Shabana Mahmood's latest immigration crackdown. That's next. This is GB News, Britain's #1 news channel.
As soon as it hits 11 and the headlines come in,
Late Edition brings you the breaking news from all the front pages.
because the news is going to happen.
So get a head start today.
Patrick Christie's tonight, Late Edition.
Alex Armstrong tonight, Late Edition. From 11 o'clock every night.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel. Bold.
They are under no illusion.
Ray, are you a human trafficker? Boundless. I've had enough of the nonsense, and I'm not afraid to say it.
Don't get us on the BBC.
Every weeknight, I tear through the headlines.
The smell of gasoline. Should we be worried about it?
From Westminster madness to cultural war chaos.
I'm going to do now. They are throwing things out the cars.
Get ready, Britain. Here we go. Patrick Christie tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation.
Because you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
If you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes and Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pierce.
And me, Miriam Cates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
Decisions made in Washington aren't just shaping America, they're shaping Britain too. From migration to global security, from crime to health. Whatever happens in the White House today
will be felt in your town or city tomorrow.
That's why The Late Show is live from Washington, D.C.
Cutting through the politics to show you what it all means for Britain.
The Late Show live every night at midnight.
Only on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
It's 4:30 with me, Martin Daubney, here on GB News. Now, I've got a breaking news line for you here. It's astonishing. Britain is to get a new anti-Muslim hostility czar, according to plans to be outlined by the government on Monday, which will also include a new definition of Islamophobia. Just to repeat that breaking news, at a time when there are candlelit vigils for Ayatollahs and surging anti-Semitism on the day 4 British Iranians were arrested for plotting against Jewish people, Britain is to get a new anti-Muslim hostility czar, according to plans outlined by the government on Monday, which will also include a new definition of Islamophobia. Let's now speak with the Labour activist, Aisha Ali Khan. Aisha, thank you for joining us, and thank you. We're just throwing this story at you now in real time. It's literally just come my way as well, but I want to get your immediate reaction. I'll tell you what my reaction to this is: completely and utterly tone deaf, at a time where Britain is facing a huge problem with militant Islamism on our shores. People are being arrested for plotting to kill Jews. We're seeing soaring anti-Semitism. We have a war in the Middle East, which many fear could precipitate violence on our streets with tear-stained vigils to the Ayatollah. Why on earth has the government chosen this moment to launch an anti-Muslim czar?
So, hi, Martin. So basically, this story obviously is just broken out, but there have been things in motion for the last few years, working on a new definition of Islamophobia, anti-Muslim hatred, and also we've been looking at ways of how to make people, Muslims, feel safer, given the rise in Islamophobia, given the rise, look, recently, just literally a week ago, we've had the incident, 2 weeks ago, sorry, we had the incident in Manchester where we had 2 men who basically were planning on harming Muslims. They had weapons, they had an axe with them, and this is the kind of thing that we've seen over the last few years. There is an increase in anti-Muslim hatred in the UK, and it's also, we've got to understand, people, there are always going to be a handful of people that are engaging in criminal activity and engaging in wrongness, but the majority of us are law-abiding, we're peace-loving, we are just very normal people who just want to get along with our neighbours, who want to do the best for ourselves, our communities. We want to pay our taxes, we want to contribute in a very meaningful and positive way, and it's Aisha, those people that are being affected as well.
Aisha, hang on. Look, everybody can agree that Islamophobia has no place, so nobody should be persecuted for their faith. Meanwhile, in the real world, the greatest rise in racism is towards Jewish people. And I hate to say it, the driving force behind that tends to be British Muslims. These are the facts. Now, that doesn't mean that British Muslims don't deserve to be protected. everybody does. But particularly at the moment, do you think that this is just a terrible thing to do in terms of timing? We've had 4 people arrested today for plotting to kill Jews in Manchester. Jews murdered at synagogues. When was the last time a Jewish terrorist drove into a mosque? I'll tell you when. Never.
Well, Martin, like I said, this is not something that's just been thought up this morning or today. This is something that has been in the pipelines for a very long time. And obviously, you've pointed out something that obviously we've seen a massive increase in hostility and anti-Jewish hatred as well, which really upsets me and pains me as well. I have many Jewish friends. I went to Israel myself, and I don't want to see hatred towards any religious community whatsoever. But there have also been many reports that have been released since 2023 showing the direct link between the IDF activities in Gaza and obviously an increase against Jewish people that have got nothing to do with the war, things that have happened. So it's just the same sentiment, really. People that are being affected have got nothing to do with things that, for example, you've mentioned cars being driven into crowds and so on. That's not the actions of people, of Muslims that want to live a peaceful life in Britain. They are the actions of criminals. Of terrorists who need to be arrested.
Aisha, since October the 7th, those years ago, we've seen a huge precipitation of hostility on our streets. We've seen synagogues vandalised, Jewish restaurants vandalised, Jewish people flee the country. Jewish people tell me, almost in tears in the studio, they're fearful of living in this country. And let's be blunt about this. The driving poison, the cancer behind that is radical Islam. It's not Christians, it's not Hindus, it's not Buddhists who are doing this. The Muslim community needs to accept responsibility for the mess it is creating. And what I'm saying to you is, where are the good Muslims calling this out? Where are their voices? And why today are we finding ourselves with a new Islamophobia star, an anti-Muslim czar, at a time where we're experiencing an uptick in Iranians being arrested for plotting to kill Jews? It always seems to be the government seems to take the knee to the Muslim community. Am I wrong?
I think you are wrong there. The 4 arrests that took place, obviously, in the last week or so, we've seen an attack against Iran by Israel. I'm not condoning these 4 people that have been arrested. I don't know the ins and outs of it, and I can't really make a comment. Obviously, it's a police matter now. There's a live investigation, so it would be completely wrong for me to mention or anybody to make any comments on this. But I will say that a lot of people, a lot of Muslims like myself, we speak out, we stand shoulder to shoulder with our Jewish brothers and sisters, we show solidarity, and we are there for them, and we do speak out. It's sadly, our voices are just not heard by mainstream media, which gives the impression that nobody's speaking out. But I know for a fact I speak out, and there's lots of other friends and people that I know that have been very vocal about it, and they speak out as well. But I will say that we've got this czar who will hopefully develop policies to help Muslims as well. But I feel that we need a czar for the whole of all the different communities, including
anti-rape gangs are?
Oh, absolutely.
What about an anti-rape gang czar? What about an anti-Semitism czar? What about that? No, it always seems to be that the squeakiest wheel gets the most oil. I'm sorry, that's the way that this seems. And as far as the timing goes, this is, I think, just unforgivable. What's going on at the moment?
It's out of our hands. The timing was always something that was predetermined. So, yes, I know you're upset about the timing, but that was predetermined. But what you've said about having somebody, a czar to speak up for the victims of the grooming gangs, absolutely.
Well, you've done inquiry, it's dragged into it. They won't even address it unless the media, Charlie Peters, the survivors, scream about it. They don't want to go anywhere near it for fear of offending the Muslim community. And now there's a Muslim, anti-Muslim czar. Aisha Ali Khan, I know you've been bravely speaking. I want to thank you for that. I'm sorry if you feel like I'm being aggressive towards you. I'm so sorry, Donald, if that's the case. That is not the case. I'm just a bit...
No. Thank you.
Please, thank you very much, Aisha. I know you're a wonderful person. Thanks for joining us. I appreciate your time. Thank you, Aisha Ali Khan. Lots more still to come between now and 5 p.m, including the High Court has ruled that 6 low-traffic neighbourhoods, LTNs, operated by London Council and Croydon, were unlawful. Millions of pounds might have to get paid back. This is GB News, Britain's News Channel.
Afternoon, welcome to your latest weather update from the Met Office here on GB News. Broadly speaking, Scotland and Northern Ireland having the driest, brightest weather this weekend. Fairly cloudy skies for England and Wales. Not much rain, but there will be some. Certainly it's quite damp across parts of southeast England and East Anglia through this evening. That area of rain slowly fizzling out, but more to come through the evening certainly. Tends to ease off after midnight. And then most places will be dry. Clear skies for Scotland and Northern Ireland will allow it to turn quite chilly with a frost over southern and eastern Scotland in particular. But temperatures holding up for most of England and Wales, but some clearer skies in North Wales and the far north of England could allow a little bit of frost here. But it means a brighter day generally for Northern England and North Wales tomorrow compared to today. But another sunny one for much of eastern Scotland. Yes, it starts quite cold, but then we'll see plenty of sunshine. A bit more cloud in the far northwest. Could at times see some light rain and drizzle across the Western Isles. Generally dry and bright for Northern Ireland too. There's that sunshine in North Wales, soon lifting the temperatures up. But further south, could be quite a drab start, misty, murky, a lot of low cloud and some outbreaks of rain. Bit of uncertainty about the extent of this rain, but parts of southwest England, South Wales and the Midlands could be a little bit damp for a good part of Saturday actually, but it shouldn't be too heavy, the rain, but it may be quite stubborn and slow to clear. So a bit dank and drizzly in this zone. Might brighten up in the southeast, lifting the temperatures to 13. Further north, temperatures a little higher than today, feeling quite pleasant in the sunny spells in Edinburgh and Belfast, 10 or 11 Celsius here, maybe even a touch higher. Overnight, again, we'll see that frost forming in eastern Scotland with the clear skies. A bit more rain coming into western Scotland, the west of Northern Ireland on Sunday. And again, some showery rain over North Wales, Northern England that could push into southern Scotland later. Again, perhaps some brighter skies in the southeast where temperatures could easily get into the mid-teens. Elsewhere, 10 to 13, generally speaking, but feeling cooler with the rain on the west coast of Scotland.
Thank you for making us Britain's #1 news channel. Together, we have built something truly extraordinary.
Good afternoon. This is the latest AI travel news from gbnews.com. On the M4 westbound, there are delays between junction 23A at Mega and junction 26 at Malpaz. The M8 eastbound is restricted at junction 29 due to a broken down vehicle. On the A34 northbound near Kennington, queues are building between the A423 and the A44, with delays of around 30 minutes. Also, the M3 eastbound entry slip at junction 3 has a lane closed after a crash. And on the trains, cross-country and Great Western Railway services are disrupted between Liskeard and Par. For more travel news, go to gbnews.com.
4:41, you with me, Martin Daubney on GB News. Now, 6 LTNs, low traffic neighbourhoods in South London and Croydon, they've been ruled unlawful after a judge found that they were kept in place simply to raise money. I'm delighted now to be joined by the barrister and the legal
And the judge said that was probably the driving factor behind why the mayor who got elected on the basis of pulling the plug on these things felt constrained to allow them to continue. So now the judge had said they're unlawful. It probably means all the fines got to be repaid to all the motorists. and all the cameras are being covered up, I understand, already. That's been done.
Now, Kevin Lee, of course, they were brought in under cover of COVID. A lot of people around London and now around the rest of the country will be familiar with these monstrosities. And this, Kevin, could have nationwide significance. If Croydon is deemed unlawful and it's simply a money-raising revenue, 12 million quid's worth of fines might need to be repaid, could this open the floodgates nationwide for these damn things to be ripped out?
Probably not. The statutory regime is very strict. You have to challenge them within 6 weeks. We did that, although we had, as the judge described it, a dog's breakfast of procedural hurdles to overcome. The council took every point they could to try and stop the substantive merits being argued. But we got there in the end. But no, you have to challenge within 6 weeks of these things being agreed to be installed by the council. So that means existing ones, probably there's not much you could do. Secondly, obviously, you need the evidence. We had the evidence that it looked like the amount of enforcement money which had been budgeted by the council before they approved the scheme was what was driving it. But picking up your earlier point, if you are cynical and you think these things are being driven by money, then you need to look at the merits, the environmental merits. The problem is the High Court won't look at the environmental merits. If someone says, I think we're going to have cleaner air, there's not much most people can say, even though, as the judge recognised here, the benefits were, as he described them, modest. It is already an area with clean air, and all you're doing is pushing the traffic somewhere else. So you're not solving the problem, you're making it worse.
Kevin, you beat me to it. My children's playground is now on a main road that's choked with traffic because they close all the side streets, and it's a common theme. Nobody tests the air on the main roads to show it's got worse. They test the air on the back streets to show it's got better. Of course it has. There's no cars there anymore. That's the point. They didn't solve the problem. They moved the problem, and in Croydon, you've exposed this gross hypocrisy.
Well, it's nice victory. It feels good. It's good for the residents. It's nice to be right and be held to be right. We often think we're right, but until a High Court judge says you're right, you don't know. But ironically, on this case, the benefits were modest. The air is already clean down there. There wasn't even before and after traffic assessments. It was pushed through on a green agenda, which is a box that many people like to tick at the moment. But there's more about living than simply ticking green boxes. As you say, what you do is you drive cars, vehicles, lorries outside the area, so now somewhere else has got them. You have a lot more stopping and starting, so you've got braking, brake dust, fumes from exhaust as people accelerate, perhaps more noise and so on, more fuel consumption. One might say they are hardly green at all.
And Kevin Lee, isn't it funny how Jason Perry, the Conservative mayor of Croydon, he campaigned on a ticket of getting rid of these things, and then as soon as he got into office, he realised they were a nice little earner, and he kept them. What a story, what a victory. Congratulations to you, and I hope you have a nice drink of something cold with the residents later on. That's the barrister and the legal rep for Open Our Roads campaign in Croydon, Kevin Lee. Hats off to you, sir. Thank you very much indeed. Now, GB News understands that Croydon Council is considering its position. Well, coming up next, we'll reveal the UK's entry to the Eurovision Song Contest that has been slammed for being anti-British. It's in German. Mein Gott. That's next.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There, you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
GB News Breakfast, every day from 6 a.m.
Well, I think this is a symptom of a larger issue. We do have a problem in the UK. It's not as severe as Germany. I think in Germany, they're saying workers take about 15 days a year.
Wow.
Whereas in the UK, it's about 4. And that's the private sector. In the public sector, if we were to focus on that, they see up to about 10 days, etc., per worker. So we're losing a lot of time here, and there's a disparity. So when we say the UK actually isn't as bad as Germany, we are bad in certain respects, our public sector.
So I think that we see this common misconception as well of, can I work from home today? As if, you know, we can work at 40, 50% occupancy from home rather than coming into the office and completing a full shift.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun. No, he didn't say that, Dave. I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Hi guys, عجزنا أبا سبسكرايب زمت نيوز تخطاطن تخلي إنتان تخونو سبسكرايب بغيرو وأنا كنت جايبركم بغيرو كنت جايبركم قاعدين
Bulletins here on GB News, the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
Welcome back. Time is 10 to 5. You're with me, Martin Dalby, here on GB News. And the
نقول
UK's
عاو مناسب
Eurovision entry this year has finally been
نتصدق على
revealed. The
الإيميل
experimental musician Look Mum No Computer's song has taken some fans by surprise.
أنا وين كانوا يتعلمون ماذا كانوا يتعلمون فاتهم ماذا تيري تلقوا.
That's right. Ein, zwei, drei. Of course, that's 1, 2, 3. In German, the Eurovision Song Contest entry for the United Kingdom this year features some German. Is it an
هذا بجلاي في عتينا وين من بعد يبقى رأيتكم حصار تكتبوا لكم مدف كثيرين بهذا
Jordan, Paul, welcome to the show. A pleasure to have your company. Do you know what? I went into this song this morning when the video was released, expecting to hate it. Do you know what? I quite like it. What about you?
Actually the same. It's not my style of music, but I think it's really daring. It stands out. It's something different. And it's time we took a risk. You know, the BBC are often accused of being too safe when it comes to Eurovision, too formulaic, and they've really kind of broken the mold with this. And I think it's a bit of fun. And, you know, it's great to hear different languages. Eurovision is, of course, international, and it could well get some votes from German-speaking Austria, who are hosting the event, as well as Germany themselves. And let's not forget, when it comes to, you know, Eurovision, the British success has been down to international people too. Our last winner was Katrina, who was indeed American.
Now then, if you're not seeing the pictures on the screen, if you're watching the radio, just to let you know, there's a geezer in a red boiler suit, jumping up and down with, there are people next to him with TVs on their heads. He's twiddling what looks like the control panel inside Chernobyl, and he's singing in German. It's certainly bonkers. It will certainly get attention, and I'll tell you what as well, Paul Jordan. By pretending that we're not British, it might actually get us some extra votes since Brexit.
Well, actually, I think, I mean, we nearly won that well after Brexit with Sam Ryder. But I think, I mean, it's worth pointing out that it's only those 3 words that are actually in German. The rest of it's in English. And it is actually quintessentially British. It's kind of like a 80s type pop music song. You've got the kind of way he sings with the sort of Cockney accent. So it is a very British song. And he's very much down to earth, just being himself. And I've got a good feeling it's going to go well. It's all about the staging as well. And if to get that right, along with his vocals, we could be looking at quite a good result for the UK.
Okay, Paul Jordan, let's have another blast of it. Let's hear it again. Now, Paul Jordan, your head's bobbing away there. Have you already been at the Baileys?
No, but it's nearly 5 o'clock soon, so I may well be partaking, as Terry Wogan would say. I think it's great fun. And Eurovision, you know, you need novelty as well. And last year's Estonian entry came second. They nearly won. I think this is a little bit more of a kind of a quiet taste compared to that one. But I think it could do well for us. I think it depends, as I say, on the staging. There is nothing else like it this year. There's strong competition, though. We've got Delta Goodrem for Australia. She's well known around the world. And, you know, San Marino, if they choose Boy George tonight, then there will be 2 British entries technically in Eurovision this year.
Well, Paul Jordan, at last we'll have an entry that's more bonkers than the East Europeans. Graham Norton had better get an extra bottle of Baileys in for this. I tell you what, you know, if anything, it's got us talking. Dr. Eurovision, Paul Jordan, I know you're going to enjoy the night. You always do. But, you know, I don't think we'll win, but at least say let's all laugh like madmen as we fail into the abyss once again. Paul Jordan, superb. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Now, still to come, a huge breaking news story in this past hour. Britain is set to get a new anti-Muslim hostility czar under plans to be outlined by the government on Monday. That's right, a new czar for anti-Muslim hostility. Astonishing. That's next.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boiler sponsors the weather on GB News.
Afternoon, welcome to your latest weather update from the Met Office here on GB News. Broadly speaking, Scotland and Northern Ireland having the driest, brightest weather this weekend. Fairly cloudy skies for England and Wales. Not much rain, but there will be some. Certainly it's quite damp across parts of southeast England and East Anglia through this evening. That area of rain slowly fizzling out, but more to come through the evening certainly. Tends to ease off after midnight. And then most places will be dry. Clear skies for Scotland and Northern Ireland will allow it to turn quite chilly with a frost over southern and eastern Scotland in particular. But temperatures holding up for most of England and Wales, but some clearer skies in North Wales and the far north of England could allow a little bit of frost here. But it means a brighter day generally for Northern England and North Wales tomorrow compared to today. But another sunny one for much of eastern Scotland. Yes, it starts quite cold, but then we'll see plenty of sunshine. A bit more cloud in the far northwest. Could at times see some light rain and drizzle across the Western Isles. Generally dry and bright for Northern Ireland too. There's that sunshine in North Wales, soon lifting the temperatures up. But further south, could be quite a drab start, misty, murky, a lot of low cloud and some outbreaks of rain. Bit of uncertainty about the extent of this rain, but parts of southwest England, South Wales and the Midlands could be a little bit damp for a good part of Saturday actually, but it shouldn't be too heavy, the rain, but it may be quite stubborn and slow to clear. So a bit dank and drizzly in this zone. Might brighten up in the southeast, lifting the temperatures to 13. Further north, temperatures a little higher than today, feeling quite pleasant in the sunny spells in Edinburgh, Belfast, 10 or 11 Celsius here, maybe even a touch higher. Overnight, again, we'll see that frost forming in eastern Scotland with the clear skies. A bit more rain coming into western Scotland, the western Northern Ireland on Sunday. And again, some showery rain over North Wales, Northern England that could push into southern Scotland later. Again, perhaps some brighter skies in the southeast where temperatures could easily get into the mid-teens. Elsewhere, 10 to 13, generally speaking, but feeling cooler with the rain on the west coast of Scotland.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boiler sponsors the weather on GB News.
Thank you, Britain, for the thousands of you who are becoming friends of GB News every week.
You're not only watching and listening to our programmes, you're becoming part of them too.
Good afternoon. This is the latest AI travel news from gbnews.com. On the M6 southbound in Birmingham, there are lane closures after a crash between Junction 7 and Junction 6, causing delays of around 20 minutes. In Oxfordshire, the A34 northbound is slow from the A423 near Kennington to the A44, with congestion and delays of about 20 minutes. The A77 Maybole bypass is restricted both ways due to planned maintenance, with a contraflow in place. And on the trains, cross-country and Great Western Railway services are disrupted.
The 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 1st of May. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
I'm Michelle Dewberry. This is Jubes & Co. with you.
Hello everyone, Patrick Christie's here. GB News.
Britain's News Channel.
Access the stories that matter to you. Take the GB News family with you on any device, and as long as you have an internet connection. Tune in to GB News anywhere on the planet or beyond. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
Very good afternoon to you. It's 5 p.m. and welcome to the Martin Daubney Show here on GB News, broadcasting live across the UK. We've got all the very latest news, debate and analysis all the way through until 6 p.m. An action-packed show awaits, and here's what's on your menu today. Smoke has billowed out over Beirut after more strikes as Donald Trump. Iran's Islamist regime roaring. There'll be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender. Pictures there from earlier on Beirut as the bombs pound in and the smoke goes across the night sky. But with Sir Keir Starmer preferring a negotiated settlement and de-escalation, as our Prime Minister once again been left isolated, out of touch and irrelevant. And as Keir Starmer's stock plummets with Donald Trump, tonight Nigel Farage will dine with the US president at Mar-a-Lago, with the Chagos deal expected to be on the menu. Is this canny transatlantic diplomacy, or is it cutting the Prime Minister out of the equation, decidedly un-British? Hollywood-style social media videos showing Iranian ships, missile launchers and air bases being vaporized by missiles have been viewed now hundreds of millions of times across the world. Is this an effective 21st century way of portraying war, power, or does it grotesquely glamorize war? On today's show, I'll put that question to Falklands legend Simon Weston. And breaking news in this past half an hour, Britain is to get a new anti-Muslim hostility czar, under plans to be outlined by the government on Monday. And this will also include a new definition of Islamophobia. Announced on the day, Iranians have been arrested for plotting harm against Jews. And there's this. Mein Gott, it's been revealed that this year's UK Eurovision entry will be partially sung in German. Is this an unforgivable betrayal or a canny way of conning judges who've been anti-British since Brexit? I'll ask Bucks Fizz legend Jay Aston if she'll be making her mind up. Well, to show, it's a pleasure to have your company. As announced about 20 minutes ago that Britain is set to get a new anti-Muslim hostility czar on Monday. Can you believe it? It's just taken me completely by surprise. Of course, nobody deserves to be persecuted for their religion, their faith, their belief, or anything. But let's be absolutely real about this. 75% of MI5's caseload is terrorism committed by Islamists. 85% of fatalities committed by Islamists. 75% of all plots foiled by Islamists. We've seen rising hate on our streets. Jewish people tell me in this studio they're afraid to go out. They are leaving the country. We've seen arrests today by Iranians. We've seen massacres at synagogues. The government's response? An anti-Muslim hate czar. It's really got you going. Hundreds of responses already. We're debating that throughout the show. In a short while's time, I'll also be joined by the Falklands legend Simon Weston for his thoughts on the escalations in the Middle East. Get in touch, gbnews.com/your say is the way to do so, or scan the QR code on your screens now. But let's get stuck now to your headlines. And here's Tatiana Sanchez.
Martin, thank you. The top stories this hour. President Donald Trump says there will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender. It comes as Israel launched fresh strikes on Tehran and Beirut, while Iran says it fired missiles at Tel Aviv. These are live pictures from Beirut. Little earlier on, smoke could be seen bellowing from the buildings just shortly after an attack there. The US Defense Secretary warned also that the US attacks on Iran are about to surge dramatically. Meanwhile, the IDF says 50 Israeli jets have hit Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei's underground bunker in the heart of Tehran. Back in the UK, Sir Keir Starmer has offered to deploy 4 extra jets to provide defensive air cover for Bahrain. This after the Prime Minister already announced the deployment of the 4 Typhoon fighter jets to Qatar. Despite this, the Prime Minister has insisted the United Kingdom will not be joining offensive strikes on Iran.
4 additional Typhoon jets to join our squadron in Qatar, to strengthen our defensive operations in Qatar and across the region. Clearly, it's for the President to take decisions that he considers in the national interest, the right decisions for the US. I understand that, I respect that. But equally, it's for me, as the British Prime Minister, to take decisions that I consider to be in the best interest of the United Kingdom.
Elsewhere, a second government charter flight to bring UK nationals back from the Middle East has taken off from Oman. 4 people have been arrested as part of a counter-terrorism investigation relating to Iran, the Metropolitan Police says. Police arrested 1 Iranian and 3 dual British-Iranian nationals on suspicion of assisting a foreign intelligence service. The investigation relates to the suspected surveillance of locations and individuals linked to Jewish communities in London, the Met said. In a statement, Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood sought to reassure the public that the UK's police and security services are world-leading and would not hesitate to take action to counter any threat to the UK. Meanwhile, Britain is to get a new anti-Muslim hostilities czar under plans to be outlined by the government on Monday, which will also include a new definition of Islamophobia. The Spectator has been leaked a draft copy of Protecting What Matters, a document outlining Labour's new cohesion strategy, which is to be unveiled in a cross-government push next week. Elsewhere, 3 women have been interviewed under caution by the Metropolitan Police over suspicions of enabling former Harrods boss Mohammed Al-Fayed's abuse. Officers interviewed those 3 women, aged in their 40s, 50s and 60s, on suspicion of the following offences: aiding and abetting rape and sexual assault, assisting the commission of sexual offences, and human trafficking for sexual exploitation. No arrests have been made and the investigation remains ongoing. Commander Angela Craggs said while Al-Fayed is no longer alive to face prosecution, we have always been determined to bring anyone who is suspected to have played a part in his offending to justice. Elsewhere, Lord Mandelson has had his bail conditions dropped following his arrest on suspicion of misconduct in a public office, but remains under investigation. Lawyers for the former UK ambassador to the US said his passport had been returned by the Met Police, adding he did not constitute a flight risk. Lord Mandelson was arrested on the 23rd of February over allegations that while serving as a minister, he passed on market-sensitive government information to the late convicted paedophile Jeffrey Epstein. It came after a tip-off from House of Commons Speaker Sir Lindsay Hoyle that the former cabinet minister may have been planning to travel to the British Virgin Islands. The Conservatives have pledged to bring back the 2-child benefit cap and use the money to instead boost defence spending. The policy, first introduced by the Tories in 2017, restricts child tax credit and universal credit to the first 2 children in most households. The party says restoring the cap will save more than £3.2 billion a year, half of which it would use on helping to reduce Britain's deficit and the remainder on increasing the defence budget.
Right now, there is an escalating war. We are in it, whether we like it or not. The idea that we should not be taking defence seriously, for me, is the completely wrong one. You make a point about looking at other bits of welfare. This is where we're starting from. You've got to start somewhere. At the moment, no one else is even talking about taking tough decisions, but we are.
And finally, European media firm Axel Springer has agreed to purchase the Telegraph Media Group in a deal costing £575 million. The deal trumps the £500 million takeover proposed late last year by the Daily Mail and General Trust. The government had ordered an investigation into that deal on public interest and competition grounds. Axel Springer Chief Executive Matthias Döpfner said he wanted to preserve the distinctive character and legacy of the Telegraph. And those are the latest headlines. More in half an hour.
Tune in to GB News Radio wherever you are. Online, on DAB Digital Radio, on TuneIn, on Radio Player, on Nation Player, and on your smart speaker. Just say, play GB News.
Thank you, Tatiana. Breaking news this afternoon. Donald Trump has appeared to rule out any chance of a diplomatic deal with Iran to end the conflict in the Middle East. In a post on Truth Social, Mr. Trump says he will only accept unconditional surrender as he vowed to make Iran great again. But with Sir Keir Starmer preferring instead a negotiated settlement and de-escalation, is our Prime Minister once again been left isolated, out of touch and irrelevant. Well, let's speak now to GB News' Homeland Security Editor, Mark White. Mark White, I believe you have yet more breaking news for us in the heightened conflict in the Middle East. Tell us more.
Thick and fast this afternoon. This is new information coming to us exclusively from our colleague Charlie Peters, and it relates to these heavy bombers of the United States Air Force, assets now connected to these heavy bombers on the move and heading to the UK after, of course, Sir Keir Starmer finally relented and allowed the US the use of RAF Fairford in Gloucestershire, and also, of course, of that vital Diego Garcia base in the Indian Ocean. You're looking there at one of the types of heavy lift bombers that will be heading to the UK, the B-1 Lancer aircraft that can carry very significant payloads of munitions, 24 2,000-pound general purpose bombs. Now that they have air superiority over so much of Iran, they're able to operate these aircraft not with missiles this time, but with standard drop bombs that are laser guided to their target, and there are very significant payloads of bombs that they can dispatch, of course, in line with what we've been hearing from the War Secretary in the US, Pete Hegseth, saying that the biggest onslaught in terms of the air war was yet to come. So it's these B-1 Lancers, the B-52, of course, the Stratoforce aircraft, and all of the bomb payloads that they can carry, and the B-2. Remember the B-2s that have had to embark on these mammoth missions of 37 hours from their base in Missouri because they were not allowed to use Diego Garcia or indeed RAF Fairford in Gloucestershire. Now, of course, they can operate there in what is a limited role still. You know, the British government is still tying one hand behind the back of the US military, saying that the operations they must embark on are not these decapitation strikes, but rather going after the kind of ability of the Iranian regime to fire off ballistic missiles, drones and other munitions at not just Israel, but those surrounding states that have been hit hard in the recent days.
And Mark White, as well now as there being what appears to be a U-turn, RAF Fairford now can be used after initially saying, well, that was off limits. You also told us in the past hour, mercifully, finally, we've got some helicopters over to Cyprus to help our lads out there. What took them so long?
Yeah, as far as our military assets in the region are concerned, it is welcome. There's no doubt those based at RAF Akrotiri will welcome finally the arrival of two Wildcat helicopters from 815 Naval Air Squadron. They are fitted out with these Martlet multi-role light missiles that are just ideal for taking down aerial threats such as drones. So there's no doubt that they will help enhance the security around RAF Akrotiri, both of those Wildcat helicopters. But of course, the air defence destroyer, RAF HMS Dragon, is still in port at Portsmouth at the moment, still being supplied with what it is required to fit for its mission down to the Eastern Mediterranean, to the area around RAF Akrotiri. HMS Dragon yesterday was, of course, on the munitions loading bay, taking on board the missiles that it will require. It's still rapidly being fitted out, and then in the coming days it will make its way down. But it's not going to be on station, Martin, let's be honest, for another week, which is way after the fact. And every single military expert that I have spoken to in recent days said we have been caught napping, that there was the opportunity to forward base these vital assets, but decisions were made by our political leaders that exercises in the high north and in the North Atlantic were more important for these Royal Naval assets to be involved in, rather than actually to go into what was to become a theatre of war and to be called upon to defend British sovereign territory.
Thank you very much, Mark White, for bringing us up to speed. You've been superb this week. Thank you for bringing us up to speed. Let's get my next guest in now. I'm delighted to be joined by the Shadow Minister for Defence, Mark Francois. Mark Francois, welcome to the show. It's a pleasure to have your company. Mercifully, Mr. Francois, we now have helicopters in Cyprus. Mercifully, we now have the permission for RAF Fairford to be used by US bombers, yet still HMS Dragon still moored off the coast of Portsmouth. Almost a metaphor for this government's inactivity. What's your take?
All of these preparations should already have been in place. Thank you for having me back on, Martin. The Type 45 destroyer, we knew the Americans had a naval build-up in the Gulf for weeks. They made no secret of it. The Royal Navy offered to send a destroyer to Cyprus to bolster the defences there. Labour ministers turned the Navy down. And this is a government of human rights lawyers. They didn't want to get involved. They made a great mistake in not allowing the United States to use the runway at Diego Garcia from the outset. And because of that, as your correspondent rightfully said, the American B-2s had to fly a 37-hour round-trip mission. And the Americans are hopping mad about that. Unfortunately, our name in Washington at the moment is mud. And that's why President Trump said, you know, Keir Starmer, we're not dealing with Winston Churchill. Well, he's right there. So we've not been properly prepared. We've not backed up our strongest ally. Our base at RAF Akrotiri has been attacked by Iranian proxies. Remember, as I've said before, the Iranians were giving technology to the Taliban and others, our opponents in Iraq too, for years to kill and maim British soldiers. Iran is no friend of ours and hasn't been for decades. So I'm afraid our government, our Labour government, has been woefully underprepared for this. And that's why, and I say it with no pleasure, we are a laughingstock in Washington now.
Mark Francois, there seems to be a massive disconnect by the strong-arm tactics of Donald Trump. Unconditional surrender, make Iran great again. The only way that he says he will go forward, Keir Starmer, is saying we need to have a negotiated settlement. Everything we can do should be towards de-escalation. Would it really work to have tea and biscuits with an Ayatollah?
Look, we negotiated with the Iranians for decades to get rid of their nuclear weapons, or their preparations to build nuclear weapons, I should say. They never did. They carried on trying, even when the Americans attacked their nuclear weapon manufacturing sites. They still then carried on trying. So you have to deal with the world as it is, not just as you would like it to be. And that's why, if I may, just to follow up from your news bulletin, the Conservative Party have announced today that if we return to government, we will reintroduce the two-child benefit cap. That raises about £3.2 billion in a full tax year. We'll use half of that money for debt reduction because we have to be responsible with the economy, and the other half, the remaining 1.6 billion, we would use to boost the army. We would increase the size of the British Army to 80,000 regulars and 40,000 reservists, so 120,000 in toto when mobilised for war, and that's 20,000 more than it is at the moment. Why? Because there's a war in Ukraine, there's now a war in the Middle East. This is becoming a more dangerous world. We as a country need to begin rearming. We need to attend to our own safety and security and that of our allies. We back the Ukrainians to the hilt, quite rightly, because they're effectively fighting for us. We've helped to reinforce them. Now we must reinforce ourselves. And that's what a Conservative government would do.
Mark Francois, we have to leave it there. Thank you very much, Shadow Defence Minister. Thank you for your time. As ever, have a fantastic week. And let's get to my next guest now. I'm delighted to be joined with the Falklands veteran, the hero, Simon Weston. Simon, it's an absolute pleasure to have your company as ever, sir. Could I get your immediate reaction, Simon Weston, to the situation in the Middle East as a former Royal Navy and yourself as a soldier? All you want to do is get out there and join in. How frustrated, Simon Weston, do you believe that people must be now being moored off the coast of Portsmouth on HMS Dragon, clicking their heels together?
Well, firstly, Martin, I was a Welsh Guardsman, so I was infantry. I wasn't Royal Navy. I was on board a Royal Navy ship.
I want to say that.
For all the people that I know that have ever served in the military, doing your job is the priority. There were people trying to join back up to go to the Falklands because they didn't want to be left out because they trained all their lives and never got a chance to do what they were trained to do. But to delay people to actually do the job that's absolutely imminent and imperative right now to protect British service people's lives, to protect the Cypriots, is what these people have trained all their military careers for. And they must be so frustrated. But on a global scale, it's humiliating, really, that we've got this ship sitting there. And if you're to believe the reports about the union saying that they only work 9 to 5, or they're only allowed to work 9 to 5, is it surprising that they can't arm the ship? When you think that the fleet that went to the Falklands was pretty much done in just over a weekend, and that was the whole fleet. So one ship, it seems pretty stale an argument to say this, that and the other, and they're getting it loaded and getting it equipped. I don't know. I just think it's humiliating to the Royal Navy and to the country. I think this is a lack of willpower more than anything else, because if you want to do something, you'll do it. But there really doesn't seem to be the drive. And then you listen to all the rhetoric that's been going on and the mistakes that are being made in statements that are being made by Mr. Lamy and well, the way they're talking about it is just, it's embarrassing, really. This is supposed to be leadership. What leadership?
Simon Weston, could I ask specifically now, of course, you were gravely injured on the Sir Galahad in 1982. It was bombed by Argentinian jets. 48 were killed, 150, including yourself, injured. There's been a lot of videos going around in this theatre of war glorifying the war, and the White House has come into criticism for glorifying and celebrating the war in Iran on social media. On X, they posted this video in the style of the video game Call of Duty. And Simon, they also posted this with the caption, "Justice the American Way."
I'm here to fight for truth and justice in the American way. I am the danger. Maximum effort. Here it comes.
Simon, they also finally posted this video. I want to get your reaction to this take. Just look at this.
You want to see me do it again?
So Simon Weston, I just wanted to, somebody yourself obviously gravely injured, a lot of your colleagues perished in the war. Do you think this kind of social media presentation of war is acceptable or in poor taste?
Hollywood was used for propaganda during the Second World War and continuous conflicts after that. And that's a total different usage of Hollywood. This is voyeurism with a comedy aspect attached to it. And whether you agree with the Iranians or disagree with them or disagree with anybody in this conflict, there are human beings that are being killed. And whether it's the enemy or on the Allies' side, they're human beings. This is not comedy. This is not Hollywood. This is the final decision you're taking on people's lives. And I just think it's voyeurism of the worst kind. And it's being made to be almost gentrified. It's not real. We're not hurting anybody. It's not like that. Conflict is awful. War is awful. People on board those ships are facing the greatest fear they will ever face if they're lucky enough to survive. And then we have all of this. It's just awful. You cannot make a sitcom out of conflict. You know, there is a way to do it afterwards, but not during the time when you're seeing people being eliminated and their families not knowing what's happened to their loved ones, because they all have families and they're all somebody's son, daughter. You know, don't trivialize conflict and people who die, even the enemy, because, you know, Iran is we all know, is a terrible regime. But the people, not all the people are terrible. There's a huge amount of Kurdish people there. And I have a reason to talk about the Kurds. But they're wonderful, incredible people. They're so cultured, they have so much history. And we're reducing that to a comedy show, to this trite Hollywood edition of killing people. I'm sorry, war is awful, and sometimes it's a necessary evil. But at the end of the day, please don't trivialize death. Don't trivialize conflict. There are plenty enough people in Britain who have been to Afghanistan, Iraq, and they know just how awful it is. I've never been to the Middle East in that regard, but I know so many people who have, and the damage that they've suffered and the mental anguish. It's the same for the enemy. It's the same for the enemy. And I'm not asking people to weep and have sorrow. But what I am saying is, have some decency. There used to be an etiquette. There used to be rules. This goes beyond. This is trivializing this, and I think it's shameful. You know, the Americans are doing what they feel they have to do. We should be in support, but sadly, we don't seem to be anywhere near putting our full weight behind what we're trying to achieve. But you know, there are other political ramifications which I'm not here to talk about. But there's other things afoot as well. But you know, this is just wrong. To me, it's just wrong. Maybe there are other people who will have a different opinion, but that's up to them. Me, I still have a moral compass, and I think our leadership in the world should be displaying that moral compass.
Simon Weston, thank you so much for joining us today. And as I always say, thank you for your service. And I really, really wanted to talk to you about this today, because a lot of people seem to think that war is a video game, and we just show it like this. And of course, you're living proof that it can be absolutely brutal. Thank you so much for being so open and forthright with us today, Simon Weston. It's always an absolute pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you very much, sir, and thank you for your service. Appreciate it. Still to come, Britain is to get a new anti-Muslim hostilities law. The plans to be outlined by the government on Monday. This is next on the show. We'll have a huge debate about that, and this is GB News, Britain's #1 news channel.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates,
lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pierce.
And me, Miriam Gates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
Exciting news. Every Friday, my Patrick Christie's Tonight Show is going to have a twist to it. We're welcoming some special guests. You. That's right, on Fridays I'm going to be doing my show in front of a live studio audience because this show is about you and what you have to say. It's going to be the same big debates, same big topics, same big opinions. But every Friday night at 9 p.m. you are invited to come on down to Patrick Christie's Tonight to be a part of the action. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
No,
Because the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
If you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes and Co. weeknights at 6 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
Oh, no, you didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
Decisions made in Washington aren't just shaping America, they're shaping Britain too. From migration to global security, from crime to health. Whatever happens in the White House today
will be felt in your town or city tomorrow.
That's why The Late Show is live from Washington, D.C.
Cutting through the politics to show you what it all means for Britain.
The Late Show live every night at midnight.
Only on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Welcome back. Breaking news. It's 5:31. Let's return to that breaking news story from the past hour, and it's this. Britain is to get a new anti-Muslim hostility czar, and the plans to be outlined by the government on Monday. And that will also include a new definition of Islamophobia. Is that really what we need in this country right now? Well, that's the debate. I'm joined by my next guest now is Jacob Williams, the Director of Domestic Policy at Picthall House. Jacob Williams, welcome to the show. 75% of the caseload of terrorism and by MI5 is Islamist terror. 75% of terror attacks are by Islamists. 85% of fatalities is Islamist terrorism. 75% of foil plots are by Islamist terrorists. Do we really need an anti-Muslim czar?
Well, the simple answer is yes, and the longer answer is there's no connection between the fact which we fully acknowledge and condemn that a huge number, and indeed the majority of terrorists and people on the terror watch list are Muslims acting in the name of some perverse understanding of Islam. That's completely true, but that has nothing to do with the fact that the government have created are going to create an officer to look into anti-Muslim hatred. Our view is very simple. Anti-Muslim hatred should be dealt with in exactly the same way as anti-Jewish, anti-Hindu, or anti-Christian hatred. We've had an anti-Semitism czar for about 7 years. There is no reason not to have an officer devoted to dealing with anti-Muslim hatred. It's not about banning criticisms of Islam. It's not about doing that or censoring free speech. It's simply about addressing things that are either already illegal, so nothing new is being made illegal, or dealing with community cohesion and trying to ensure that everyone gets along and behaves respectfully. And I really see nothing to object to in that, and no link to terrorism or to Islamist extremism either.
When will we get an anti-rape gang czar? When will we get a white working class girl czar? I'm going to put this to you
I would have liked to have had one of those a number of years ago.
Hang on. I'm going to put this to you quite simply now. The squeakiest wheel seems to get the most oil in Britain, and the overriding majority of hate crimes are committed against Jewish people, and they're committed by Muslim people.
Well, look, I don't have the precise number of hate crimes committed by each member of a religious group to hand. If that is true, it's really irrelevant, because the principle here is simply that things that are, if something is considered a hate crime, if it is a form of harassment, abuse, overt discrimination, and these things should be illegal, you just enforce the law even-handedly. And there's no reason to say that there's some...
We don't enforce the law even-handedly. That's the point, Jacob Williams. We turn a blind eye to rape gangs. We did for decades.
I agree.
For fear of being called racist. We turn a blind eye to all of this. Prevent are obsessed with the fictional far-right terrorism as a tiny percentile compared to the Islamist terrorism. The point is the dialogue is always shifted to the fact that Muslim people are the overriding victims, which isn't the case, and that they need protecting. And specifically, Jacob Williams, let me put this to you, as a part of this, we have a new definition of Islamophobia. You know full well that would be used by dangerous Muslims to give themselves protection from the law. That's a fact. And a lot of people watching this now will think, hang on a minute, who really needs our protection in this country?
Well, there is, in fact, a wider problem with our sort of woke culture and our lack of respect for free speech on all sides, in which many, many groups are able to leverage false accusations, dubious accusations of discrimination to shut down criticism, whether it's criticism of Hindutva extremists in India, settler extremists in the West Bank, well, you name it. All these groups will behave in this way and try to weaponize all of the cultural nonsense and all the regulations we have around free speech that very often we shouldn't have. No one is claiming Muslims are the biggest victims. No one's claiming that there's some special need to protect Muslim feelings. If you're going to have an integration and cohesion strategy, then you should deal with all discrimination even-handedly, and that's all we're saying. It's not about playing.
Yeah, but we don't deal with it even-handedly.
It's not about that at all.
But that's the point. We don't deal with it. So where is the czar for the Batley grammar school teacher who's still in hiding after all these years, cast aside by the political regime? Nothing from the Labour Party, nothing from the Conservative Party. Here's my point. I'll put it to you again, that the Muslim community complains vociferously. They have a huge vote base. The Labour government in particular depends upon that vote base to keep in power, as we saw in Gorton and Denton. It will be eviscerated by the Greens. And so is there any merit in my thesis that there is a disproportionate amount of political capital given towards that community to try and appease them and keep them quiet? Yes or no?
On the whole, I don't think so. The Muslim community is not a unitary political actor any more than the Christian community or the Jewish community or the Hindu community. There are Muslims across every part of the political spectrum, from the Greens to Zia Yusuf and Reform. So to say that the Muslim community are demanding special treatment is, I think, largely untrue. And incidentally, I'm not here to defend the Labour government or the Conservative Party, and I completely agree with you that more should have been done a long time ago about the grooming gangs, and that's why we favoured a full national inquiry before the Labour government did so. So I'm not here to defend Keir Starmer's record.
Okay, well, we'll leave it there. Thank you for being so forthright. Jacob Williams, the Director of Domestic Policy at Pict Hall House. Thank you very much indeed. We're keen to get your thoughts on this. I've had hundreds and hundreds of comments already. What do you think about an anti-Muslim hate czar? Astonishing. Loads more still to come between now and 6 p.m, including Nigel Farage is on his way to have lunch, dinner at Mar-a-Lago with Donald Trump. The Chagos deal is sure to be on the menu. Is he acting in an un-British way? That's next on GB News.
Afternoon, welcome to your latest weather update from the Met Office here on GB News. Broadly speaking, Scotland and Northern Ireland having the driest, brightest weather this weekend. Fairly cloudy skies for England and Wales. Not much rain, but there will be some. Certainly it's quite damp across parts of southeast England and East Anglia through this evening. That area of rain slowly fizzling out, but more to come through the evening certainly. Tends to ease off after midnight. And then most places will be dry. Clear skies for Scotland and Northern Ireland will allow it to turn quite chilly with a frost over southern and eastern Scotland in particular. But temperatures holding up for most of England and Wales, but some clearer skies in North Wales and the far north of England could allow a little bit of frost here. But it means a brighter day generally for northern England and North Wales tomorrow compared to today. But another sunny one for much of eastern Scotland. Yes, it starts quite cold, but then we'll see plenty of sunshine. A bit more cloud in the far northwest. Could at times see some light rain and drizzle across the Western Isles. Generally dry and bright for Northern Ireland too. There's that sunshine in North Wales, soon lifting the temperatures up. But further south, could be quite a drab start, misty, murky, a lot of low cloud and some outbreaks of rain. Bit of uncertainty about the extent of this rain, but parts of southwest England, South Wales and the Midlands could be a little bit damp for a good part of Saturday, actually. But it shouldn't be too heavy, the rain, but it may be quite stubborn and slow to clear. So a bit dank and drizzly in this zone. Might brighten up in the southeast, lifting the temperatures to 13. Further north, temperatures a little higher than today, feeling quite pleasant in the sunny spells in Edinburgh and Belfast, 10 or 11 Celsius here, maybe even a touch higher. Overnight, again, we'll see that frost forming in eastern Scotland with the clear skies. A bit more rain coming into western Scotland, the west of Northern Ireland on Sunday. And again, some showery rain over North Wales, Northern England that could push into southern Scotland later. Again, perhaps some brighter skies in the southeast, where temperatures could easily get into the mid-teens. Elsewhere, 10 to 13, generally speaking, but feeling cooler with the rain on the west coast of Scotland.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world. Am I allowed to talk? No, that's it. This is where it matters. Real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, this Trump made a good start. No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up?
About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in a chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
It's 20 to 6 now. Nigel Farage is in Mar-a-Lago later today as President Trump's row with Keir Starmer grows. The president has slammed the Prime Minister as a loser and described his performance during the Iran crisis as very disappointing. So, will the arrival of Mr. Farage in Florida be a help or a hindrance to the special relationship? But let's have a ding-dong. I'm joined in the studio by the former spokesman for Reform UK, Gawain Towler, and the former editor at Labour List, Peter Edwards. Gentlemen, welcome. Gawain Towler, let's start with you. The special relationship seems to be on death row. Can Nigel Farage bring it back to life?
Well, the special relationship is a convenient fiction we've been playing with for decades. Can Farage bring it back to life? Well, I don't think he can necessarily bring it back to life right now, but he can give an idea to the Americans that we're not necessarily on death row. The country hasn't quite given up on itself. And what Farage is able to present in America is not I can save the world, because he's not in power, so he's not Prime Minister, he can't do anything. However, what he can say is the future may be different. Not everybody in the UK has given up. Not everybody in England has given up. We still believe in our country. We still believe that we have a place in the world. And that, I think, is the difference.
On the menu at this dinner, if it happens, is sure to be the Chagos deal.
You would have thought so, and particularly given the Chagos deal was almost done and done and done and done. We've pushed it back, we've delayed it, and now this happened. And the need for the Chagos has been writ absolutely large. And one has to remember that this conflict in Iran, the attack on Iran, is an ongoing thing, and it is not just about Iran. Just like Maduro was not just about Venezuela, it's all about cutting off the oil supply to China. Because right now China has been defending Iran. It's been signing a deal for anti-ship cruise missiles, which would have meant that the American carrier fleet couldn't get close to actually do this, and it's building nuclear missiles itself in order to wipe Israel off the map. So China has been setting up this alliance. That's what's being attacked.
Peter Edwards, is it a British thing to do for Nigel Farage to be having dinner with Donald Trump at a time where Sir Keir Starmer seems to be toast?
Well, it's not the special relationship, and whatever the special relationship it is, and I believe in it to a certain extent, it's definitely not Nigel Farage. The special relationship spans decades, it spans military, intelligence, economic, diplomatic cooperation, plus enormous sacrifice from men and women from both sides of the Atlantic in the course of Allied freedom. And Nigel Farage's relationship with Trump, and there is a strong relationship, is it's a personal friendship between someone who's at the centre of power in Washington, Trump, and someone who, although he's clearly very influential in the UK, Farage has never even been the most junior minister, never really run anything. As your question hinted, a lot of Nigel Farage's interventions are based around talking down Britain and this horrible old phrase.
Well, this is utter tripe. Talking down Britain, no. He spends his entire time saying a better place is possible. The people who are talking down Britain are people who have given up on Britain, and that seems to be our government. It seems to be our government. It bows to international law, which is a convenient fiction anyhow. It doesn't have a morality. It just has a can we get through? And if you're going to be a serious nation, and we're clearly not a serious nation if we cannot even defend our bases in Cyprus, we are ceasing to be serious. This isn't talking down the country. Unless you realise what the problems are, unless you recognise the problems, you can never make it better. And we have a governing class, both the Conservatives over the last 14 years who have stripped our military of their capacity, and Labour who continue to do so, that actually doesn't believe that Britain has a place in the world, and that is a tragedy.
Well, Labour are doing the opposite of that, as you know, Gawain, because they've committed to raise defence spending, and we all want that to happen a bit quicker. But there's enormous economic pressures. But I think from our totally different worldviews, one thing we might agree on is that the Conservative government depleted the armed forces, depleted our defence capability, and that was on the basis of a peace dividend that they thought would be there forever. And I'm afraid, I don't want to be too political, but we'd say it looks naive now, don't we? Salami slicing the military looks naive at best.
Peter, on a personal point, surely Nigel Farage would have a better relationship if he were the Prime Minister with somebody like Donald Trump than Keir Starmer could ever hope to have.
No, because I think you often get very close relationships across party political divides. Personally, I don't think Nigel Farage is ever a UK Prime Minister. I know Gawain and many viewers may disagree with me. But of course, Trump is in a second term of two. So even if in the,
Trump is not going to be president after the next election.
Even if my nightmares, Nigel Farage became Prime Minister in 4 or 5 years' time, Trump wouldn't be president then anyway. So that's what I mean.
But J.D. Vance might be, Marco Rubio might be. That's the point.
But what you have somebody in the UK, a senior politician in the UK. He's never run something. No, but he did force a referendum to happen, and we won that referendum. He has a massive influence without having run things. Can you imagine how he's going to be when he does?
Well, I'm afraid look at the council.
I would disagree with you politely. However, the point is that right now in America, State Department, Defense Department, White House, the Senate, everybody looks at the UK and say, what is the point? And with Farage, you've got somebody saying there is a point. And it's almost like, and please don't get me wrong, I'm not saying Farage is Churchill, but in the 1930s, Churchill was banging the drum, absolutely banging the drum, and you'd be calling him unpatriotic. You'd be saying, you're going against the government, you're going against the government, you're attacking. You would describe Churchill as talking the country down. No, he was blowing a whistle.
You've no idea what my views on Churchill are.
You're saying that somebody's talking the country down for pointing out it's in trouble.
Well, Nigel Farage says Britain is broken.
Yes.
Yes. So
walk down the streets, talk to people in this country, up and down the country.
Which you don't know.
No, you said that he talks the country down. He's not talking. Churchill would have been called talking the country down, but he wasn't. He was trying to wake it up.
Gentlemen, we must call a truce. Gawain Taylor, Peter Edwards, thank you very much for joining us in the studio on this Friday afternoon. And don't miss an exclusive interview with Nigel Farage from Mar-a-Lago tonight here on GB News. Now, coming up next, we'll reveal the UK's entrance to the Eurovision Song Contest. It's been slammed for being anti-British because it's in German.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pierce.
And me, Miriam Gates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There, you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/your say, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Patrick Christie's Tonight, weekdays from 9 p.m.
Right. So that's that then. Aliens are real.
Terrible interview of that. It was like he said, yes, aliens are real, and then he just sort of moved on. I was like, well, what's real? What do you mean they're real?
That's the big news.
That's the story there, lad.
It's arguably the story
of the century. I mean, I couldn't give a toss about local elections if aliens are real. This is hugely exciting. Maybe they're in the Epstein files. Who knows?
Yeah, wow.
This is wonderful news. But has no one followed up with Barack?
Well, he did. He went on Instagram to clarify, and he said he was just sticking with the spirit of the interview, that the universe is so vast, he says, that the odds are good that there's life out there.
That's not what he said.
Distances between our solar systems are so great that the chances we've been visited by aliens is low. So it's a U-turn from Barack Obama on aliens.
We'll know what he really
Of course,
said.
complete people who've come from completely different planets must exist. Otherwise, how would we account for your opinions?
I just think that's quite a big deal.
Well, it was a huge deal, but no, it's just backtrack.
Have you ever read the work of a guy called David Jacobs? He believes
Doesn't he play
that the
Del Boy?
aliens... Oh, no, that's David Jason.
Right, sorry.
And it's not David Jacobs, the guy who created Dallas in 1978 when he tried to sell it to CBS. No, that's a different David Jacobs. David Jacobs wrote a book about how there are aliens already in this on this Earth, and they are either, I think they're called there are the blondes, there are the sort of reptilians, there are all these people, and they are here already in human form. People who have been abducted by aliens have genuinely been abducted by aliens.
But so this is
the number of people. I'm not saying I believe him, I'm just reporting to you what he said. And the number of people who've been abducted by aliens, there are so many who have exactly the same story.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
Oh, no, you didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
10 to 6, welcome back. You with me, Martin Daubney, here on GB News. Now, the UK's Eurovision entry this year has been revealed. That's right, that's Ein, zwei, drei. That's the German for 1, 2, 3. And that's from Look Mum, No Computer. But is it really an outrage? It's partly in German. Well, let's now speak with the Eurovision legend from Bucks Fizz, Jay Aston. Jay, welcome to the show. Pleasure to have your company. On the one hand, this is in German. This is sacrilege. On the other hand, it's quite good, isn't it?
It's definitely wacky. I think it's wacky Marmite. You either love it or you hate it. I've had fans say it's the best thing we've done in years, and then others absolutely hate it. So who knows? You never know with Eurovision.
I mean, I'll say one thing for you, Jay. It is almost as mad as the East Europeans. There's a geezer in a boiler suit who looks like he's locked inside the Chernobyl nuclear plant. He's banging out a track in German, but maybe it's a canny way of trying to get people that hate us since Brexit to vote for us in Europe, singing in German.
It's ridiculous. Country had a different, you know. A bit like Boys and Girls from Blur. It's got some interesting production ideas. Few interesting time changes and stuff. Quite clever in some respects, but I really don't know whether this one's going to stick.
Yeah, Jay, I've got to say, nil point to the person who just pressed the button which put that song over you as you were mid-flow. But on a serious point, back in the day, of course, Bucks Fizz were famed for ripping off their skirts. I wonder if these guys might rip off their lederhosen.
I think there's already a bit of a ripping off trick there. I think he takes his jacket off, and it's definitely been done before. But, you know, sometimes you've got to have a gimmick. It's an odd one. People will love it or hate it. You just never know with Eurovision. It's a wacky crowd. And I think we're definitely not playing safe this time. So good luck to him. It's going to be a different competition because so many people have pulled out. But so actually it might work in our favour.
Are you a bit depressed about the politics in Eurovision? All this Israel stuff, Palestine stuff, countries pulling out. I mean, should we just put the politics to one side? It should be about having a fun and a bottle of Bailey, shouldn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. No, it should be completely apolitical, but unfortunately it's steeped in politics. It seems to be getting worse. And let's face it, we're in really tense times at the moment, aren't we? And countries can pull out if they choose to. That's democracy. But, there is an element of democracy inbuilt with the competition, because when we get to the public vote, they can either vote for you or not. It'd be interesting to see what they do with this one. But, obviously I had a career out of the back of Eurovision. I'm always going to support it. And I hope the competition survives. It'd be very sad to lose it.
Okay. Jay Aston, you're a legend. We've got to leave it there. Thank you very much. Up next is Jeeves & Co. Jeeves, what's on your menu, whoever Jeeves is tonight?
Right, Matthew. Hi, I'm Jude. It's Miriam Cates. And yes, do join me. We have got a cracking show. Make Iran great again. That's what President Donald Trump has said. But he said the war can only end with an unconditional surrender. Meanwhile, opposition leader Kemi Badenoch says she will increase benefit spending. She will increase defence spending by cutting benefits to young families. That's all coming up after your weather.
Today, clouds overhead. Total zen within. Box Solar sponsors the weather on GB News.
Afternoon, welcome to your latest weather update from the Met Office here on GB News. Broadly speaking, Scotland and Northern Ireland having the driest, brightest weather this weekend. Fairly cloudy skies for England and Wales. Not much rain, but there will be some. Certainly it's quite damp across parts of southeast England and East Anglia through this evening. That area of rain slowly fizzling out, but more to come through the evening certainly. Tends to ease off after midnight. And then most places will be dry. Clear skies for Scotland and Northern Ireland will allow it to turn quite chilly with a frost over southern and eastern Scotland in particular. But temperatures holding up for most of England and Wales, but some clearer skies in North Wales and the far north of England could allow a little bit of frost here. But it means a brighter day generally for Northern England and North Wales tomorrow compared to today. But another sunny one for much of eastern Scotland. Yes, it starts quite cold, but then we'll see plenty of sunshine. A bit more cloud in the far northwest. Could at times see some light rain and drizzle across the Western Isles. Generally dry and bright for Northern Ireland too. There's that sunshine in North Wales, soon lifting the temperatures up. But further south, could be quite a drab start, misty, murky, a lot of low cloud and some outbreaks of rain. Bit of uncertainty about the extent of this rain, but parts of southwest England, South Wales and the Midlands could be a little bit damp for a good part of Saturday actually, but it shouldn't be too heavy, the rain, but it may be quite stubborn and slow to clear. So a bit dank and drizzly in this zone. Might brighten up in the southeast, lifting the temperatures to 13. Further north, temperatures a little higher than today, feeling quite pleasant in the sunny spells in Edinburgh, Belfast, 10 or 11 Celsius here, maybe even a touch higher. Overnight, again, we'll see that frost forming in eastern Scotland with the clear skies. A bit more rain coming into western Scotland, the west of Northern Ireland on Sunday. And again, some showery rain over North Wales, Northern England that could push into southern Scotland later. Again, perhaps some brighter skies in the southeast where temperatures could easily get into the mid-teens. Elsewhere, 10 to 13, generally speaking, but feeling cooler with the rain on the west coast of Scotland.
Today, clouds overhead. Total zen within. Box Solar sponsors the weather on GB News.
Thank you, Britain, for the thousands of you who are becoming friends of GB News each and every week.
Good evening. This is the latest AI travel news from gbnews.com. The A702 is closed both ways between Hilland and Bush Estate after a road traffic incident. On the M4 westbound, expect delays between junction 23A at Mega and junction 26 at Malpas. In Oxfordshire, the A34 northbound is slow between the A423 near Kennington and the A44. In Kent, the M25 anti-clockwise is congested between junction 3 and junction 2. And on the trains, London Overground services are disrupted between Canada Water and New Cross, New Cross Gate and Denmark Hill. For more travel news, go to gbnews.com.
camper van and cash could be yours in our very latest Great British Giveaway. You could be driving away in this brand new Benavan 122. This 2026 model, worth over £67,000, comes with all of the mod cons you'd expect. And that's not all, as you'll also get an incredible £25,000 in tax-free cash to boost your bank account this year. For a chance to win a camper van and cash, text prize to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message, or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entry starts at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge, or post your name and number to GB20 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 1st of May. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pierce.
And me, Miriam Cates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
5 hosts, 5 opinions,
5 fearless debates,
5 unfiltered takes on the day's news.
5 reasons not to be anywhere else on Saturday night.
This is the Saturday 5. You got me. You got me good there. Britain's biggest Saturday night TV show. It's not a bad brand. Racing tonight on the unpredictable. What did she say? Can you translate it for us?
And always entertaining.
And how can a country go from being led by William Wallace Saturday nights from 6 p.m. only on GB News, the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
You're going to want to stay tuned, trust me.
Hi guys, welcome. Subscribe.
Good evening at 6 o'clock. I'm Miriam Cates and you're watching GB News. Coming up in the next hour on Jubes and Co. Donald Trump says he wants to make Iran great again, but that there can be no deal without the regime having a full and unconditional Mahmood has promised to reform Britain's asylum and immigration system. But can she get past the Labour backbenchers? Leaked WhatsApp messages reveal MPs' opposition to her proposals, with some saying that they are not fair, credible or sustainable. So how exactly do Labour politicians plan to stop the votes? And could the Home Secretary's plan to welcome more student refugees backfire? Well, the Tory party leader, Kemi Badenoch, has slammed the Prime Minister's war in Iran, calling him weak and accusing his government of dithering and delay. But in pledging to restore the two-child benefit cap to fund more defence spending, are the Conservatives just chasing headlines? And sprechen Sie Deutsch? Well, you're going to need to speak German to understand Britain's Eurovision entry this year. The chosen song, Eins, Zwei, Drei, by electronic artist Sam Battle, features a large portion of the chorus in German. With the competition to be hosted in Vienna, is this the way to charm an Austrian audience? Or will it leave us with no point? Joining me for some lively debate tonight, I've got my panel, the journalist and former political advisor Joe Phillips and former Conservative advisor James Price. But first, your latest news headlines.
Thank you, Miriam. The top stories: President Donald Trump says there will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender. It comes as Israel launched fresh strikes on Tehran and Beirut, while Iran says it fired missiles at Tel Aviv. The IDF says over 400 targets were struck in several areas in Iran, including ballistic missile launches and Iranian UAV storage facilities. Last night, the US Defense Secretary warned that US attacks on Iran were about to surge dramatically. Meanwhile, the IDF says 50 Israeli jets have hit Supreme Leader al-Khamenei's underground bunker in the heart of Tehran. Back in the UK, Sir Keir Starmer has offered to deploy 4 extra jets to provide defensive air cover for Bahrain. It's as the Prime Minister already announced the deployment of the 4 Typhoon fighter jets to Qatar. Despite this, the Prime Minister has insisted the United Kingdom will not be joining offensive strikes on Iran. Meanwhile, a second government charter flight to bring UK nationals back from the Middle East will depart Oman this evening. 4 people have been arrested as part of a counter-terrorism investigation relating to Iran, the Metropolitan Police says. Police arrested 1 Iranian and 3 dual British-Iranian nationals on suspicion of assisting a foreign intelligence service. The investigation relates to the suspected surveillance of locations and individuals linked to Jewish communities in London, the Met says. In a statement, Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood sought to reassure the public that the UK's police and security services are world-leading and would not hesitate to take action to counter any threat to the UK. Meanwhile, Britain is to get a new anti-Muslim hostility SAR under plans to be outlined by the government on Monday, which will also include a new definition of Islamophobia. The Spectator has leaked a draft copy of Protecting What Matters, a document outlining Labour's new cohesion strategy, which is set to be unveiled in a cross-government push next week. 3 women have been interviewed under caution by the Metropolitan Police over suspicions of enabling former Harrods boss Mohammed Al Fayed's abuse. Officers interviewed those 3 women, aged in their 40s, 50s and 60s, on suspicion of the following offences: aiding and abetting rape and sexual assault, assisting the commission of sexual offences, and human trafficking for sexual exploitation. No arrests have been made and the investigation remains ongoing. Commander Angela Cragg said while Al Fayed is no longer alive to face prosecution, we have always been determined to bring anyone who's suspected to have played a part in his offending to justice. In other news, Lord Mandelson has had his bail conditions dropped following his arrest on suspicion of misconduct in public office, but remains under investigation. Lawyers for the former UK ambassador to the US said his passport had been returned by the Met Police, adding he did not constitute a flight risk. Lord Mandelson was arrested on the 23rd of February over allegations that while serving as a minister, he passed on market-sensitive government information to the late convicted paedophile Jeffrey Epstein. It came after a tip-off from House of Commons Speaker Sir Lindsay Hoyle that the former cabinet minister may have been planning to travel to the British Virgin Islands. Elsewhere, the Conservatives have pledged to bring back the 2-child benefit cap and use the money to instead boost defence spending. The policy, first introduced by the Tories in 2017, restricts child tax credit and universal credit to the first 2 children in most households. The party says restoring the cap will save more than £3.2 billion a year, half of which it would use on helping to reduce Britain's deficit, and the remainder on increasing the defence budget.
Right now, there is an escalating war. We are in it, whether we like it or not. The idea that we should not be taking defence seriously, for me, is the completely wrong one. You make a point about looking at other bits of welfare. This is where we're starting from. You've got to start somewhere. At the moment, no one else is even talking about taking tough decisions, but we are.
And European media firm Axel Springer has agreed to purchase the Telegraph Media Group in a deal costing £575 million. The deal trumps the £500 million takeover proposed late last year by the Daily Mail and General Trust. The government had ordered an investigation into that deal on public interest and competition grounds. Axel Springer's chief executive Matthias Döpfner said he wanted to preserve the distinctive character and legacy of the Telegraph. Those are the latest GB News headlines. For now, more news from me in an hour.
Take the GB News family with you on any device. As long as you have an internet connection, tune into GB News anywhere on the planet or beyond.
Thank you, Tatiana, and welcome back to Jubes & Co. with me, Miriam Cates. Joining me until 7 o'clock, I've got my panel, the journalist and former political advisor, Joe Phillips, and former Conservative advisor, James Price. And of course, do, as always, get your views in. Go to gbnews.com/yoursake. We'll be reading them out throughout the programme. Now, on to our first story. Could diplomacy end the war with Iran? Well, just a few hours ago, US President Donald Trump wrote on his social media platform, Truth Social, there will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender. Now, this is in sharp contrast to Sir Keir Starmer, who's pushing for talks. Prime Minister is urging Washington and Tehran back to the negotiating table to calm the conflict in the Middle East.
The best way forward for the regime and the world is a negotiated settlement with Iran, where they give up their nuclear ambitions.
እዚ ዜና ሕጂ ብናይ ትራምፕ ዓዲ እንድዩ
Meanwhile, the president
ብናይ
of
ኤሮፓ
Iran said in a statement that some countries
ኣቆጣፅራ
have begun mediation
እንዳመሰየ ከይድ
efforts,
ከሎ
adding the region is committed to
ብናይ
lasting
ዩኤስ
peace,
ከዓኒ
but have no hesitation in defending our nation's dignity and
እንዳወግሐ እዩ
sovereignty.
ዝኸይድ
So
ሕጂ
is
እቲ
diplomacy the key to ending the war? Well, joining me now
ናይ
from
ቢቢሲ
Washington is our
ዜና
very own
ናይ
Ben
ንጉሆ
Leo,
እዩ
GB News presenter and chief
ናይ
US correspondent.
ዩኤስ
Ben,
ናይ
good
ትራምፕ
evening,
ዓዲ
good
ከዓኒ
morning. Thank you so
ናይ
much
ምሸት እዩ
for joining us.
ሕጂ ናይ ምሸትን ናይ ንጉሆን
We
ዜና
understand that this
በብ
war is not very
ዝተፈላለየ
popular in
በባቄቱ
the US, and in fact,
የቅርብ
Trump
እዮም
was elected on a mandate to end this kind of
ሕጂ
intervention.
ኣነ ከዓ
But nevertheless, I'm
ናባክን
imagining
የብሎ
there's a
ኣለኹ
lot
ንስኹም
of
ከይድኻ
interest
ንሪኦ
in the
ኣለና
progress
ማለት
of the
እዩ ዘሎ
conflict.
ኩነታት
Yeah, you say the war isn't very popular, and that
ሕጂ
was true, Miriam, at the start of the
ደኺብና ምንም
war
ኣቶ
on
ኢልና
Saturday
ገርመኩም
last week, of course, when it all kicked off. However, there's been a couple of big
ዝኾነ
polls
ግን
since then which suggest now the American public are maybe 50-50. One poll was 50-50, the other was 49-48. So it seems to me that the PR war, the second war the administration is waging here in America, on top of the one in the Middle East, they seem to be turning a corner on that front. In terms of Keir Starmer, and of course,
ትግርና ዘይሰምዖ ከዓ ድሓን
well, intervention in the war,
ትግርና
lack of up until this point.
ሰምዕት ኣለኹም ከዓ
It's
ትራንስሌት
been a bit of
ግበርሎ
a tricky one for the UK government because, of course, Keir Starmer, for one reason or another, doesn't
Thank you
want
so
to
much.
do anything
I
unless
don't know.
it's approved with international law, as we've seen with so many other things before, with the small boats crisis and whatnot. But that, of course, has prompted and provoked President Trump into yet again using the Chagos Islands as a leveraging tool. We saw it a couple of months ago with the Greenland fiasco, when Keir Starmer was saying, well, the future of the Greenlanders should be down to the Greenlanders only. Keir Starmer, President Trump, the next day, of course, fired off that Truth Social post, saying that the Chagos deal was stupid. Again, we've seen it used as leverage from the president now with Iran. Keir Starmer this week on the receiving end of a barrage of insults from President Trump, not least at the start of the week saying that he was certainly no Churchill. The Telegraph then ran a story yesterday saying President Trump had been in recent weeks calling Keir Starmer a loser. And again today, when Keir Starmer was suggesting yesterday that President Trump should negotiate some sort of deal with the Islamist despot regime, President Trump went on Truth Social this morning, and although not naming Keir Starmer directly, he said absolutely no deal. We continue with the one sole aim of unconditional surrender. So Keir Starmer doing himself and the Labour government no favours when it comes to keeping in President Trump's good books. But for now, it seems to be going down, I'd argue, pretty well with Starmer supporters back home in the UK.
Has the administration given any indication of what comes next? It's very impressive to see this military operation, of course, destroying much of Iran's military infrastructure. But if Trump gets to choose the next Iranian leader, as he said he will, what happens now? Is it a puppet government? Is it a Venezuela Mark II?
Well, I think we'd all... So the term puppet government was mentioned yesterday, and my argument last night on the Late Show Live was, well, an American puppet government, for now, would be better than a murderous Islamic regime like the one we're seeing crumbling beneath its feet now. So I don't think the term puppet government is necessarily a bad thing for now. There's also the exiled Crown Prince, Reza Pahlavi, who has been doing the rounds here in DC in recent weeks saying, look, if and when this Islamist regime falls and there is an opportunity for somebody else to come in, I can be the transition. I'm not saying that I'll take power permanently, but I can be the transition. I've got a team ready to go. I've got experts. I've got all sorts ready to make sure that can happen. President Trump saying he's not really a big fan of Reza Pahlavi. That is despite thousands of Iranians taking to the streets calling his name. But in terms of President Trump taking his pick for who would take over, I mean, it's not that surprising to me that when you've got a country and a nation risking its military's lives, spending hundreds of millions of dollars waging this war, the latest figure, by the way, was something like $2 billion a day it's costing American taxpayers. That's according to Republican lawmakers on Capitol Hill. So when you're having that kind of expenditure, both in terms of lives lost, the risk to life, and cost to taxpayers, why wouldn't you expect the leader of the United States of America, in this case President Trump, to have some sort of say in what's going on? And by the way, just one more thing to add tonight. Nigel Farage is at Mar-a-Lago having dinner with members of the Trump administration, not necessarily President Trump himself, but definitely members of the administration tonight. It's the so-called Winter White House, of course, in Palm Beach, Florida, lobbying the administration on the Chagos issue. And for me, when you take into context everything that's happened this week with President Trump, Keir Starmer, calling him a loser, saying he's no Churchill, for Farage to get that invite tonight to go to Palm Beach, sit down with the administration and discuss UK policy, for me, is a massive middle finger, yet again, to Keir Starmer.
Ben Leo, thank you so much for joining us tonight, and UK viewers can catch you again at midnight, I think, on Late Night Live. Thank you very much, Ben. Let's return to our panel to discuss this now. Very different approach, obviously, taken by Donald Trump to Sir Keir Starmer. You can see you're waiting to jump in.
An astonishingly different approach to journalism from the leading US correspondent, Ben Leo, who I like very much and I've worked with. Where is the balance in that? So Nigel Farage, who's the MP for Clacton, and on whose programme I appear regularly, is off at an event in Mar-a-Lago. Most people in this country, maybe not GB News viewers, but most people in this country think that Donald Trump is a deranged bully. I would like to see a little bit of patriotism in backing and supporting the British Prime Minister, who has been quite wise and quite sensible in not jumping to Trump's tune of going into a war with no clear aim other than what Benjamin Netanyahu wants. I mean, today, Miriam, we have seen reports in the Telegraph that
challenge in that region, and frankly in lots around the world, has been this regime, and in the form of the Iranian regime and the Ayatollah, who has been the biggest sponsor of terrorism around the world, has killed lots of British people because they were the ones that's funding and sponsoring a lot of that response in Iraq, killed lots of Americans as well, killed a hell of a lot of their own people. And I think that we need to be very careful of just being able to be very blasé and saying, well, obviously they're not very nice, but international law. I think that you don't get to necessarily just say that and get away with it, because what you're saying is that the niceties of international law are more important than the lives of all these people. And it's not and just to answer your question, Joe, you said earlier about Taiwan, it is not international law that it is stopping Xi Jinping from trying to invade Taiwan. It's Lockheed Martin, it's the 101st Airborne, it's whichever carrier group happens to be there at the time. And Putin did try to do this to Volodymyr Zelensky, and he failed to do it, but he wasn't worried about international law. He has broken international law multiple times, and the West did absolutely nothing, whether it was in Georgia, whether it was in Crimea, whether it was in Syria, or now. International law is a very useful thing when it comes to negotiating trade disputes and shipping problems and things like that. But when we come down to the brass tacks of this stuff, Britain has no hard power to be able to have any say in any of this, which is why we're just bystanders.
Well, then we shouldn't be criticised for not being there. I mean, international law, this casual disregard for international law I find very distressing, because it's about a moral compass. When you have got Donald Trump in the White House, who flips and flops and does exhibit behaviour of, you know, severe derangement, I think, now, and even his own supporters are beginning to say he's looking a bit weird. One minute he's in favour of the Chagos Islands, and, you know, all the experts and legal experts in America looked through it. They had plenty of time if they wanted to. When David Lammy was Foreign Secretary, who said if he doesn't like it, or if US doesn't like it, we won't go ahead with it, they said this is great. Then he changes his mind. He changes his mind from one day to the next. And the point is that you cannot, however vile somebody is, you cannot just go in there and then say, all right, we're going in to take out this one person. That's bad enough. But you can't then say, and I'm going to choose who the next leader is. I mean, as you rightly say, James, there are 93 million people living in that country of many, many different tribes, religious and ethnic groups. The idea that there's going to be a homogenous agreement of who Donald Trump decides. And Keir Starmer's right, it's got to be through mediation. The other thing I would say, if you want to...
But sorry to stop you, Joe, but the West has tried to negotiate with Iran for 22 years.
Yes.
To try to stop their nuclear program. That has failed. And you might disagree with Trump's method and his aims for regime change, but nevertheless, probably military action was going to be inevitable once that negotiation failed.
But then you need to be absolutely clear, and you need to say, right, this is what our aim is. I mean, all the time you've got Pete Hegseth, and you've got this footage being shown on television in America. People are watching a video game, and if you've got the Secretary of Defense, or Secretary of War, as he now calls himself, talking about your toast and people clutching pearls and all the rest, you're putting it not in the context of 1,200 people that we already know who are dead. You're not putting it in the context of a girls' school bombed by the Americans, probably by mistake. But it's pretty clear that that was...
But I don't think that's been fully investigated
no,
yet,
it
although
hasn't been fully investigated.
It's a very big claim. The Americans said they were nowhere near it.
Final word from James.
Look, I think that you're right in the sense that it would be useful to hope that the American administration had an end goal in mind in this.
Which they don't.
Well, I think what's clear from everything that Trump has done all the way through both of his terms so far is that he doesn't just go and say, this is what I'm going to try and do, because the guy is nothing if not a good negotiator, and keeping people destabilized and not knowing is a very, very useful tactic to have. And the last thing I would say is it's very important that we put this in the broadest possible context of grand strategy of what happens between the contest in the world between the United States and China, who have been supplying the Iranians with all kinds of goodies to try and defend themselves and make trouble in this part of the world, as they did in Venezuela and Cuba, and are trying to do in Britain as well, as we've seen this week.
Buying a lot of cheap oil, which they no longer have access to. Well, thank you to my panel. Coming up, the Home Secretary has promised to reform Britain's asylum and immigration system, but can she get it past Labour backbenchers? Stick with us on GB News.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world. Am I allowed to talk? No, that's it. This is where it matters. Real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, Trump made a good start. No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up?
About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Decisions made in Washington aren't just shaping America, they're shaping Britain too. From migration to global security, from crime to health. Whatever happens in the White House today
will be felt in your town or city tomorrow.
That's why The Late Show is live from Washington, D.C.
Cutting through the politics to show you what it all means for Britain.
The Late Show live every night at midnight.
Only on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Do you trust what you're being told? Good, because Neither do I.
Those are just facts.
I'm Alex Armstrong, and on my show, we'll expose the spin.
Well, I want to answer that because you didn't let me last time, because you always speak over me.
The broken promises.
To deny that is denying the truth.
And the hypocrisy.
Stop.
You think we can allow
Politics, policy, Parliament. Nothing is off limits. No sugarcoating, no fear of offence, just the truth laid bare. Tune in every Saturday and Sunday at 9 p.m. for Alex Armstrong Tonight, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News, the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
Welcome back to Jubes & Co with me, Miriam Cates, keeping me company until 7 o'clock. I've got Joe Phillips and James Price, and let's have a look what you've been saying on gbnews.com/your say. Paul says, I wish the UK would join in the attack on Iran. We're utterly feeble as a country. Our decline is shocking. Well, we're going to be talking about military decline in a few minutes. Brian says, President Trump believes in Great Britain, not just in Starmer's Britain. And Craig says the Ayatollah was on a par with Hitler. How anyone can justify doing nothing about him is beyond me. Keep getting your views in. gbnews.com, your say. Well, let's move on to our second topic now. And at least 100 Labour MPs have condemned the Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood's migration crackdown. She, of course, has unveiled her asylum plans, including the launch of a new pilot scheme offering failed asylum seeker families up to £40,000 to leave the UK quickly. Now, the Home Office is insisting the policy could save taxpayers thousands of pounds by reducing long-term costs for accommodation and support. But with opposition mounting from within her own party, will the Home Secretary be able to push through the plan? Well, James, I think from the Labour Party's point of view, the most controversial part of these plans has to be extend the indefinite leave to remain requirement from 5 years to 10 years and make it more difficult to gain British citizenship. But it does seem that a lot of Labour MPs are fairly clueless as to how important this issue is to the British public.
You shock me on this, Miriam. I found it so interesting that when some of the WhatsApp messages on the Labour MP group chat got leaked, there were some who were trying to say, you know, this is the most important issue to people in the country. It's overtaken the cost of living. It's overtaken everything else. And then you get a bunch of these Labour MPs who, even in the relative privacy of their WhatsApp group chat, can't help but say, I think this is mean and awful and we should be lovely and kind. It's easy to be lovely and kind when it's other people's money that, as we are showing every day, this country no longer has. And I think the really important thing here is to put into context just the enormous scale of cost that we have in the welfare state in general, but when it comes to asylum seekers and these sorts of people, how much these people end up costing. You might have had that £40,000 there. Might sound like a lot. That is a drop in the ocean, actually, to get these people to leave the country than a lifetime of having them bring their family in, loads of dependents, put them through school, put them through the NHS. And the fact that we need to confront this, and the last thing I'll say on this, I think it's really important that at the moment we tend to treat people coming from every country in the world as exactly the same, whereas actually Americans and Japanese people and Australians and Canadians, take a few examples, will be net contributors when they come to this country, and people from other countries will be, for cultural reasons and educational factors or whatever else, will be net drains. And at a time when we are billions and trillions of pounds in debt and the economy is not getting any better, thanks Rachel Reeves, we have to take these sorts of things in, because you cannot continue to try and be kind with money that you don't have to the immiseration of the British people.
Joe, I watched Shabana's speech yesterday, and the initial section was all about trying to sell this to the Labour Party, saying it is in Labour's interest, it is part of Labour's history to be fair to working people. And she said, if we don't sort this out, people with worse motives than us, she was referring, of course, to the Reform Party, in her view, will sort this out. But the penny has not dropped, has it?
No, and we saw it with welfare. You know, when they tried to get through welfare reform a few months ago, I mean, you know, the MPs who have been elected, and they've got a walloping majority, but they've got paper-thin majorities. So we've seen what happened in the Gorton and Denton by-election. They've got Reform on the right, they've got the Greens on the left. They don't seem to get the fact that sometimes you have to make tough decisions. And instead of going, no, we can't do that, you know, if 1 in 4 of your constituents is worried about losing their PIP benefit, then it probably means that 3 in 4 are worried about how they're going to keep working to pay for that benefit. And the same is true of this. You know, we've seen some, you know, this has become a weaponized issue, I think. And I think that's a very bad thing. And I think, you know, it doesn't help that you've got MPs who are clearly not listening and not, you know, you don't have to watch GB News. You just actually...
But you should.
Well, that's your opinion. But, you know, you don't have to be a GB News avid viewer. You know, you don't have to be living under a stone to not realise that it is something that concerns people. And it's not just the cost, it's the other things. But I mean, there are many segments to this, and I think Shabana Mahmood, if anybody can do it, she will. She's tough. She's been to Denmark. She's seen what you know, a very sort of centrist government there is doing, and has been very effective. Not without criticism, but you know, start moving in the direction.
You could be very welcoming of some of the things that Shabana Mahmood says from on the right now, whether or not she'll get it through, but it really doesn't do anything to deter the boats from coming in the first place. And, you know, I wish her luck with some of these reforms if she can get them through Parliament. But really, unless we actually detain people who arrive here and deport them pretty quickly, there are all sorts of reasons still to come, even with these tougher rules.
Yeah, absolutely right. And she, again, seems to be, Shabana Mahmood, one of the only people that vaguely understands this. And I think that the really important thing, again, to try and get across to people is that most people who are watching this, and everyone who isn't as well, massively underassumes the level of both illegal and legal migration. If you do this in any kind of polling, any kind of focus group, people assume that the numbers are way lower than they actually are, and people are already furious about this. So I did the maths on this, and well over twice as many people who are currently in the regular British Army have already come over in small boats, right? Just think about that. Twice as many people who are in the British Army have come over since 2018 illegally in small boats. 90-odd% of them are kind of adult men from very, very different cultures. That is to take then not just that, but then the legal levels of migration, because we were supposed to have sorted this out, but then Boris took his eye off the ball, God love him, and the Boris wave, as it's known, comes along, and we have replaced reasonably well-educated and culturally compatible Europeans with people, again, from cultures that are very different to ours, who come along and then do very either menial work or no work at all and end up getting onto that welfare system. And as a result, by the way, Britain is one of the least automated, developed economies in the world. So the Japanese, the Israelis, Americans increasingly have got kind of, it sounds silly, cool robot technology that can replace the kind of backbreaking work that we've got low or no education people coming in.
To do adult social care.
In Japan they do. In Japan they do.
But that's a really interesting
you know,
example, though, Joe, because what investigations have discovered is that the adult social care visa has been abused phenomenally.
Of course it has.
And actually, the vast majority of people who've come over here on that visa have not ended up in adult social care.
No, they haven't, and that's because it's an absolute scam, and that, as James says, is thanks to Boris Johnson, who failed to sort anything out. So before, when we were part of Europe, you'd have people coming over from Poland or Holland or wherever. They'd come over, they weren't that far from their families, so they could work for a week and then go home. You get somebody coming from the Philippines or from Africa or something, of course they're going to want to bring their families with them, but they're paying agents for jobs that don't exist. I think we've covered this before, actually, and it's an absolute racket that you have a sponsor and you pay money to say, yes, here's the job that allows you to come in, but there's no checks. So all of this whole crisis around immigration, both legal and illegal, has come about because of the failures in structures, whether that's the asylum backlog or whether it's a failure to check. You know, there's no point in saying, oh, we're going to bring in extra laws and extra enforcement. Use what you've already got and enforce it and check on it. And the other thing I would say, we've just been talking about the war in the Middle East. That's going to mean a whole load of other people. So we can't sit here and
it doesn't need to, because we're with the benefit of the English Channel. And so if we were to get away from some of the international law responsibilities that we're told that we have, we would be protected from this. I agree with your analysis that there are structural problems and all this. I think, again, there's something that needs to be said, which is there is a cultural dimension to this as well, that when you have people coming from very different cultures, obviously it's difficult for them to integrate. We've got more than 1 million people in the country now who don't speak any English, which is completely bonkers. Why the Green Party, by the way, was campaigning in Urdu and Bangla and all these other languages as well. But for some of these cultures, it's not just they speak different languages and eat different food. Whole different ways of thinking about society come with them, to the point they think, well, it would be wrong of me, it'd be immoral not to bring all my cousins over, not to pretend these people were my kids or my siblings or whatever, to get them in here and get them on the welfare state, because then they think that's moral. And we obviously think that's evil and ruining the system, and we understand the economics of it better, but that's what happens when you open the door to people from very different parts of the world and don't try and integrate them.
But that's where you end up going down not you, but there are people who will use that argument, the people who talk about men of fighting age, not men of working age. They talk about cultural differences. I worked and lived in the Middle East for an awfully long time, and my mother, God rest her soul, said to me, but they're not like us, are they? And I was so furious. And I said,
but Joe, I work in the Middle East as well, and they aren't like us in lots of ways.
Yeah,
I've got a driver out there who's married to his cousin. He's a lovely guy, but obviously, until very recently, that would be very weird to do in this country.
I felt safer anywhere than when I was in Syria.
But that is a different question.
But that would be, by the way, that would be under Assad's father, and so you're under a dictatorship there, of course, keeping peace at the point of a gun.
It wasn't actually under his father.
But isn't this? Haven't we actually landed on the dividing line here between left and right, or liberalism and conservatism, which is basically liberals think that people are exchangeable, that culture is something you can be educated into. Whereas I would say completely opposite. This, hundreds of years of history based on a Christian system in this country is entirely different to hundreds of years of history based on a different culture.
I think that there is some element of truth in that, and I don't for 1 minute think that all people are interchangeable, nor do I think it's a good idea to have ghettos of any groups of people, whether they're Muslims, Jews, who are allowed to have systems around their areas so that they can honour the Sabbath and things like that. So I don't agree with any of those sort of things. And of course we need to integrate. And of course we are an island. So by default, every single person that's ever come here will have come from somewhere else. But I do think we need to stop framing the debate about migrants in this, they are different. In other words, they are lesser than us.
Well, hang on a minute. Again,
isn't it a good thing to think your culture's better than anyone else?
Yeah. Again, I would challenge that, Joe. I do. I think.
As long as you're not imperialistic about it.
Yeah.
Hang on a minute. So you've spent time in Iraq. It's the, it is the centre of knowledge.
Yes, but would you want to import Iraqi culture here? That's a different question.
Right. I think there was an element in the year 1000 that Baghdad was this wonderful, marvellous city.
Yes.
I think that had already decayed an awful lot by, let's say, the time of Napoleon. There's a great story of Napoleon landing in Egypt, bringing all these clever Frenchmen along, and all the great imams and muftis in Egypt go, oh my God, the Europeans have beaten us. So I think that stuff, these things come and go. But I think that the rule of law, which is a concept that basically comes from a mixture of Anglo-Saxon history plus very clever cookies looking back at Roman law and all these sorts of things, is a vastly superior system in the common law to even the European systems, even Napoleon's system. I think we should be proud that our culture is superior.
I will come to you first next, Joe, I promise. But talking of Napoleon, we'll be coming on to Nelson next, I think. Coming up, Tory party leader Kemi Badenoch pledges to restore the 2-child benefit cap to fund more defence spending. But are the Conservatives just chasing headlines? Stick with us.
Ready to soak up that holiday sunshine?
Won't we need some cover?
No worries. All sorted.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Portugal's looking sunnier on Saturday, but for the heavy rain to come across Mallorca and the eastern side of Spain. The odd shower possible for the Canaries, but generally sunny spells here and for Madeira. Fine day in Portugal after the heavy downpours of Friday. Still some heavy showers to come, though, on the east coast of Spain and for the Balearics, Sardinia and Sicily too. Mostly fine in Greece with some sunny spells. It'll stay fine in Santorini. The showers easing in Barcelona, by Monday.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Evening. Welcome to your latest weather update from the Met Office here on GB News. The weekend looms large. Not much rain around, and Scotland and Northern Ireland having the brighter skies, whereas much of England and Wales fairly grey. High pressure is trying to nose in, and that will provide some clear skies tonight across Scotland in particular. This old weather front draped across the southeast and East Anglia, bringing some outbreaks of showery rain. A damp, dank kind of night here, although the rain should be fizzling out through the early hours. Clearer skies in eastern Scotland and in southern Scotland. That's where we'll see a frost. Temperatures dropping well below freezing in some rural spots. A bit more of a breeze in western Scotland, keeping the temperatures up here. Bright start for Northern Ireland, plenty of sunshine for Scotland, which will soon get rid of any frost. Further south, it's a pretty gloomy start, fairly glob, mist, low cloud, dull and dank from Lincolnshire down to Kent. Some outbreaks of light rain and drizzle likely across southeast England, perhaps also the southwest and South Wales. North Wales seeing some sunshine, Northern Ireland seeing sunny spells. And as I mentioned, eastern Scotland having a fine day by and large. Actually, yes, it starts a bit cold, but quite quickly those temperatures will be rising. Now, there's a bit of uncertainty about where we see this rain and drizzle across the south. There's certainly in for some, I suspect, for South Wales, southwest England, perhaps also across the Midlands. Brighter skies compared to today for North Wales and the far north of England. We should see some sunshine here. Northwest Scotland seeing thicker cloud, a little bit of drizzly rain at times over the Western Isles. Temperatures 9, 10, 11 degrees in the sunshine. Feeling quite pleasant. We might squeak up to 13 across the southeast. Sunday, again, predominantly cloudy for England and Wales. Cloudier day for North Wales and Northern England, certainly. And there will be some outbreaks of showery rain here. Bit of wet weather in Western Scotland, the west of Northern Ireland too. Again, Eastern Scotland doing okay for sunshine, and it might brighten up across the southeast Sunday afternoon. If you see any sunshine here, temperatures up to 15.
Thank you, Britain, for all of you who listen to GB News Radio.
Whether you're at home or on the go, you're making us Britain's news channel and Britain's radio station.
Good evening. This is the latest AI travel news from gbnews.com. The A702 is closed both ways between Hilland and Bush Estate after a road traffic incident. On the M4 westbound, expect disruption between junction 23A at Mega and junction 26 at Malpas. In Sheffield, Northamptonshire's M1 southbound between junction 35 and junction 34 has one lane closed after a collision, with improvement expected after 7 this evening. In Birmingham, the M6 southbound between junction 7 and junction 6 has a lane shut following a multi-vehicle crash, likely easing after 7:30 this evening. For more travel news, go to gbnews.com.
GB Loyalty Points is here. They're our way of saying thank you for spending time with GB News. Through commenting on your say, voting in You Decide polls and shaping the debate, you can earn GB Loyalty Points. Unlock rewards, reach milestones and climb leaderboards. Don't just watch our programmes, come and be part of them. Get started by scanning the QR code or go to gbnews.com/loyalty points.
Welcome back to Jeeves & Co. with me, Miriam Cates, keeping me company until 7 o'clock. I've got the journalist and former political advisor Joe Phillips and former Conservative advisor James Price. And let's have a look at what you've been saying on gbnews.com/your say. Gina says, why do the lefties always say that British people dislike Trump? She might be talking about you, Joe. They really don't get us, do they? Trump over Starmer any day. But it is true, if you look at the polling, British people in general really do not like Trump. That's the case across all of Europe, but obviously not if you're watching GB News. Well, moving on now, Admiral Lord Nelson must be turning in his grave because Britain's once great Royal Navy no longer rules the waves. In fact, it's fairly on the waves, with our diminished number of warships more likely to be undergoing repairs in dock than defending our interests on the high seas. Despite the long build-up to this conflict in the Middle East, the UK had not a single ship in the region when war broke out. And the embarrassing debacle has made clear that we simply must spend more money on defence. Well, the Conservative leader, Kemi Badenoch, has done just that. She's committed a future Tory government to increase the defence budget, saying she will reinstate the two-child benefit cap and use half of the money, £1.6 billion, to beef up Britain's military.
Right now, there is an escalating war. We are in it, whether we like it or not. The idea that we should not be taking defence seriously, for me, is the completely wrong one.
But is this enough money? And why pick on the only part of the welfare budget that actually supports families? Joe, this is the question I have for you. I think it's fairly understood across left and right that we must spend more money on defence. I would argue that probably cutting welfare is a good thing, but this is a tiny amount of money compared to welfare that is wasted in other parts.
I don't know if Kemi Badenoch is completely dim or has forgotten that actually the Conservatives were in power for 14 years until Labour came in. And I don't know, I've never even done a Meccano version, but I would imagine that over 14 years you might or might not have built some warships or done something on defence. The truth of the matter is that defence spending on this country has been hollowed out for decades, and that's under Tories, it's under the Tory Lib Dem coalition.
And the Labour government before
And the Labour government before it. And it's a bit like house insurance. Nobody wants to pay it. It's expensive. You don't see any benefit from it. So you just think, oh, fine, it'll be, let's hope nothing happens. But it's quite clear, and Trump was not the first American president to say that we needed in NATO to be spending more on our defence. Kennedy said it back in the 60s. So, you know, it didn't come out of Trump's mouth as Truth Social in capital letters and green ink. But it's absolutely clear we must spend more on defence. Why attack families? Why not do something about the triple lock and use that to help young people who we need? And why not look at the other things about resilience? I mean, it's unfortunate because it is embarrassing and it is chaotic, and it doesn't help play into what I do think Keir Starmer has done well, which is to stand back from Trump's offensive action. But I think the fact that there wasn't a warship in the Mediterranean is awkward.
James, Joe's right. I mean, lots of people do like the two-child limit, and in fact, lots of Conservative voters like the two-child limit. Isn't Kemi Badenoch just being the populist that she's accusing Farage of being by honing in on something that she knows her voters will like to get a headline?
No, I think whilst I may not be the biggest fan necessarily of everything that Kemi's ever said, I think she's bang on this to the extent that it is popular to keep that cap. People at home around the country, they know that it is not right that you should work every hour God gives you in order to pay for people to have many, many more children than they themselves can look after.
Let me jump
because
in
the state,
there,
by the way, is already paying for
You're right, but well over half of people who benefit from those child benefits are in work, they're on low wage. And even if what you're saying is right, what I'm trying to get in is the amounts of money here. Talked about pensions. By 2028, there will be 3 million people of pension age who pay higher rate tax because they're such high earners. They will all be in receipt of the state pension, £12,500 a year. That's £35 billion a year of benefits going to some of the wealthy people in this country. Why not tackle that if you want to increase welfare spending, defence spending?
I would do that as well. Absolutely right.
But it doesn't get the headlines.
It doesn't get the headlines. Well, and again, you know, older people tend to vote more likely than others, and that's the Conservatives' main vote.
So be brave.
I agree with you.
Be brave. Come out and say something.
I completely agree.
The answer is, pensioners, we're taking the money from you so that your grandchildren don't have to fight.
Yep. I completely.
You know, it's a simple argument.
And it will be unpopular in some corners, but I think the triple lock came around from David Cameron 11 years ago, just coming up with it on the hoof.
I think
it is part of an election campaign. But I think that generational unfairness does go back as well. I completely agree.
Don't have to scrap it. We could just stop giving it to the richest
rich
people in the country.
Everything should be means tested. Like
Agreed. Well, coming up, we are going to need to speak German to understand Britain's Eurovision entry this year. That's coming up next. Don't go away.
I'm Michelle Dewberry. This is Jubes & Co with you.
Hello everyone, Patrick Christie's here. GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Access the stories that matter to you. Take the GB News family with you on any device. And as long as you have an internet connection, tune in to GB News anywhere on the planet or beyond. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pierce.
And me, Miriam Cates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
Boom. They are under no illusion.
Ray, are you a human trafficker? Boundless. I've had enough of the nonsense, and I'm not afraid to say it.
Don't get us on the BBC.
Every weeknight, I tear through the headlines.
The smell of gasoline. Should we be worried about it?
From Westminster madness to cultural war chaos.
I'm going to do now. They are throwing things out the cars.
Get ready, Britain. Here we go. Patrick Christie tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There, you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
Oh, no, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Decisions made in Washington aren't just shaping America, they're shaping Britain too. From migration to global security, from crime to health. Whatever happens in the White House today
will be felt in your town or city tomorrow.
That's why The Late Show is live from Washington, D.C.
Cutting through the politics to show you what it all means for Britain.
The Late Show live every night at midnight.
Only on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
Welcome back to Jubes & Co with me, Miriam Cates, and you'll have noticed that we are now in the Jubes Tavern. It's Friday night. Got a tiny glass of beer here, so hopefully I'll still make sense in 5 minutes.
You're very short measures there, aren't you?
It wasn't me that poured it, Jim. I'll be having another one later. And I've still got with me my panel, Joe Phillips and James Price. Well, the UK's Eurovision entry, oh dear, I've only had one. So UK's Eurovision entry has been revealed. Take a look at this. Can you call it a song? That was Look Mum No Computer with his track Eins, zwei, drei. And as you might have guessed, a large part of the chorus is sung in German. James, very patriotic, is it, to have our Eurovision entry in German?
This has got to be taking the mick, right?
Isn't that the whole point of Eurovision?
First of all, his name, Look Mum No Computer.
No,
is that from the Hampshire
I
Look Mum No
absolutely approve
Computers? It's just ridiculous for a start. I was in Germany a few weeks ago, and the first time I've been there in a long time, and we were on something called a Kohlfahrt, which means cabbage walk, where they go for a walk through the countryside, pulling like a cart of alcohol. But this being Germans, they pimped up this cart with like speaker systems and shot glasses and all sorts, and they had us eating raw pork. So it's like far from the weirdest thing I've seen Germans be involved with. Yeah, it was not
amazed
great.
that you're even alive to tell that story. Raw pork is just so horrible.
No, but it sounds like a health and safety nightmare. I mean, Eurovision is a bit of a joke, of course. It's entertainment. I think 15 million people in the UK alone watch it. But it's also quite political, and we've seen very political voting over the last few years, voting for Israel, not voting for the UK. Do you think there's a political angle of this? Is trying to integrate us a bit more into Europe?
Maybe there's a kind of smart tactic. I think it's being hosted, is it in Vienna? And therefore, I hope that Eins, zwei, drei is also Austrian-German rather than just German-German. It may be a shrewd move on that part there. I've got the most respect for the guy a couple of years ago who got no points. It was a pretty pants song. He didn't care, and he just got absolutely leathered during the whole thing. And every time he got no points and the camera went to him, he was chanting, that's the guy to represent.
I mean, it's an experience.
The UK's in.
Oh, yes, of course. I think it might have been quite recently after Brexit.
We are the only binge drinkers of Europe.
Well, Yeah, I mean, I just think the whole thing, it's become such a pastiche. And it used to be, do you remember sort of, well, you can hear old clips of people.
We have got some old clips.
Katie Boyle and people speaking in very perfect English and we'll cross now to Luxembourg or wherever. And it's now become this sort of great camp night out. It's not my
Not even European. I mean, Australia and Israel are part of it.
But you know, Waterloo, was that not a Eurovision entry?
I think it was. I mean, gosh, we've... it's not like it used to be. Let's take a listen to... While we have a drink, let's take a listen to some clips from previous Eurovision contests.
The world has spoken. The queers are coming.
Goodness me.
Good Lord, that's
before the watershed.
Watershed, isn't it?
Look, when historians need to go and explain why, on June the 23rd, 2016, the United Kingdom voted to leave the European Union, you just have to show them stuff like this, don't you?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Joe, looking at the political currents at the moment, do you think Britain is more likely to win in Eurovision or less likely?
I think, frankly, the best thing to do is to go in with a joke entry like that, and hopefully he'll wear a MAGA hat or something, or dress up with a Trump.
Make England great again.
With a Trump thing.
Well, I don't think we may not get too many votes if he does it. Will you be watching, James?
Absolutely, yeah. Again, as you say, the music's terrible, but the geopolitics of it is great. Greece and Cyprus always going to vote for each other. Sweden and the other, Scandinavians, the Baltics vote for each other.
Israel in it?
And Australia, yeah. I mean, Israel is kind of on the Mediterranean. I mean, there's an almost exist, but Australia.
Levantavision.
Whatever happens to people who have been in the Eurovision Song Contest?
That is a very good point.
I mean, where do they disappear to, or do they go on to become leaders?
Well, we were talking about ABBA, weren't we? But I can't name any other.
Well, no. I mean,
There's a great movie where I think Iceland have to put their contestant in, but they can't afford to win, so they put the worst possible team they can in. So people want some weekend viewing. That's very, very funny.
Oh, yes, because if you win, you have to host
the
it
following
next time.
year. Exactly.
And didn't Ukraine win?
And then
during the war?
I think so. We hosted it for them.
And
we
hosted
it in Liverpool, I think.
There you go. And we still didn't win, even though it was hosted here again.
No.
Goodness. Well, that
it's
really
not my
is
thing, but I'm sure lots of people will be getting the drinks in and dressing up. But
surely we could do a GB News version of this, right?
Oh, no.
I'll dress up like one of those dancers, and we'll.
Well, I think on that, it's time to say Auf Wiedersehen. And up next is Lee Anderson. I'll be back on Monday with Britain's Newsroom. Do stick with GB News. Have a great weekend.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Evening. Welcome to your latest weather update from the Met Office here on GB News. The weekend looms large. Not much rain around, and Scotland and Northern Ireland having the brighter skies, whereas much of England and Wales fairly grey. High pressure is trying to nose in, and that will provide some clear skies tonight across Scotland in particular. This old weather front draped across the southeast and East Anglia, bringing some outbreaks of showery rain. A damp, dank kind of night here, although the rain should be fizzling out through the early hours. Clearer skies in eastern Scotland and in southern Scotland. That's where we'll see a frost. Temperatures dropping well below freezing in some rural spots. A bit more of a breeze in western Scotland, keeping the temperatures up here. Bright start for Northern Ireland. Plenty of sunshine for Scotland, which will soon get rid of any frost. Further south, it's a pretty gloomy start. Fairly glum, mist, low cloud, dull and dank from Lincolnshire down to Kent. Some outbreaks of light rain and drizzle likely across southeast England. Perhaps also the southwest and South Wales. North Wales seeing some sunshine. Northern Ireland seeing sunny spells. And as I mentioned, eastern Scotland having a fine day by and large. Actually, yes, it starts a bit cold, but quite quickly those temperatures will be rising. Now, there's a bit of uncertainty about where we see this rain and drizzle across the south, but certainly in for some, I suspect, for South Wales, southwest England, perhaps also across the Midlands. Brighter skies compared to today for North Wales and the far north of England. We should see some sunshine here. Northwest Scotland seeing thicker cloud, a little bit of drizzly rain at times over the Western Isles. Temperatures 9, 10, 11 degrees in the sunshine. Feeling quite pleasant. We might squeak up to 13 across the southeast. Sunday, again, predominantly cloudy for England and Wales. Cloudy day for North Wales and northern England, certainly. And there will be some outbreaks of showery rain here. Bit of wet weather in western Scotland, the western Northern Ireland too. Again, eastern Scotland doing okay for sunshine. And it might brighten up across the southeast Sunday afternoon. If we see any sunshine here, temperatures up to 15.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Thank you, Britain, for making GB News Radio such a huge success. Whether you're in the car, on the go, or listening at home, thank you for choosing us as your radio station.
Good evening. This is the latest AI travel news from gbnews.com. On the M8 westbound, a road traffic incident is partially blocking the road between junction 18 and junction 19, significantly affecting traffic heading towards the Kingston Bridge. Meanwhile, on the M4 westbound, motorists should prepare for delays between junction 23A at Mega and junction 26 at Malpass due to heavy congestion during peak hours. In Oxfordshire, the A34 northbound is experiencing congestion between the A423 near Kennington and the A44 junction, causing substantial delays of around 30 minutes for drivers. For more travel news, go to gbnews.com.
You could be the proud owner of a brand new Benivan 122. This very latest 2026 model comfortably sleeps 4, comes complete with built-in kitchen, compact washroom, and is worth over £67,000. But that's not all, as we'll also give you a further £25,000 in tax-free cash to spend on anything you like in the coming year. For a chance to win a camper van and cash, text prize to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message, or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entry starts at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge, or post your name and number to GB20 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 1st of May. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless, and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Dorby, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m. weekdays, here only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world. Am I allowed to talk? No, that's it. This is where it matters. Real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, this Trump made a good start. No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up?
About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel. Welcome to Lee Anderson's Real World. Tonight on the show, we have writer and author Emma Wolfe and political commentator Fahima Mohammed. With Real World, Real People, we've got Claudia Nunes all the way from Portugal. And last orders, we've got Rachel Downey. But first, let's go to the news.
Good evening. The top stories from the GB newsroom. President Donald Trump says there will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender. It comes as Israel launched fresh strikes on Tehran and Beirut, while Iran says it fired missiles at Tel Aviv. The IDF says over 400 targets were struck in several areas in Iran, including ballistic missile launchers and Iranian UAV storage facilities. Last night, the US Defense Secretary warned the US attacks on Iran were about to surge dramatically. Meanwhile, the IDF says 50 Israeli jets have hit Supreme Leader al-Khamenei's underground bunker in the heart of Tehran. Back in the UK, Sir Keir Starmer has offered to deploy 4 extra jets to provide defensive air cover for Bahrain. It says the Prime Minister already announced the deployment of the 4 Typhoon fighter jets to Qatar. Despite this, the Prime Minister has insisted the United Kingdom will not be joining offensive strikes on Iran. 4 people have been arrested as part of a counter-terrorism investigation relating to Iran, the Metropolitan Police has said. Police arrested 1 Iranian and 3 dual British-Iranian nationals on suspicion of assisting a foreign intelligence service. The investigation relates to the suspected surveillance of locations and individuals linked to Jewish communities in London, the Met said. In a statement, the Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood sought to reassure the public that the UK's police and security services are world-leading and would not hesitate to take action to counter any threat to the UK. 3 women have been interviewed under caution by the Metropolitan Police over suspicions of enabling former Harrods boss Mohammed Al-Fayed's abuse. Officers interviewed 3 women aged in their 40s, 50s and 60s on suspicion of the following offences: aiding and abetting rape and sexual assault, assisting the commission of sexual offences, and human trafficking for sexual exploitation. No arrests have been made and the investigation remains ongoing. Commander Angela Craggs said while Al-Fayed is no longer alive to face prosecution, we've always been determined to bring anyone who's suspected to have played a part in his offending to justice. Lord Mandelson has had his bail conditions dropped following his arrest on suspicion of misconduct in public office, but remains under investigation. Lawyers for the former UK ambassador to the US said his passport had been returned by the Met Police, adding he didn't constitute a flight risk. Lord Mandelson was arrested on the 23rd of February over allegations that while serving as a minister, he passed on market-sensitive government information to the late convicted paedophile Jeffrey Epstein. It came after a tip-off from House of Commons Speaker Sir Lindsay Hoyle that the former cabinet minister may have been planning to travel to the British Virgin Islands. And European media firm Axel Springer has agreed to purchase the Telegraph Media Group in a deal costing £575 million. The deal trumps the £500 million takeover proposed late last year by the Daily Mail and General Trust. The government had ordered an investigation into that deal on public interest and competition grounds. Axel Springer's chief executive, Matthias Döpfner, said he wanted to preserve the distinctive character and legacy of the Telegraph. And those are the latest GB News headlines. For now, more news from me in an hour.
For all the latest from GB News whilst you're on the go, get the GB News app. Scan the QR code now to download or visit gbnews.com/app.
Welcome to Lee Anderson's Real World. I'm Lee Anderson, the Reform UK Member of Parliament for Ashford. And tonight on the show, she returns, the lovely Emma Wolf, author and political commentator. And our left in the corner, she's back as well. For about the 3rd or 4th time, I think, Fahima. That's Fahima Mohammed. She's going to be our left in the corner tonight. And we're going to go head-to-head straight away because this week again in Parliament, we've seen Sir Keir Starmer make a weak, in my opinion, although he's not here to defend himself, a weak and pathetic statement on the actions over the conflict in Iran, Emma. Has he been weak? Has he let the US down? Has he ruined the special relationship?
I think Starmer has been weak. More than that, he's been unreliable. He's been an unreliable ally. He's been indecisive. He's been vacillating. He doesn't really know what he thinks. He is so haunted, I think, by the shadow of Tony Blair. He's so haunted by the shadow of Iraq that he's absolutely terrified. He's terrified about what's an illegal war and what is a legal war. He needs to, he's also been extremely unprepared. He's actually left the UK dangerously unprepared. For the first time in half a century, we don't have any Navy warships in the Middle East. We now have one that's chugging its way over to Cyprus to help out. Won't arrive there for another
I
week
remember
or
a
something.
time, Emma, when we actually got to the Falkland Isles quicker in 1982. I think it took 5 or 6 weeks to get to the Falklands Isles. We've got the ships stuck in Portsmouth now. I mean, by the time it gets to Cyprus, the conflict will be over probably.
I mean, it's absolutely pathetic. And the thing is, Lee, I'm not a warmonger. I don't want us getting involved in all these foreign adventures. I don't want to get involved in other countries' regime change. But the threat from Iran is a real and present threat. We've known about this for decades. This didn't just come out of the blue. Starmer should have been prepared. He should have at least known what he thought about this. And more than that, we have to be a reliable ally. Are we allies with the US or are we not?
So you see, Fahima, some political leaders like Zap Balansky of the Green Party would argue that we should keep our noses out of the conflict in Iran. And it feels to me that although the country's divided over this conflict, that there are certain people would sooner take sides with the wrong-uns that's in Iran that's causing these problems. I mean, it is a wicked, awful regime. And I think, personally, that we should be supporting the US and Israel in getting rid of this dictatorship.
Well, I think the Iran conflict is, you have to think of it as nuance. It's just not one side. And there are many people that are for the actual Ayatollah, who is seen as a leader, a supreme leader. And if you're talking about the threat for decades, it just goes to show that nothing really has happened. It's only been spoken decade after decade, especially Netanyahu. And this is actually Netanyahu's war. It's not even USA. A lot of people, even in Congress, you know, and a lot of spokespersons in the US says that whether it was the tariffs that was illegal and now they have to pay back billions, the ICE killings which were also illegal, and now the illegal war which does not, you know, go in form with international law. Britain is looking out for their own interests right now. You may or may not be a Starmer fan, but I think he's actually doing the wiser thing right now. We do not have the troops, and even from the last war, they are still suffering from people not wanting to come in to actually fight for this country. Majority of people who are even saying that they're patriots would not want to. The aftermath of that has been scarred for decades, and if not more, and young people or anyone else do not support the government in going into war like they did before. And it's definitely so many other countries other than Iran, the GCC has got similar sort of governments, similar threats so-called, and so many different sort of like atrocities that are happening, but we pick and choose, and we're always having a double standard, and we're not consistent when we are calling out. Saudi Arabia is an ally. It's got similar government, it has similar atrocities, and we invest in them. And Starmer has had quite a lot of investment come into this country from Saudi Arabia, from Qatar, from across the globe to actually secure jobs and security and many other things. And we do lack 100%. There is a work in progress. But if you want to, you know, address the Iran conflict, it is absolutely illegal, absolutely unnecessary. And people are now wanting to impeach Trump from the Democrats, and they're even taking over when it comes to certain.
Okay, Fahima.
Certain
We sort of get the point.
All right. Well, I tell you what's illegal is enriching uranium. The threat from Iran is an existential threat. And as I say, I'm not a warmonger. I don't want us going in and bombing other countries, and I don't want us getting involved in messy regime change. But this is an existential threat. We have been trying. If you don't take action now, when? There is a time for caution. There is a time for international law and lawyers like Keir Starmer who want to go through the process. And then there is a time for action, like Donald Trump.
But what message are we sending out to people like Russia and all of those places? It doesn't make sense if you're not going to even comply with law. If one person doesn't do it right, that means, do we forget it?
Oh, the Ayatollahs comply with law. The Ayatollahs comply with law now.
We should be setting the standard. We are the West.
So the international law only applies to us, seemingly. This is an existential
threat. But they haven't even thrown any rockets or targeted to anyone.
At some point.
Go for it.
We've been trying to negotiate with Iran over nuclear enrichment, over nuclear weapons, over their ballistic missile program.
During that negotiation, that's when Trump pulled back and started to go into war. Did you not know what's going on?
I think you need to reduce your aggressive attitude.
This is all propaganda and rhetoric.
Let somebody else have a say. You've had your say, Emma.
I'm going to finish my sentence, which I started. I've started till finished. We have been trying to negotiate with them over their nuclear weapons program, over their ballistic missiles for a very, very long time. This didn't just happen overnight. This didn't just come out of a clear blue sky. Starmer should have been prepared. He wasn't. Trump is taking action, just like he did in Venezuela.
Action.
He is removing the bad guys, whether you agree with him or not, about how he does it, about the fact that he sometimes overlooks the niceties of international law. Actually,
it's a joke.
Can I just
which
ask,
is safer?
I want to ask a question.
To not have any warships, even.
A question. Do you seriously lie awake at night, Fahima, worrying about us breaking international law?
It's not about that.
That's a simple question.
We have to actually have standards and procedures.
What happens?
Otherwise, other countries that we are also in conflict with would also take control, whether it's China, whether it's anyone else. We have to set the precedent.
Do you think the mullahs and the Ayatollah would lay awake at night?
It's not about them, and they haven't struck
It's exactly about
They
that.
haven't struck first, okay? At the end of the day, this is something which is illegal, and like I said, a lot of people that are high up are now threatening to even get Trump out because this is now over the edge. He has gone rogue, and they were in the middle of negotiations. He just didn't like the outcome because there was some resolve.
When they
so
launch
that's what it
nuclear
was.
weapons on your children, do you care about international law?
Well, some people.
But it was preemptive. There's no threat. Even the US has
There's
come
no
out and
threat.
said.
Oh, there's no threat from
The
Iran now.
US have
Okay.
even said there was nothing that was threatening for them to cause war right now. Have you not seen the latest news? There are so many things that are coming out right now. The Ministry of Justice and a lot of defense have actually said that. So
Sorry,
what are
where were you
worried
in
about?
January? Where were you in January when
I'm talking
Ayatollah
about
Khamenei
now. I'm
was
talking
killing
about now.
thousands of his own people?
Well,
on
that's
the
not
streets,
documented,
on
and
the
also
streets
evidence
of
of the
Tehran.
numbers there. That has
Are
also
you
come
denying
from
that,
outside.
Fahima? You think
I
that's
think it has
untrue?
happened, but it's not again
January
as
didn't
what you
happen.
said.
Okay.
No one was killed on the streets.
Emma,
of
go
No
Tehran.
one
for it.
said that. Don't
Well, no, I mean, why do you
reiterate
think-
things wrongly when I'm speaking? That's completely wrong and incorrect. I'm saying the numbers are incorrect. This is an
How do you
Israeli
know?
war. This is just like you.
How
This
do
is
you
an
know,
Israeli. That's how you know. I know. Same difference. Okay.
What do you
At
think?
the end
What
of
do
the
you think,
day,
Emma?
this is an Israeli war. Nothing else. And even the US have actually claimed that it's got nothing to do with anything
So if
else.
it's an Israeli war, then Fahima, why are they bombing Cypriot air bases?
Well, they even said that it couldn't have come from Iran, and that's the recent news as well. I was checking on the way here.
Well, who's sending
It
them
was
that?
actually sent probably from Israel, maybe from somewhere else.
From
Because it's a
Israel?
false flag.
Israel are bombing our
Because
bases?
It's a false flag. A lot of the
Oh
times
my
it is happening because Israel wants to
Right,
have
we just calm down a little bit,
impact.
Fahima, now. I need Emma to come back because I was thinking you were speaking some nonsense there, but well, you come
That's
back.
your opinion, but a lot of people do agree with me.
I'm talking about a safer world, and I feel safer when the Iran threat has been neutralized.
Yeah.
And I know who can do that, and I know who can't.
Yeah.
And actually, if we live in the way that Fahima talks about, then we'll just leave them to carry on like this for another 5 decades.
yeah.
And Iran is an amazing country. It has an amazingly rich culture, an amazing history.
Yeah.
They deserve better.
Yeah.
They actually deserve better than this. And when you see thousands and thousands of Iranians out on the streets celebrating, surely that means something.
Means something, Fahima.
Yeah, it means that they're actually crazy to actually want their own countries bombed with their family in there. That's what I think. And a lot of people are speaking out about that. You're only talking from one sense. I recognize that, yes, there have been atrocities. I recognize all sides. But everyone here is only recognizing one. And if you like them so much, then you should be also welcoming to all the thousands and thousands of refugees that are actually going to come on our shores, which is what your party is fighting against. So which one is it? At the end of the day, you can't just have these international wars and don't think there's going to be a direct impact on us as well. So at the end of the day, I feel that when we think about this kind of thing, it is very much nuanced. We cannot just say it's nuclear weapons without evidence. We cannot say we go into war with a threat when they've never actually attacked anyone, the US included, as well as us. They've even said they could never reach the US. They could never ever do anything. They do not possess, in fact, Ayatollah Khamenei, out of religious reasons, would not actually want to have nuclear power. That's up against the faith of itself.
Come on now, you've got to come back on this,
That's what it
Emma.
said. But obviously, you can say what you want, but at the end of the day, this
Fahima, let Emma come back at that.
To say they're not a threat, they've never attacked anyone.
I know.
Iran is the biggest exporter of state-sponsored terrorism in the world. And to say that people are crazy, Iranians are crazy for going out and celebrating after decades of oppression, repression, after decades of women
Well, it hasn't changed
being
with this bombing
treated
either.
like absolute dirt. The fact that they're celebrating says it all.
Guys, I'm going to have to wrap it up there. It's been another feisty affair, especially with Fahima. I think she's got the gloves on today. But there'll be more of this later on in Right versus Left and the Yes or No, because that's coming up soon. But coming up next, we've got Portuguese political analyst and writer Claudia Nunes.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Exciting news. Every Friday, my Patrick Christie's Tonight Show is going to have a twist to it. We're welcoming some special guests. You. That's right. On Fridays, I'm going to be doing my show in front of a live studio audience because this show is about you and what you have to say. It's going to be the same big debates, same big topics, same big opinions. But every Friday night at 9 p.m, you are invited to come on down to Patrick Christie's Tonight to be a part of the action. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
It's time for Real World, Real People, and I've got Claudia Nunes. Did I say that right, Claudia?
Yes,
and you've flown
perfectly.
direct into the UK, especially for this show, from Portugal, and you're a political analyst. What does that mean in Portugal, a political analyst? What do you do?
So I observe the phenomena basically about European Union, because I noticed that in Portugal there's no much information, not only about European Union, but there's a lack of information, for example, about our neighbor Spain, about the United Kingdom, and we have a lot of immigrants here in the United Kingdom.
So why do you single out the UK and Spain? What's different about those two countries?
It's countries that have deep ties with Portugal for a reason or another, and it's countries that has a big immigrant community from Portugal.
Yeah.
There was for many years, the United Kingdom was the country where Portuguese choose to live.
Yeah. Of course, we had a lot of Portuguese come in, I think the 90s and the noughties, to work in the fields and do the hard work, the labouring work, and a big Portuguese community.
Yes, and most recently, I think you have a lot of nurses.
Yeah. So, but just flip that around a little bit. We've got a lot of British people now of a certain age moving to Portugal to retire because of the climate and the cost of living.
Sure, in Algarve.
In Algarve, yeah. And how's that affecting the Portuguese people?
No, not at all. I think in Algarve the prices and the economy tends to adjust to these new residents.
Yeah.
Of course, some prices tend to get a little bit higher than they used to.
Yeah.
But it's a very good community.
As a Portuguese person looking at the UK since Brexit, have we got it right, do you think, in this country?
I think you got the right intentions, that is sovereignty and have the control of your borders, but it's very difficult to break away from the European Union if the people want that separation, but the politicians don't.
So you've hit the nail on the head, I think, there, Claudia. The country, the people in this country wanted to leave the European Union, but the politicians didn't. And I think since 2016, they've done their very best to try and stop us leaving, even though we have left.
They don't want the European Union to be successful, because if the United Kingdom be successful leaving the European Union, a lot of countries want to do the same, and it will be the end of European Union. And obviously, they cannot allow that to happen.
So what do the Portuguese people think when they look at us and the sort of mess we've made of Brexit, our politicians? Do they think we're mad?
Okay, you have two types of people. Obviously, the narrative that mainstream media sells to the Portuguese public is, oh, look, you want to leave the European Union? Look what happened to United Kingdom.
Yeah.
Are they better? No, they are really worse. They want to join, and then they show us the images of people protesting, saying that they want to join. But they don't tell the other part. They don't tell the conditions in which you were forced to leave, because it was very bad conditions, very unfair. And if the political class doesn't keep up the will of the people, it's very difficult to do something. So, and there's a part of the Portuguese public that really wants the Brexit to work. Because we understand that that was not this chaos that we are.
Yeah, but anyway, people say that it's been a disaster sometimes for the UK Brexit. There's all sorts of different arguments you can use, but when you look since 2019, early 2020, when we had the actual vote, I think it was January 2020. I can remember voting for it in the House of Commons. But since then, it seems like we've dragged our heels a little bit in trying to do stuff, and certain politicians have dragged their heels. But when they say it hasn't been as great a success as it could have been, other European countries are suffering as well, but they never mention the fact that they're still within the European Union, but their economies are tanking as well.
Yes, I used to say that for me, the biggest symptom is that UK leave the European Union, but it didn't leave the European Union. So it's kind of suffering the two problems of not being in there, but at the same time being in there, not in a formal way. That's what Keir Starmer is doing.
Yeah, do you think he's weak, Keir Starmer?
I think the British public simply wanted a normal democratic rotation and shaking the Conservative Party for a bit. It was like, you are in charge for 14 years, you are not delivering what we need, so let's shaking up the things a little bit.
Yeah, they punished the Conservative Party, I think the voters did.
Yes, mostly. They didn't vote for Keir Starmer or Labour Party, they vote against Conservatives. And I followed the campaign, and it seems to me that Keir Starmer was someone that wouldn't bring any improvement. It would be more of the same, as we say in Portuguese.
No, like you said earlier, Claudia, I think people voted in 2024 to get rid of the Conservative government. They didn't vote for Sir Keir Starmer. I think Sir Keir Starmer actually got less votes than what Jeremy Corbyn did in 2019. So I think his his majority was built on sand. But of course, Claudia, it's all right for us to have a pop at Sir Keir Starmer here on this show, but he would argue that he inherited a £22 billion black hole that the public services needed fixing. And then he does bleat on a little bit about fixing the foundations and plugging the finances. So he would probably argue that if he was sat here right now. But I want to thank you for coming on the show, coming all the way from Portugal. But thanks for coming. It's lovely to meet you. Coming up next, we've got Fahima back, and she's going head to head with Emma. It's a corker.
Evening. Welcome to your latest weather update from the Met Office here on GB News. The weekend looms large. Not much rain around, and Scotland and Northern Ireland having the brighter skies, whereas much of England and Wales fairly grey. High pressure is trying to nose in, and that will provide some clear skies tonight across Scotland in particular. This old weather front draped across the southeast and East Anglia, bringing some outbreaks of showery rain, a damp, dank kind of night here, although the rain should be fizzling out through the early hours. Clearer skies in eastern Scotland and in southern Scotland. That's where we'll see a frost. Temperatures dropping well below freezing in some rural spots. A bit more of a breeze in western Scotland, keeping the temperatures up here. Bright start for Northern Ireland, plenty of sunshine for Scotland, which will soon get rid of any frost. Further south, it's a pretty gloomy start, fairly glum, mist, low cloud, dull and dank from Lincolnshire down to Kent. Some outbreaks of light rain and drizzle likely across southeast England, perhaps also the southwest and South Wales. North Wales seeing some sunshine, Northern Ireland seeing sunny spells. And as I mentioned, eastern Scotland having a fine day by and large, actually. Yes, it starts a bit cold, but quite quickly those temperatures will be rising. Now, there's a bit of uncertainty about where we see this rain and drizzle across the south. There's certainly in for some, I suspect, for South Wales, southwest England, perhaps also across the Midlands. Brighter skies compared to today for North Wales and the far north of England. We should see some sunshine here. Northwest Scotland seeing thicker cloud, a little bit of drizzly rain at times over the Western Isles. Temperatures 9, 10, 11 degrees in the sunshine. Feeling quite pleasant. We might squeak up to 13 across the southeast. Sunday, again, predominantly cloudy for England and Wales. Cloudy day for North Wales and Northern England, certainly. And there will be some outbreaks of showery rain here. Bit of wet weather in Western Scotland, the west of Northern Ireland too. Again, Eastern Scotland doing okay for sunshine, and it might brighten up across the southeast Sunday afternoon. If you see any sunshine here, temperatures up to 15.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
No,
Because the failure is-
you're
the failure is-
deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back,
If you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
and we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes and Kerr weeknights at 6 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Decisions made in Washington aren't just shaping America, they're shaping Britain too. From migration to global security, from crime to health. Whatever happens in the White House today
will be felt in your town or city tomorrow.
That's why The Late Show is live from Washington, D.C.
Cutting through the politics to show you what it all means for Britain.
The Late Show live every night at midnight.
Only on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Welcome back. It's time for Right versus Left. We've got Emma and Fahima back here, and the first debate was very feisty, by the way. So expect
just warming up.
Just warming up. Expect more of the same. But last week we had a new Green MP elected, entered Parliament this week, and she sits in front of us, does Anna, in the chamber. It's for me, it's concerning, Fahima. We see some of the nonsense the Green leaders.
Why? Because they beat you in Gorton and Denton.
Will you let me finish, please? That's so rude. This is typical Green behaviour, and you've got Green on today. Well, it's concerning for me. We did very well in that neck of the woods, actually. We got 10,500 votes. But is the Green Party, Fahima, a threat to this country?
Oh my gosh, that kind of language, a threat. How? Is that like political theatre or something? How are they a threat? Maybe for your, you know,
Oh, they want to
party.
legalise heroin.
No, they do not want to do it in the way in which you are framing it. It is not like that. They want to get rid of prohibition so that it can be regulated. Who's regulating it now? They want to teach people so that they understand it better, not because they just want to give it to children freely. There's no way it's going to be accepted in that way anyways. Open borders, no such thing. Of course, we're going to have people who are coming in who's going to be vetted, who are going to be understood, but at the same time going to have probably a better route for asylum seekers who are genuine and who actually needs it and who are dealt with humanely, and the process is to be better.
I think the ones coming over the channel are genuine.
I think
refugees.
the majority of them are processed to be taken
No.
in.
What do you think, Fahima?
I think with all the conflict and the increase in conflicts, I think a lot of them are.
What, in
Even
France?
if they want.
There's no conflict in France.
I know that, but there's no legal sort of restriction to say that they can only stop in one place. They can go to different
No, I
places.
know
you know the law better than me.
Yeah, I know you've been on a political journey, and I suspect you're wavering between Labour and the Green Party at the moment. It wouldn't surprise me, Fahima, if you've gone full hog and joined the Green Party. Is there a confession to make on this show?
I am a member of the Green Party
Oh my!
And
Emma.
I am actually quite active with my local
Active?
constituent. Yes.
Active. The
as
lunatics
well.
are quite clearly
It's
taken
so wrong
over.
for you to say that. I think what's threatening is reform, actually.
Yeah, honestly. Emma,
Or the,
please,
the Trump in
Everybody
the US.
please neutralise this madness.
Everybody gets a vote, and we should respect other people's. Which is funny because the left don't respect other people's political opinion. But anyway,
They get aggressive.
I respect anybody has the right to vote for whomever should they wish. Are the Green Party a threat? Well, I think the fact that Zach Polanski is economically illiterate is quite dangerous.
Yeah.
I don't think the Green Party are a threat because I think they're a flash in the pan. I think the country is currently going through some kind of nervous breakdown right now. I think they're having this kind of sugar rush, and the Green Party did well last week. Fine. I don't think that threat will carry on until 2029.
The polls
Flash
so
in the pan.
differently. The
But
polls.
are their policies a threat at the moment? Some of their key policies, as you say, legalization of all drugs, nuclear disarmament, withdrawal from NATO, which would leave us very, very exposed, by the way, net zero emissions by 2040, an amnesty for all undocumented illegal migrants, a commitment that self-declared trans women are real women, £48 billion for the NHS, nationalisation. I could go on and on and on.
Yeah.
How are they going to pay for it all? Oh, a wealth tax. So guess what happens? The wealthy leave. You know,
they've left anyway and they're coming back, and there's nowhere else for them to go now, especially with all this war going on. So as far as I'm concerned, at the end of the day, they are not a threat. Absolutely not. They are there for everyone that is actually working, and even the young, especially, who are actually majority in this country right now, who even the polls actually suggest that they are talking the language that a lot of people actually resonate with, and they do actually feel that, they can actually be, a contender better than before, even if they don't win, but they're going to hold people to account, like reform, to make sure that whatever is said, and even all these policies that come through, we are in democracy. We voted a lot of the time, even myself included, for Labour with a landslide, and we are still suffering. So what does that say? At the end of the day, there's nothing that's ever going to be completely fulfilled, even if you read out these policies. But when you go into government and power, that's going to be the change, the difference, and it has changed
Have you
over
noticed,
the decades.
have you noticed that the Green Party now, I can't remember the last time they spoke about the environment.
They do. Everything's connected.
As you'll say, Fahima, again.
I'm really glad you brought that up, Lee, because it actually makes me really sad. I remember a time, and I'm everything you hate. I'm a cyclist. I'm vegetarian. I'm a single mother. I am the kind of person that used to believe in Green Party issues. No, I would never have voted for the Green Party because I don't think they're a serious party. But I miss the time when the Green Party stood for things like the environment, recycling, things that really, really matter.
They still
buying
do.
local, that they had real principles. I don't
That's
recognise
fine.
the Green Party in the Zach Polanski cult.
No, you don't recognize it only because now they are coming up with, because even environmental, all of that does come in play. Because if
But
you
they
think
never
about air
mention it.
pollution, whatever, because those are the
net
things
zero
that
is not going to destroy the Iranian nuclear threat.
But they don't need to
They're really
destroy
confused.
something that doesn't exist in the first place. So what I'm trying to say is, when it comes to the Green Party and the environmental issues, that is always going to be the core, and it's still the core. But it doesn't just stand for one thing. I think the real threat is you guys didn't
So do you
understand
think-
that there is more to it than that.
Do you think the people in Gorton and Denton, and Gorton, actually voted for the Green Party based on their green policies on the environment, Emma?
But there were so few green policies. I mean, the list I read out to you was about things like trans women, which I don't see why the Green Party and I don't see why they want to destroy the economy. Do you realise that literally the financial markets billions would be wiped off the financial markets if the Green got
Every policy is
near
not going to come
power.
through.
Zach Polanski, with respect, he didn't understand the difference between national debt and the national deficit.
Yeah.
He doesn't know the top rate of tax. He is economically illiterate.
Yeah.
Well,
He is
he's not
fit.
even an MP yet. There's a long way
thank
to
goodness
go.
for that.
Goodness
He
for
will
that.
come through, I'm sure, in time. But at the same time, I think it's more of a party to maybe be in coalition with somebody, or it would be someone to be, some sort of accountability to the existing top, which is yourself right now. And that's what it is.
I'll tell you what,
because it actually shows that people have to listen.
I'm going to push back slightly, Emma, on what you said earlier about it being a political sugar rush. They said that about reform.
Exactly. They did. But I think this is different. I think this is different because the policies are so illiterate. They don't follow through. They literally, how on earth are you going to throw 48 billion at the NHS?
As much as you talk about even the policies, a lot of people do actually go after the leader that they feel that they can resonate with. Sometimes it works, just like with Farage.
You know what?
A lot of the policies are not actually there for everyone.
It's time for the yes or no quiz. Can we just calm it down a little bit, reduce the temperature? Fahim, you know the yes or no quiz. You know the.
But the problem is, you can only have one word, and it's yes or no,
Yeah,
not a million words.
It's going to be a big problem. So we've got the scoreboards here. Fahima, has Starmer been weak over Iran?
No.
Emma?
Yes.
Number 2, Emma, is the special relationship between the US and the UK important?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Agreement. Fahima, should we be concerned about breaking international law?
Yes.
Emma?
No.
Nearly a tick there, a verbal tick. And Emma, should the TV licence be abolished?
Yes.
Yes.
Wow, I can't believe it. And a fifth and final question, Fahima. Are the Greens and Fahima Mohammed a danger to the UK?
No.
No.
You both said no there, because I slipped Fahima's name in. I know,
and that was me, because I don't want to say she's a threat.
No,
but
she's
also, the Greens aren't a threat. They're crazy, but they're not a threat because
So
they are
Fahima's
literally...
crazy? Is Fahima's crazy?
No.
You've said it on
No, the
TV
Green-
now. Fahima, do you want to come back? Are you crazy?
Well, like that guess it takes one to know one, doesn't it?
Oh, dear. Wow. Oh, it's 5-all on the quiz. I think one that you did you agree on the TV licence
I
one?
did.
Should we scrap the TV licence, Fahima?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, we're paying for so many things and taxes and this and that. And I think when it comes to the TV license, especially like with certain platforms, there's absolutely no need.
Emma.
I think the TV license has become a bit of a joke, actually. I mean, most younger people that I know don't actually pay it.
You know young people, do you? Oh, where do you meet these people?
Yeah, exactly. They watch what they want when they want. They watch it on all
the
sorts
phone.
of different devices. They're not really sitting down to watch a TV program.
Let's just go back on the special relationship. It is important, I think, even Fahima.
It should be, but it's non-existent now.
Yeah.
I mean, Starmer didn't even know what's happening. He's not in the loop. He's not even close to the loop.
Yeah.
I think when it comes to these powers and these allies, they definitely still have that. It's just that Trump is angry with everyone that does not agree with him with. There are certain things that he's good at. There's no such thing as everything. I am not the hard left or anything. I've always said, I even started off in my political journey as actually voting for Conservative. I'm now in the Green Party. Like I said, even if they don't win, it's not about winning, it's about holding others to account.
Have you been to a Green meeting yet?
Yes, I have.
What was that
A few.
like? So I'm telling you what now, it frightens me to death.
It frightens you because they are now, coming up on the polls and you have some competition.
The Green Party, Zach Polanski would argue that his policies are the right policies for our great country.
Well, you know what, Lee? We should celebrate democracy.
Celebrate democracy, that's right. So that's a great debate. Coming up next, we've got Rachel Downey, who's a TV and sports presenter.
Ready to soak up that holiday sunshine?
Won't we need some cover?
No worries. All sorted.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Portugal's looking sunnier on Saturday, but further heavy rain to come across Mallorca and the eastern side of Spain. The odd shower possible for the Canaries, but generally sunny spells here and for Madeira. Fine day in Portugal after the heavy downpours of Friday. Still some heavy showers to come, though, on the east coast of Spain and for the Balearics, Sardinia and Sicily, too. Mostly fine in Greece with some sunny spells. It'll stay fine in Santorini. The showers easing in Barcelona by Monday.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pierce.
And me, Miriam Cates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
Bold. They are under no illusion.
Ray,
Are you a human trafficker?
boundless.
I've had enough of the nonsense, and I'm not afraid to say it.
Don't get us on the BBC.
Every weeknight, I tear through the headlines.
The smell of gasoline. Should we be worried about it?
From Westminster madness to cultural war chaos.
I'm going to do now, they are throwing things out the houses.
Get ready, Britain. Here we go. Patrick Christie's tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
Because you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back,
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
and we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes and Kerr weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
It's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless, and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Dawdney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
If you want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power, Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's political podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's political podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
Oh, no, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There, you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Well, that sounds like last orders at the bar. And on the show tonight, we've got Rachel Downey, and you are a motorsports broadcaster. Is that right? You work in motorsports?
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
I am going to be completely sexist now. It's not really a girly sort of sport to be into. How did that happen?
I'm ready for you to say that. How did it happen? I just love motorsport. I went to watch a lot of racing, F1, with my dad at Silverstone.
So your dad's fault?
All my dad's fault.
Okay.
Gotta blame the men.
Yeah. Sexist.
From a very young age.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's a very male-orientated industry, especially when I was doing it a lot before I had my daughter, which was probably about 4 or 5 years ago. Very, very male-orientated. And Yeah, I fell in love with the sport. And I think with motorsports, you fall in love with it more when you actually go to a race instead of watching it on TV. The smell of it, the noise. Also, are we not a motorsport fan?
I'm not a petrol head.
No.
I've had a go at go-karting once or twice. That's about it.
Any good?
I got bored with it.
Yeah.
After doing about 20 laps, just thought, what's all this about? It's just the same thing. I never understood especially with Formula One, I never understood how the best car with the best driver could start at the front. I don't get it. It's like, you know, in horse racing, there would be like, you used to call it a handicap. You used to put extra weights to make sure it was a fair race. It just doesn't seem fair to me.
Says a novice. It's more to do.
A novice? Rude.
Nicest
How rude calling me
way.
a novice.
It's more than that. You've got obviously the strategy. Obviously you've got the best drivers in the world racing at the moment, and you do have the best cars. The way, you know, all the mechanics and the best teams. But it is so much more than that. When you watch a race, again, you've got strategies. Obviously, when the drivers go round, they're being told.
Hold on a minute. You sit there and they go around like that, and they're gone. And you think, where's that gone?
Uncanny. Yeah, I don't know how you didn't do well in racing. And yeah, well, you've got obviously the team drivers talking, talking to the drivers, and it's all about, it's a whole well-oiled machine. I like to look at motorsport. You're not having it, are you? No.
Let's talk about Chelsea. What's your connection with Chelsea Football Club?
I'm Spurs.
You're Spurs?
Yeah,
Did you do some work for Chelsea? I read somewhere you did some
Oh
work
yes,
for
I
Chelsea.
worked for Chelsea Football Club. A lot of people at the Chelsea TV were Spurs fans, and we just didn't talk about it because you work at Chelsea.
Like closet Spurs fans.
Closet Spurs.
And why don't
That's
you
me.
get a job with the own club? What's all that about?
They don't have like Blues News. They don't have that kind of a news. They should do a news-worthy channel. Maybe that will come in the future.
Maybe. You're not selling it very well, are you?
I'm really not.
No,
No, but then
it's a problem.
Spurs isn't selling itself to me at the moment.
So you did tell me before we started recording, Rachel, that you get involved in International Women's Day. When is that? And what do you do?
That's on the 8th, and I could tell even by you saying that you're not.
No, I'm firmly into all this sort of stuff for women.
All this stuff for women.
Of course I am, yeah.
Yes, I've worked throughout the years around International Women's Day. I worked for UN Women for their He for She campaigns, which is basically what I firmly believe in, that it's not about erasing anyone's voice. We need men to be part of the conversation. And when you've got men part of the conversation, we can open the doors for everyone. It's about equal opportunities with women being part of the success of employment. Like, there's a huge gender pay gap still. I believe it's 13% for women. So for every pound a man earns, women earn 87p. Now in the UK, over decades since International Women's Day started, it's got better. Things are changing. And I think the point of International Women's Day is we can get together and have conversations and see what's happening, see where we can make a change and a difference.
But we're not a bad country, really, when it comes to women's rights. So I know women's. There's a lot more work to do. I know that, and I get that. But I'm not one of these people who thinks, for example, in politics. Now, some political parties, Labour Party, they have women-only shortlists. So if a parliamentary seat comes up, they only allow women to apply for it. I don't think that's fair, because that woman will forever think that the only reason I got this job is because I'm a woman, and that's not fair.
I totally agree. I don't think we should lower the standard to allow women to come in.
Oh, are you saying you're lowering the standard? If women get in?
No.
Another sexist
Very
comment there.
Very well.
Got you there.
No, we shouldn't lower the standard to make
know
it
what you mean.
open to everybody. I think it should be open. The best person should
I
get the
think
job.
so, yeah.
100%. But if we're encouraging women to apply for it, and you've got someone there with the potential, then you've got another woman.
But the thing
at the
is,
table.
you see the House of Commons now, and it is mostly men, but there is more of a balance now with women.
Yeah.
But if you go to a normal branch meeting in local politics, it's nearly all men that go to it. Women aren't that interested, really, because they do other things.
Yeah, no, but
bringing families up, raising children, and being.
But you know that is true, and I think, especially, I'm a woman in her 40s, and I've got a 2-year-old, and I do feel like when women get to this age, and that is something part of the International Women's Day with empowerment for women, you have the career change, you do lose your confidence. So there's a lot of women now probably wanting to perhaps think about going into politics, and they don't feel that there's a space for them. And I think it's very important, again, why we want men to be part of the conversation, so women feel that we can contribute and therefore succeed.
Right, we've got you behind the bar, so we're going to need to pull a pint and talk about other stuff as well. You've got a pint pot there, Rachel.
I do.
And have you done this before?
Never poured a pint in
So
my
all you
life.
have to do is pour the perfect pint in 30 seconds.
Okay.
And while you're pulling the pint, I want to ask you some questions. So 3, 2, 1, go for it. That's it. Pull it right back. That's it. Keep pulling it. It's a pump action. That's it. Keep doing it, yeah.
I am a complete novice.
Yeah. So imagine that you're hosting a dinner party tonight, a soiree at your home. And you want to keep going. And we're talking about, that's pretty good actually.
Right.
Plonk it on the bar. And right on the bar at the front. And you've got to invite some dinner guests from the world of motorsports.
Yes.
And they can be past or present, living or dead.
Yeah.
And you've got 3 guests to invite. Who would they be?
James Hunt.
Yeah.
I would do probably Senna. And it's probably an obvious one, but Hamilton.
Hamilton.
Yeah, Lewis Hamilton.
No Nicky Lauda in there?
I do love Lauda.
Yeah.
But I would like to hear from Hamilton, see what Hamilton
What would you say to him? What would you say to him?
Should have retired quite a few years ago, because he should have done, I think.
Yeah.
Kind of end on a high.
Yeah.
I love Hamilton. I've always loved him, much more than...
See, I grew up, I'm a little bit older than you. I know that's rude, not obvious. But I grew up watching James Hunt, if I did watch it on the TV, so that would have been my sort here. And he was a bit of a flamboyant, playboy, probably the sort of bloke that every young man wanted to be like, weren't you, James?
100%. Yeah, 100%. And the thing with motorsport, which made me get more... open my eyes up to the gender equality, wanting to do more, was...
Yeah, why are there no women racing in Formula 1?
There will be in about 10 years. I think, again, it's opening the space up for women to race. And we've got some great drivers. We've got Jamie Chadwick. Unfortunately, if she was around maybe 10 years ago, I can see her getting to F1, but she won't do it in the next
Can we just admit, though,
I'm ready.
and I'll get some pelters for this probably, that we're just different. Men and women are different physically and mentally.
Well, we are different physically. I mean, it doesn't take a genius to work that one out.
But, you know, it's like, you know, in motorsports, some people may... I once had a debate with she's now currently a Labour MP, a female Labour MP, and I said to her, men are better at football than women. And she ranted at me for about half an hour.
Yeah.
And I said, they just are.
There's different strengths.
Different strengths.
However, with racing, I do not agree. You don't need to be strong, like actually physically. That's me lifting.
I mean, Nigel Mansell used to get out of his car and just collapse.
Yeah, you work out so much when you race and you lose a lot of water. But if everyone trains and you get your fitness up there, there's absolutely no reason why you won't compete with others of an opposite sex. If you train, then I don't see a difference. If you get that peak fitness, and again, racing is obviously fitness, it's talent.
But you say that, Rachel, but that's all well and good. I sort of buy that bit where if they train and they get fit, they can get in their F1 car, go on the track, but how will they reverse it?
They struggle.
They struggle. And on that note, we're going to finish. Absolutely. That's Rachel Downey on last one. Thank you. Oh, and by the way,
can we talk about that?
10 out of 10 for that. It was a good pint. Thanks for coming.
Yeah.
Thanks for joining me on Lee Anderson's Real World. It's been another great show with some cracking guests. But coming up next, we've got Friday Night with Matt Goodwin.
Well, tonight, Friday night with me, Matt Goodwin, I am back in my role as TV presenter. We'll be looking at this bombshell news story breaking tonight. Labour's plan for a new anti-Muslim hostility czar, plus the latest from the war in Iran, and the oracle of British politics, Sir John Curtis, on the rise of the Greens. See you in 1 minute.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boiler sponsors the weather on GB News.
Evening. Welcome to your latest weather update from the Met Office here on GB News. The weekend looms large. Not much rain around, and Scotland and Northern Ireland having the brighter skies, whereas much of England and Wales fairly grey. High pressure is trying to nose in, and that will provide some clear skies tonight across Scotland in particular. This old weather front draped across the southeast and East Anglia, bringing some outbreaks of showery rain. A damp, dank kind of night here, although the rain should be fizzling out through the early hours. Clearer skies in eastern Scotland and in southern Scotland. That's where we'll see a frost. Temperatures dropping well below freezing in some rural spots. A bit more of a breeze in western Scotland, keeping the temperatures up here. Bright start for Northern Ireland, plenty of sunshine for Scotland, which will soon get rid of any frost. Further south, it's a pretty gloomy start, fairly glum, mist, low cloud, dull and dank from Lincolnshire down to Kent. Some outbreaks of light rain and drizzle likely across southeast England. Perhaps also the southwest and South Wales. North Wales seeing some sunshine, Northern Ireland seeing sunny spells. And as I mentioned, eastern Scotland having a fine day by and large, actually. Yes, it starts a bit cold, but quite quickly those temperatures will be rising. Now, there's a bit of uncertainty about where we see this rain and drizzle across the south. There's certainly in for some, I suspect, for South Wales, southwest England, perhaps also across the Midlands. Brighter skies compared to today for North Wales and the far north of England. We should see some sunshine here. Northwest Scotland seeing thicker cloud, a little bit of drizzly rain at times over the Western Isles. Temperatures 9, 10, 11 degrees in the sunshine. Feeling quite pleasant. We might squeak up to 13 across the southeast. Sunday, again, predominantly cloudy for England and Wales. Cloudy day for North Wales and Northern England, certainly. And there will be some outbreaks of showery rain here. Bit of wet weather in Western Scotland, the west of Northern Ireland too. Again, Eastern Scotland doing okay for sunshine, and it might brighten up across the southeast Sunday afternoon. If we see any sunshine here, temperatures up to 15.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Exciting news. Every Friday, my Patrick Christie's Tonight Show is going to have a twist to it. We're welcoming some special guests. You. That's right. On Fridays, I'm going to be doing my show in front of a live studio audience because this show is about you and what you have to say. It's going to be the same big debates, same big topics, same big opinions. But every Friday night at 9 p.m, you are invited to come on down to Patrick Christie's Tonight to be a part of the action. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
A camper van and cash could be yours in our very latest Great British Giveaway. You could be driving away in this brand new Benavan 122. This 2026 model, worth over £67,000, comes with all of the mod cons you'd expect. And that's not all, as you'll also get an incredible £25,000 in tax-free cash to boost your bank account this year. For a chance to win a camper van and cash, text prize to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message, or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge, or post your name and number to GB20 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 1st of May. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation.
No,
Because the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff.
Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood.
So join me on Jubes and Kerr weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless, and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Dawdley, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m. weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster, the ultimate clique.
And you're fighting like rats in a sack.
But here on the Camilla Tominey Show, we ask the questions the establishment media is too scared to ask.
Okay, let me ask you a straight question, because I know you're a straight-talking politician.
Whether it's net zero, illegal immigration, or law and order, nothing is off limits.
You had the power then.
Yeah,
and now you've lost it.
That's the Camilla Tominey Show, a politics show that's fearless.
But no, let me finish my question if you don't mind, because it is my show.
Sundays at 9:30, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome to Friday Night with me, Matt Goodwin, where I speak up for you, the forgotten majority. Coming up on tonight's show. Fancy £40,000 tax-free to say goodbye to Britain. Well, under Labour's latest plan for dealing with illegal migration, some illegal migrants might just get a taxpayer-funded golden handshake. We'll be looking at the detail of that tonight. And Donald Trump has doubled down on his hardline stance, saying that there will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender. But with Sir Keir Starmer urging de-escalation and a negotiated settlement, is our Prime Minister seriously out of touch? And breaking tonight, Britain is going to get a new anti-Muslim hostility czar under plans to be outlined by the Labour government on Monday. They have been leaked onto social media this evening, and it will include a new definition of Islamophobia. We're going to be looking at all the detail of that tonight. And lastly, the Green Party has leapfrogged the Labour Party into second place in the sensational new YouGov poll. But how far can the Greens go? And is this the end of the two-party system? I'm going to be debating that with the oracle of British politics, Sir John Curtis, at the end of this show. You're not going to want to miss it. Now, I'll also be joined by my panel tonight, Associate Comment Editor for The Telegraph, Poppy Coburn, and political commentator Kai Wilshaw. But as ever, I want to know your views tonight, and you can share them with me at gbnews.com/yoursay. And of course, friends of GB News, our supporters, can vote in today's You Decide poll for free by scanning the QR code on the screen right now. We're asking this question tonight. I think it's a question of the moment. Do you approve of Keir Starmer's position on the war in Iran? Let us know what you think, and we will bring you the results at the very end of the show. But right now it is time for the news.
Thank you very much. Good evening. The top stories. President Donald Trump says there will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender. It comes as Israel launched fresh strikes on Tehran and Beirut, while Iran says it fired missiles at Tel Aviv. Lebanon's health ministry says there have been 217 deaths since Israeli strikes began, as large explosions have been seen in Beirut. The Israeli military says it's targeting Hezbollah across Lebanon, with Beirut's south seen as a stronghold for the Iran-backed armed group. The IDF says over 400 targets have been struck in several areas in Iran, including ballistic missile launchers and Iranian UAV storage facilities. Meanwhile, the IDF says 50 Israeli jets have hit Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei's underground bunker in the heart of Tehran. Sir Keir Starmer, meanwhile, has offered to deploy 4 extra jets to provide defensive air cover for Bahrain. This after the Prime Minister already announced the deployment of 4 Typhoon fighter jets to Qatar. Despite this, the Prime Minister has insisted the United Kingdom will not be joining offensive strikes on Iran. The Foreign Office says a second UK-chartered flight carrying stranded British nationals back from Oman has now taken off. 4 people have been arrested as part of a counter-terrorism investigation relating to Iran, the Metropolitan Police says. Police arrested 1 Iranian and 3 dual British-Iranian nationals on suspicion of assisting a foreign intelligence service. The investigation relates to the suspected surveillance of locations and individuals linked to Jewish communities in London, the Met said. In a statement, the Home Secretary, Shabana Mahmood, sought to reassure the public that the UK's police and security services are world-leading, and also that she would not hesitate to take any action to counter any threat to the UK. 3 women have been interviewed under caution by the Metropolitan Police over suspicions of enabling former Harrods boss Mohammed Al-Fayed's abuse. Officers interviewed 3 women aged in their 40s, 50s and 60s on suspicion of the following offences: aiding and abetting rape and sexual assault, assisting the commission of sexual offences, and human trafficking for sexual exploitation. No arrests have been made and the investigation remains ongoing. Commander Angela Craggs said, while Al-Fayed is no longer alive to face prosecution, we have always been determined to bring anyone who is suspected to have played a part in his offending to justice. And Lord Mandelson has had his bail conditions dropped following his arrest on suspicion of misconduct in public office, but remains under investigation. Lawyers for the former UK ambassador to the US said his passport had been returned by the Met Police, adding he didn't constitute a flight risk. Lord Mandelson was arrested last month over allegations that while serving as a minister, he passed on market-sensitive government information to the late convicted paedophile Jeffrey Epstein. Well, that came after a tip-off from House of Commons Speaker Sir Lindsay Hoyle that the former cabinet minister may have been planning to travel to the British Virgin Islands. Those are the latest GB News headlines from me for now. More in an hour.
For all the latest from GB News whilst you're on the go, get the GB News app. Scan the QR code now to download or visit gbnews.com/app.
Welcome back to Friday Night with me, Matt Goodwin, and it is good to be back in my role here as TV presenter. Over the last few weeks, in case you haven't noticed, I've been out on the campaign trail running for office, representing Reform UK in the Gorton and Denton by-election, and I learned a great deal about the mood of the country and what's on the minds of the British people. And later in the show, I'll be sharing some of those reflections when we're joined by the oracle of British politics himself, Sir John Curtis. We're going to talk about the rise of the Greens and the fragmentation of our politics. But before we get to that, I have to say this. Things were getting a little bit crazy when I left, but I've come back to find things have really gone completely crazy, because the latest proposal from Labour's Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood might be one of the most astonishing immigration policies I've ever seen in my life. The plan: pay the families of failed asylum seekers up to £40,000. That's £40,000 of British taxpayers' money to leave the UK. Yes, you heard that right. The government argues that this small pilot scheme will somehow act as a deterrent. It will stop people from coming over in the small boats. And people who are considering coming to Britain illegally will apparently see this policy and they will think twice. But I put it to you that if you ever wanted to design a policy that actually encourages illegal immigration, it would look remarkably like the one that's just been tabled by Shabana Mahmood. Think about it. You risk the journey to Britain, you make your asylum claim, and if that claim fails, you could walk away still with tens of thousands of pounds from the British taxpayer to go home, money that could easily then be used to try the journey all over again. And we're told that this is sensible because it's cheaper than putting illegal migrants and asylum seekers in luxury hotels, which are currently costing the country millions of pounds every single day. But I have a radical suggestion for everybody out there. I have a suggestion that may ruffle some feathers on the Labour benches. Why don't we deal with the root of this problem instead? Why don't we leave the European Convention on Human Rights, the ECHR, which repeatedly blocks Britain from enforcing its own immigration laws? Why don't we repeal Tony Blair's Human Rights Act, which enshrines the ECHR into domestic UK law, which empowers a whole army of unelected, bureaucratic, woke, left-leaning lawyers? And why don't we do what many other countries already do around the world? Why don't we detain and deport people who come here illegally and process their claims offshore, away from hotels, away from the British people? Instead, this Labour government is choosing the opposite approach. It is incentivising the illegal migration crisis. It's making it worse. The British public are being asked to hand over tens of thousands of pounds to people whose asylum claims have already been rejected. It is absolutely mind-boggling, and to be frank, it is an insult to the British people. For many voters, it is going to feel like yet another moment where the political class in Westminster, and especially Keir Starmer, Shabana Mahmood and the Labour government, have completely lost touch with the country and the people they are supposed to represent. And frankly, I think it's another ridiculous moment from what is rapidly becoming the most ridiculous government in my lifetime. Well, to discuss all of this, I wanted to get the thoughts now of somebody who knows much more about immigration policy in this country than anybody else, Research Director for the Centre for Migration Control, Rob Bates. Rob, surely the Labour Party do not think this policy is going to make a dent in the illegal migration crisis, giving families of failed asylum seekers £40,000, goodness knows what that means for people from Afghanistan, from Pakistan, from India. I mean, it's a mountain of gold. Surely they don't think this is going to make a difference.
Well, it far surpasses even the average median annual salary of a British worker. £40,000 is a huge amount of money, and the Labour government has actually so far already thrown £40 million bribing illegal migrants to leave this country. And I think it's important to realise why they think this is in any way appropriate, and that is because effectively the UK government is regularly blackmailed and forced into this position where it cannot remove illegal migrants, people who've come into the country without our permission, because these individuals have endless rights to make asylum claims. They have endless rights to the ECHR, judicial review and so forth, and that really frustrates the process of removing them. All the while we're paying for their accommodation, we're paying for their legal aid, we're paying effectively for their round-the-clock care and support. And unfortunately, actually, what the Labour government are admitting with this policy is they have no plans to remove some of the impediments that make it difficult for the government to detain and deport illegal migrants, and instead they're going to give in and actually start throwing money at those that are broken in. And this is inevitably going to be a pull factor. £40,000 is a huge amount of money. It's about £3,000 at the moment for an illegal migrant, sort of, if we're saying to them, look, we'll give you this money if you go back to your country of origin. This is a threefold increase on that. It's a huge uptick, and actually really all it is going to do is incentivise more people to get in touch with the people smugglers and come to Britain illegally.
So let's just say I'm a migrant coming over on one of the small boats from Pakistan, and I try and get into the country. I arrive illegally. I file an asylum claim. That's rejected. The government says, look, here's 10,000 quid. In fact, if I've got a family, here's 40,000, time for you to go. I say, okay, right, and back I go. What's to stop me from trying to do that again with the money in my pocket?
Well, the government will say that they sort of take biometric data off an individual, but we're seeing with the one-in, one-out deal with France that actually already individuals that have come into the UK and been removed to France are then coming back to the UK. So it's a very clear precedent. This is actually something that does take place. I think the Labour government want to give the impression that once an individual has been paid to leave, they've wiped their hands of them, and therefore that individual is no longer coming back to the UK. But it's a very real risk, and we have to understand actually what some of the key features of those coming across the channel is, which is that these individuals often are connected to networks of individuals already in the UK, and therefore actually the wherewithal to arrive in this country is already far greater than perhaps the Labour government recognises. And I think this just really lays bare that they don't understand the underlying dynamics of this small boats crisis, which is the huge incentive structure that is in place to try and make it to the UK. And unfortunately, actually, this is just compounding the problem.
I'm going to bring the panel in a second, but just before I do, let me just talk about Shabana Mahmood for a minute, right? Now, a lot of blue Labour people, you know, Lord Glasman and others on the sort of right of the Labour Party, if there indeed is such a thing, would say, look, Shabana Mahmood she's being tough, she's being responsible, she is the only hope the Labour Party has of sort of triangulating reform on the right and the Greens on the left, that she's sort of trying to occupy this position that is broadly in line with where the British public are. I mean, there is that argument, isn't there, that actually while Shabana Mahmood is deeply unpopular among Labour MPs who have obviously been speaking on WhatsApp groups this week, we've seen them be leaked. They said, well, these new proposals are far too right-wing for the Labour Party. But there is this argument, isn't there, that actually Shabana Mahmood is probably the last hope the Labour Party have of holding on to places like the Red Wall, places like Wales, you know, areas of the country that are full of working class voters that are deeply, deeply frustrated with what's happening on the borders.
I think she's the furthest right we'd get within the Labour government, but as we've seen today, there are a baying mob of backbenchers that are just desperate at the opportunity to tear down any of her plans when it comes to settlement for legal migrants. And I think when it does come to the fact that they have to introduce legislation, she's going to face a huge proposal. But let's not kid ourselves here that somehow Shabana Mahmood actually has the answers to this problem, because at the very heart of her asylum plan is the fact that illegal migrants who come into our country illegally will still have the right to claim settlement. They will have the right to have off-ramps onto different visa types, and then ultimately they're on a pathway at that point towards citizenship. So she's really actually skewed where the pitch was with the last Conservative government and actually where other centre-right parties are as well when it comes to this conversation. I think actually what she is offering is a lot of tough rhetoric, but behind the scenes pathways for a real compounding of this crisis.
Let me just bring in the panel here, Poppy Coburn. I mean, I'm hearing rumours in Westminster about a Labour defection to reform, and I'm starting to think it might be Shabana Mahmood.
She'd probably be the only one who can actually fit into the party without feeling very, very uncomfortable every day.
But what do you make of this plan?
I mean, you know, the first thing I thought when I read this story was of the Ethiopian sex offender from Epping Forest. I mean, unfortunately, it wasn't that long ago, but so much has happened since then, so many unfortunate stories. He was the man that sexually assaulted a teenage girl outside of McDonald's. And that obviously became a massive scandal because people then protested outside the Asylum Hotel, which he was being housed
This is
at.
the Bell Hotel.
Taxpayer expense, of course. And there was an absolute farce of him actually escaping from custody early, him being released from prison in some kind of administrative mishap, and then him travelling around London with an avocado tote bag. I mean, unbelievable. But the part of the story it reminded me of is the fact that he was deported and given money in the process of being deported.
Yeah.
What kind of message does that send? You break into the country illegally, you sexually assault a child, and we will give you money. And there's nothing to stop you from coming back. Because we haven't taken control of our borders. You could get on a boat and come back again.
Reform also say that financial payments for voluntary deportations
But the difference between Labour and Reform is that Reform is saying, we are going to stop the boats. So once people have left, they're gone. What, how have they done so far? Well, the highest level of boat crossings we've ever had.
Is this going to make a difference, Kai, given, as Poppy's saying, the taps are going to stay on, the boats are going to keep coming. The numbers are up, aren't they, last year? The numbers 41,000, over 40,000. Yeah. The numbers aren't coming down, they're going up. So how on earth is this going to make a difference?
Well, I think this is another classic example, Matt, of missing the wood for the trees. This isn't the only policy that Shabana Mahmood is announcing. She already announced a raft of asylum measures that are the biggest reform in asylum, the provisions we have for asylum.
But the numbers are still going up.
Ever, that's one thing. Now she's come back for more, right? And you make out that Shabana Mahmood's an outlier because of this letter that's going around, 100 or so MPs against it. That's a lot of MPs not against it, right? She's not an outlier. She's doing exactly what's right for the British people.
Rob Bates, just briefly before we move on, if this doesn't work, if the small boat numbers keep going up, the number of asylum claims keep going up, and Labour continues to lose control, where on earth does the party go then?
They've got nowhere left to go because they have categorically ruled out doing what is necessary, which includes leaving the ECHR. This is really a last gasp plan put in place by the Labour government. Unfortunately, it doesn't change the fundamentals. And really, actually, when it comes to the fact that they're still going to permit asylum claims, for instance, from individuals that have arrived on study or work visas as well, that's a huge problem. And frankly, it's an absolute abomination. An individual that's effectively lied to get a visa and come into the UK is able to claim asylum. They're not changing any of the fundamentals such as that. They've also said individuals that arrive illegally will still be able to claim asylum. Again, that is ridiculous. So she's not changed any of them.
I'm happy to be wrong. Sometimes I am. But my hunch here is the Labour Party is going to get dragged leftwards on immigration, partly in response to the rise of the Greens. But let's see, because coming up, we've got to move on. President Trump has said there will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender, as he pledges to restore American strength and make the country great again. We're going to be debating the latest in the war in Iran. This is Friday Night with Matt Goodwin, only on GB News. I will see you in 1 minute.
Decisions made in Washington aren't just shaping America, they're shaping Britain too. From migration to global security, from crime to health. Whatever happens in the White House today
will be felt in your town or city tomorrow.
That's why The Late Show is live from Washington, D.C.
Cutting through the politics to show you what it all means for Britain.
The Late Show live every night at midnight.
Only on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Well, I'd never heard of the guy until about 4 hours ago, but then I'd never heard of Sam Ryder. I'd never heard of Bucks Fizz before either. So who knows? I'm a bit disappointed because I thought this is the 70th Eurovision Song Contest. Why don't they send a big name, make it so great glory? But they're taking a little bit of a gamble here. by all accounts, apparently the song, Scott Mills, the semi-final commentator, has said that it sounds a bit like sort of Human League meets the Pet Shop Boys.
And there's been some reporting that an unnamed act was axed from possibly representing Britain after some of the bosses involved found some unacceptable online comments. It does all point to the fact that this is going to be quite an incendiary, perhaps, edition of Eurovision in its 70th year. Plenty of countries are boycotting the event because, despite being called Eurovision, we do get inputs from countries all over the world, including from Israel, which has caused a bit of a fracas in some corners, hasn't it, Kevin?
Yeah, I've always said from day one, I mean, this will be my 27th Eurovision Song Contest, so I've been all over the globe following this show. They should never bring politics into the Eurovision Song Contest. Greece have picked their song, and I'm very sorry for anybody from Greece who's listening, but it is absolutely terrible. Estonia have picked their song, and it is absolutely amazing. It's a four-piece girl band, a bit rocky, a bit like sort of Heart would be. And I love that song. It's going to go down well in the hall, but I don't think it's going to win. We've got Albania, who tends to churn out the same sort of Balkan-sounding music every year. That'll probably finish in the top 5.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Exciting news. Every Friday, my Patrick Christie's Tonight Show is going to have a twist to it. We're welcoming some special guests. You. That's right, on Fridays I'm going to be doing my show in front of a live studio audience because this show is about you and what you have to say. It's going to be the same big debates, same big topics, same big opinions. But every Friday night at 9 p.m. you are invited to come on down to Patrick Christie's Tonight to be a part of the action. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back to Friday Night with me, Matt Goodwin, speaking up for the forgotten majority. And some of you have indeed been getting in touch. Please keep sending us your notes and your messages because Donald Trump has made his position on the war in Iran unequivocally clear. He has said there will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender as he pledges to restore American strength and make the country great again. President Trump also gave an update. Watch this.
The United States military, together with the wonderful Israeli partners, continues to totally demolish the enemy far ahead of schedule.
Meanwhile, in the UK, Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer has continued to defend not joining the initial US-Israeli strikes on Iran, emphasizing a diplomatic, measured approach and protection of British citizens. He says that UK bases will support defensive missions and extra RAF jets will... Is Sir Keir Starmer threatening the UK's special relationship with the United States of America? That is the question that I posed to you earlier on in the show in our poll. Well, to discuss this question itself, joining me this evening is Associate Comment Editor for The Telegraph, Poppy Coburn, and political commentator Kai Wilshaw. Kai, I'll start with you first. Keir Starmer, you've read much of the media over the last week, and I suspect going into this weekend too, Keir Starmer is ruining the special relationship that has guided this country pretty much since 1941.
Yeah, and you know why that is? It's because we have a media class that is high on its own supply, desperate to see the Prime Minister fail, not because of any sense of patriotic duty, but just because it makes good headlines.
Really?
We've seen the same with politicians, trying to get allies to join an ill-thought-out war, unclear aims, uncertain success, right? The British public see through all of this, and they agree with what Keir Starmer is doing, right? British people oppose the US strikes in Iran, and they also believe that we shouldn't condemn nor give praise to those attacks. Now, if Keir Starmer getting it right, I don't know what is.
It depends who you're polling, right?
Yes.
Reform voters, I think Conservative voters, more or less, are broadly
and
in support. Labour, Greens, maybe not so. Poppy Coburn, it's a special relationship under strain like never before.
Not like never before. I mean, there have been instances where the UK's been out of step with the US on foreign policy. I mean, the first one is Vietnam. Harold Wilson was quite strong that he wasn't going to join in the fight with that. Then you have the reverse of that, which Tony Blair going headfirst into the conflict conflict in Iraq, and I think we would all agree that that was a mistake. So there have been moments before where there's been a bit of tension, and there's also been moments of closeness with America where that's actually turned out maybe to not be the right thing. What I will say, though, is the whole argument that was made a couple of months ago endlessly that Keir Starmer had a very close personal relationship with Donald Trump has been exposed to be completely stupid. And the reason why it was stupid from the beginning is they had a great relationship because Keir Starmer never contradicted Trump. He never asked for anything. He never really did anything. He just sat there kind of grinning aimlessly. And Donald Trump was probably like, who's this guy? Oh, what, the Prime Minister of the UK? Yeah, he's great, whatever. You know, and now immediately when there's been a time where Keir Starmer has been out of step with the president, he's going around calling him an idiot. So that was never true in the first place, that Keir Starmer was some kind of diplomatic genius. I'm so glad that we don't have to pretend that was true anymore.
Doesn't that, though, call into question, where do Farage and Kemi Badenoch go from here? Because I think Nigel Farage has been kowtowing to Donald Trump for way too long, and now he's out on a limb thinking, how am I going to justify this when the British public are increasingly seeing a despot who doesn't know what he wants, who's trying to drag us into a regional war? I really think he's in a tough spot, and Kemi Badenoch as well, if Trump
it's interesting, you know, I don't see it that way personally. I think what a lot of people on the right would argue is that what we have to do more than anything is ensure that a crackpot Islamist regime in Iran never gets its hands on nuclear weapons. And while Iran is at this point of weakness, we have to essentially dismantle and destruct its weaponry and its ability to pose a threat to other regional powers, including Israel. I don't personally think many people on the right, just putting President Trump to one side, were actually talking about full-on regime change. I think they were saying, look, now is the time to dismantle this regime, to make sure, somewhat similar to Venezuela perhaps, to make sure that, you know, that the head of the snake is lopped off and we can do business with what's left.
I mean, I'm actually pretty anti-interventionist, which I think is quite uncommon for the British right. There are some people in America who kind of share the opinions that have been let down slightly by Donald Trump. I agree if this is just a targeted strike. It's not a bad idea. I understand why Iran wants nuclear weapons, by the way. When you topple people like Saddam Hussein, it means that every single enemy to America goes, I need to get nuclear weapons, otherwise I can be toppled by the Americans. I'm not saying that's a good thing, but that is the rationale behind it. What I will say, though, is that already the war aims have been broadened. So Marco Rubio's speech 2 nights ago, he suddenly goes, well, we might be here for 8 weeks. You know, this is how all of these conflicts that America gets dragged into in the Middle East start. It starts with a small surgical strike. We're going to take out the Taliban in Afghanistan. Oh, well, now there might be weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, so we've got to go in there. Well, we can't leave this regime because it will cause like a terrorist void in the Middle East, so we've got to stay there for 10, 20 years. I would just say Nigel Farage has been really strong in the past in not going in kowtow with the kind of banging of the drums that the Tory party machine has always done. He has stepped back before and said, I don't like intervention in some of these wars. And I hope that that spirit is still alive within Reform, that we can say we're fans of Donald Trump, we think he's a great ally to the British people, but is this something we really want to get involved in? Is this actually a conflict that we want to get ourselves into? Because it's rarely as neat as just taking out a few people and walking away.
Well, again, I'm not here to speak for any individual or any particular party, but I do think the comparisons with the war in Iraq are slightly misleading. I think the world has moved on dramatically over the last 25 years or so, and I do think there are lots of political leaders, Kai Wilshaw, who would maybe Nigel Farage, I don't know, I wouldn't want to speak for him, but who probably see that this is about a bigger civilizational struggle now, that actually the Islamist regime in Iran, you know, we cannot allow that to get anywhere near nuclear weapons. You know, post October 7th, the world has changed. Is there some credence to that?
Yes, but that's not the argument that was being made. I mean, Poppy, you sort of put it generously when you said the war aims have expanded. That's to suggest that there were even clear aims to begin with. You know, yes, in an ideal world, a surgical tactical strike that takes out the Iranian leadership, fantastic. But we know they've been preparing for this for decades and decades. Cutting off the head of the snake doesn't do anything to the Iranian top.
Well, let's wait and see, because I heard many similar arguments around the time of Venezuela, and everybody said, careful now, you're going to be dragged into a war that you're never going to get out of, and look at where we are now. Well, remember, friends of GB News can vote in today's You Decide poll for free by scanning the QR code right now. We're asking this question: is Sir Keir Starmer threatening the UK special relationship with the United States of America. Let us know what you think, and we will bring you those results right at the end of the show. We're going to move on because Britain is about to get, according to a leaked report tonight, you will see it online, it's just come out about an hour ago, a new anti-Muslim hostility czar under plans to be outlined by the Labour government on Monday, which will also include a new definition of Islamophobia. We're going to be debating that and what it means with a top expert on free speech in just 1 minute. This is Friday Night with Matt Goodwin, only on GB News.
Ready to soak up that holiday sunshine?
Won't we need some cover?
No worries, all sorted.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Portugal's looking sunnier on Saturday, but further heavy rain to come across Mallorca and the eastern side of Spain. The odd shower possible for the Canaries, but generally sunny spells here and for Madeira. Fine day in Portugal after the heavy downpours of Friday. Still some heavy showers to come, though, on the east coast of Spain and for the Balearics, Sardinia and Sicily, too. Mostly fine in Greece with some sunny spells. It'll stay fine in Santorini. The showers easing in Barcelona by Monday.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Evening. Welcome to your latest weather update from the Met Office here on GB News. The weekend looms large. Not much rain around, and Scotland and Northern Ireland having the brighter skies, whereas much of England and Wales fairly grey. High pressure is trying to nose in, and that will provide some clear skies tonight across Scotland in particular. This old weather front draped across the southeast and East Anglia, bringing some outbreaks of showery rain. A damp, dank kind of night here, although the rain should be fizzling out through the early hours. Clearer skies in eastern Scotland and in southern Scotland. That's where we'll see a frost. Temperatures dropping well below freezing in some rural spots. A bit more of a breeze in western Scotland, keeping the temperatures up here. Bright start for Northern Ireland, plenty of sunshine for Scotland, which will soon get rid of any frost. Further south, it's a pretty gloomy start, fairly glum, mist, low cloud, dull and dank from Lincolnshire down to Kent. Some outbreaks of light rain and drizzle likely across southeast England. Perhaps also the southwest and South Wales. North Wales seeing some sunshine, Northern Ireland seeing sunny spells. And as I mentioned, eastern Scotland having a fine day by and large, actually. Yes, it starts a bit cold, but quite quickly those temperatures will be rising. Now, there's a bit of uncertainty about where we see this rain and drizzle across the south. There's certainly in for some, I suspect, for South Wales, southwest England, perhaps also across the Midlands. Brighter skies compared to today for North Wales and the far north of England. We should see some sunshine here. Northwest Scotland seeing thicker cloud, a little bit of drizzly rain at times over the Western Isles. Temperatures 9, 10, 11 degrees in the sunshine. Feeling quite pleasant. We might squeak up to 13 across the southeast. Sunday, again, predominantly cloudy for England and Wales. Cloudy day for North Wales and Northern England, certainly. And there will be some outbreaks of showery rain here. Bit of wet weather in Western Scotland, the west of Northern Ireland too. Again, Eastern Scotland doing okay for sunshine, and it might brighten up across the southeast Sunday afternoon. If you see any sunshine here, temperatures up to 15.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
It's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Dordmeat, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m. weekdays here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world. Am I allowed to talk? No, that's it. This is where it matters. Real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, this Trump made a good start. No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints. How many fingers have I got up?
About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
GB Loyalty Points is here. They're our way of saying thank you for spending time with GB News. Through commenting on your say, voting in You Decide polls and shaping the debate, you can earn GB Loyalty Points. Unlock rewards, reach milestones and climb leaderboards. Don't just watch our programmes, come and be part of them. Get started by scanning the QR code or go to gbnews.com/loyalty points.
Friday Night with me, Matt Goodwin, on GB News, the People's Channel. Now, you've been getting in touch with us. Sandra says, has our country gone mad? 40 grand to leave it. How many sick children, frozen pensioners, despairing farmers close to suicide, homeless people need £40,000, and instead we give that money to foreign illegal migrants who broke into our country on a small boat. Indeed, Martin says it does not make any sense. They need to remove all of the incentives for people to come here. And on Iran, Peter says Nigel would back the United States of America 100% because he would read the intelligence saying Iran was determined to make nuclear weapons. It is that simple. We'll keep those views coming in. Britain, meanwhile, is set to appoint a new anti-Muslim hostility czar. This is news breaking this evening, by the way, as part of proposals that the government will unveil on Monday, alongside a fresh official definition of Islamophobia. Now, a draft copy of this report, called Protecting What Matters, was leaked to The Spectator magazine. It's going online this evening. You'll be able to see it all over the social media platforms. And it lays out Labour's strategy for social cohesion. And it's a really interesting insight into the Labour Party and where we're heading as a society, I think. The document promises a tough line on extremism and identifies Islamist movements as the most serious threat to community cohesion in modern Britain. The document claims that the widespread flying of English, Scottish and Union flags during last summer was used as, and I quote, a tool of hate, and represented the, I quote again, misuse of national symbols to exclude or intimidate. Well, in the pages of The Spectator magazine, Andrew Gilligan, a top expert on social cohesion in Britain, voiced his concerns that the new anti-Muslim hostility czar could provide a bully pulpit for those who have claimed media coverage of grooming gangs are disproportionate and fuel racism. Whereas the political editor of The Spectator, Tim Shipman, chillingly identifies the potential implications for this very channel, for GB News, where new remits to tackle so-called divisive content could be leveraged against media that the government decides it does not like. So is this an honest attempt to create more social cohesion in our country, or is this instead the opening salvo in an all-out war on free speech in modern Britain? Well, joining me to discuss this is External Affairs Officer for the Free Speech Union and regular on GB News, Connie Shaw. Connie, many people out there will be wondering, why on earth do we need an anti-Muslim hostility czar? And when they read some of the comments that we've just put on the screen, some of the statements about, media being potentially curtailed, views online being potentially curtailed, they're going to sense more of this clampdown on free speech that we've become used to under Keir Starmer.
Well, as usual, when this government says it wants to improve community tensions, everything that they propose seems to only want to make tensions worse. And that's what's going to happen if we have an Islamophobia definition, or as they have rebranded it, an anti-Muslim hostility definition, because of course being a Muslim means believing in a certain religion. It's not a race, and they have now scrapped that race aspect, but they still have this prejudicial stereotyping of Muslims clause in there, which they say is part of being hostile towards Muslims. But
so
that was
just
still...
to be clear on that, because I'm conscious that I'm probably going to get tied up in this, right?
Well, many people will get tied up in it, including some Muslims themselves.
Yeah.
We forget that the people who will be the most forgotten and the most affected, for example, will be Muslim women who are at risk within their own communities from cultural practices that happen in their own communities. For example, forced marriages, honour-based violence, FGM, and with this sort of prejudicial stereotyping stuff, it's going to make it harder to tackle those things, because we know that those things happen more in those communities. And then also with this SAR person, firstly, who is it going to be? Because we already know that every single person on this working group to come up with this Islamophobia definition has really concerning connections to Islamists. And I urge everyone to go and read the Free Speech Union's report by David Rose into the working group. No one has done an actual investigation into this. It's astonishing. I couldn't believe it when I read it. I think some people think that we're being alarmist about this. Oh my God, no. Some of the people on this group have associations and have taken advice from people that have actually express and has connections to people who express explicit support for Islamist terrorism. It's that bad. So who's going to have this role and what are they going to be doing?
Indeed, and that is one of the points that Andrew Gilligan has laid out in The Spectator magazine this evening. And he said, look, can you imagine what we're going to have with this Tsar presiding over our national debate, saying that is Islamophobic, that is anti-Muslim hostility. The stereotyping point, I think, is key. So imagine the debate over the grooming gangs. If we were to reference, for example, Pakistani Muslim grooming gangs, and we know based on the evidence that we have that they are more likely to be involved in organized child sexual exploitation, we could see this Tsar figure saying, well, you're stereotyping Muslims, and therefore you are preaching anti-Muslim hostility, and conceivably you should be shut down.
And of course, Baroness Gahir, who is on this, one of the 5 members on the working group, she said very explicitly in terms that that was the case, that it was Islamophobic and risked racism by talking about the fact that the Pakistani men are more likely to be in these grooming gangs. That she said that herself in 2013. Yeah. But this report, the government will claim that actually they are being tough because they have named the problem. Well done. They have said that it is Islamism that's the biggest threat. But then there are so many other things in the report that's surely going to make it very hard to tackle that.
For example, Kai, they say 94% of all deaths being caused by terrorism in the last 25 years were caused by Islamists. But the same report says people who were flying the flags last summer were being toxic and inciting division.
But before that, it hailed them as embracing that opportunity. It is sort of trying to have both sides.
What's wrong with flying the flag?
But it says exactly that. It hails those marchers and campaigners who've used those flags in a positive way, while also trying to have it both sides, right? But can I just come back on one thing, Connie? Because you say that it's just acknowledged the problem, but actually the report has a whole raft of measures that surely we should welcome about extremist charities, about blasphemy, which is very clear about for the first time.
Of course, the CPS very recently has tried to bring back a blasphemy law. But the issue is that every time we've seen measures where there are some really good things, and I completely agree, there's some great things, but everything else makes it seem like there are going to be bad things. And if you look at the Online Safety Act, the duties to take things down have been enacted, which means that free speech has been under threat. But there are actually duties in the Online Safety Act to keep things up, but Ofcom hasn't enacted that in duties. So we're concerned that this means that the good things will fall by the wayside and the bad things will be used, like in Prevent, where they say that Islamism is the worst issue, but then they crack down, they say that far-right extremism is actually the real issue.
Okay, well, the debate is going to rage all weekend because that report has been leaked this evening. You'll be able to get it online, I'm sure. Now, in other news, the Green Party has leapfrogged the Labour Party to second place in a sensational new poll. But how far can the Greens really go? And is the two-party system really over? We're going to be talking to the man himself after the break, Sir John Curtis. See you in 1 minute.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
So we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pierce.
And me, Miriam Gates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
Bold. They are under no illusion.
Ray,
are you a human trafficker?
Boundless. I've had enough of the nonsense, and I'm not afraid to say it.
Don't get us on a BBC.
Every weeknight, I tear through the headlines.
The smell of gasoline. Should we be worried about it?
From Westminster madness to cultural war chaos.
I'm going to do now. They are throwing things out the cars.
Get ready, Britain. Here we go. Patrick Christie's tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless, and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Dordme, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m. weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world. Am I allowed to talk? No, that's it. This is where it matters. Real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, Trump made a good start. No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up?
About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
Oh, no, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There, you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back to Friday Night with me, Matt Goodwin, on GB News, the People's Channel. Now, the big question after the Gorton and Denton by-election is this. Is Britain's traditional two-party system changing for good? Well, according to a new bombshell YouGov poll, which happened after the by-election, it shows the Green Party, astonishingly, nudging ahead of the Labour Party for the first time after its shock win at that by-election, while the Reform Party continues to outpoll the Conservatives by 7 points. Of course, the Conservatives lost their deposit at that by-election. Crucially, the Greens are now dominating the under-50s. They are the most popular party among young Brits, with nearly half of 18 to 24-year-olds saying they are planning to vote for the Green Party at the next general election, a demographic, of course, that Labour has long claimed as its own. The question is whether this is just a fleeting protest vote, reminiscent perhaps of UKIP's European election surges, or are we seeing a deeper, lasting shake-up, a realignment of British politics? Well, of course, one man who will know more than anybody else in the country is pollster Professor Sir John Curtis. John, thank you for joining the channel. Good to be with you.
And you, Matt.
How far can the Greens go? That is the question. How many seats look like Gorton and Denton? How many seats do you think the Greens can really win, given this rather unique electoral alliance that they have of minority voters on the one hand and, let's say, student, middle-class, graduate progressives on the other?
The answer is the constituencies that have both of those, of which Gorton and Denton to some degree was one. It also clearly means that London is very much the kind of territory where the Greens could expect to do well, together with some university towns. Those are the places where the Greens are likely to find a kind of demographic. And there isn't anything new about this. It was very, very clear in the 2024 election. Where did the Greens do best? They did best amongst places with lots of young people. They took a lot of the 18 to 24-year-olds, a group that hitherto Labour have dominated in that election. And the Greens were one of the parties, together with George Galloway's Workers' Party, and of course some independent candidates who were able to do well in constituencies with a significant number of Muslims. And in effect, the Greens have taken a part of the coalition that elected Labour in 2024, and certainly was part of Labour's coalition under Jeremy Corbyn. Meanwhile, of course, Reform have taken another bit of the Labour coalition. It's a minority part of this coalition, but those 2024 Labour voters, however, who are in favour of Brexit, are the ones who primarily the Labour supporters who've gone to Reform. And so you can see how, you know, Labour's problem. I mean, Conservatives face. Of our two big parties, they both face big problems. The Conservatives face a fundamental problem, which is Reform. Reform have taken a large chunk of their support. They've essentially claimed the coalition of people that voted for Boris Johnson in 2019 to get Brexit done. In Labour's case, the problem is more complicated, because on the one hand, yes, they've lost some ground to Reform.
around 1 in 8 of their voters, perhaps. But they've equally been losing at least as many to the Greens, and the number, of course, in the most recent post-Gorton polls look as though it's gone up. So Labour, therefore, are losing votes in both directions. The net effect has been that together, Conservative and Labour for some weeks and months now have been running at less than 40% together in the polls. And now in the polls that are most immediate in the wake of Gorton, where we've seen a bit of a boost in support for the Greens, not surprisingly, it's running at about 35%. I mean, this is unprecedented territory.
Okay,
whether it means the end of the two-party system, we don't know. But there is no doubt this is the biggest challenge to it since the 1920s.
Now, I've got a little theory. I'm going to throw it at you, and I'm going to see if it stands up to your academic expertise. I think what we're heading towards is a sort of rerun of 2019. And the reason I say that is because the Greens, Labour, I think this sort of more radical left proposition, if you like, is going to do well in the cities. It's going to do well in the university towns, maybe a little bit like Jeremy Corbyn. But on the right of politics, you're going to have more breadth. You're going to have reform, perhaps with the Conservatives, who knows, but doing very well outside of those bastions of support for the left. And of course, the one thing that led to that big majority for Boris Johnson, or that realignment, was just how well he was doing outside of those leftist strongholds. So I'm on the one hand looking at the Greens, you know, and thinking impressive performance. On the other, I'm also looking at a party that probably doesn't have the breadth to pull off what it hopes to pull off at the next general election.
I mean, I would certainly agree that the Greens probably don't have the ability to win a general election on their own, at least not as yet. They will need to do much more damage to Labour. I mean, I think your supposition is really based on the presumption that maybe with the Reform and the Conservatives can be amalgamated and brought together. Now, if they were to be brought together, and if they could hang on to most of their voters in bringing them together, then yes, you might be right. The problem is, of course, is why have so many people switched from Conservative to Reform? Because they are deeply disenchanted with the record of the Conservative government between 2019 and 2024. And meanwhile, now what you have to realise is that approaching a half of what's left of the Conservative vote comes from those people who have stuck with the Tories, even though actually they're in favour of being inside the European Union. It's the more socially liberal part of the Conservative coalition that's now forms a larger portion of the Tory vote than it did in 2019. And I don't think all of those would necessarily vote for a combined Reform Conservative group. Now, what of course is true now, and again, this is the way in which our politics is fundamentally different. All of our parties now are minorities. That includes Reform. It's just that Reform at the moment are the largest minority. And yes, because their votes geographically spread and because they have a lead which varies in the polls, some suggest it's only 4 or 5, but others suggest it's closer to 10. A party with just 30% of the vote, which is well ahead of everybody else, and whose vote is geographically evenly spread, will do very nicely. Thank you very much.
Well, thank
the
you.
Past the post-electoral system.
Well, that's Sir John Curtis, of course, the man that knows more than anybody about the realities of British politics. One day, John, you and I are going for lunch to talk about the academic theory and how it collides with the political reality. Well, what an absolutely fascinating conversation and what an absolutely great discussion. The Green Party has hit back, by the way, at Reform's criticisms, with a spokesman saying tonight, this is an attempt to undermine the democratic result, referring to the Gorton and Denton commentary, and is straight out of the Trump playbook. We've just won a historic by-election by a comfortable margin. We've shown the country that Greens can beat Reform despite their big business donations. Well, there you are, a statement from the Greens. And I'm sure this debate will rage on and on. Well, thank you all for joining me this evening. Friends of GB News have been voting tonight. And friends, you can vote in the You Decide poll for free by scanning the QR code now. And today we were asking, is Sir Keir Starmer threatening the UK's special relationship with the United States of America? The results are in. 98% of you say yes. Wow, 98%. That's a big figure. While 2% say no. Well, that's fascinating. Now, Patrick Christys tonight is coming up next. I think Alex Armstrong is sitting in the hot seat. Well, Alex, what have you got coming up in?
Yes, thank you, Matt. Look who I've got here with me tonight. I've got these wonderful people. Hello, everybody. Yes. So wonderful to see you all. Look, on the show tonight, we're going to be talking about dithering Keir Starmer. Has he humiliated the country with his inaction on Iran? And would you take 40k to leave Britain? That's coming up next.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boiler sponsors the weather on GB News.
Evening. Welcome to your latest weather update from the Met Office here on GB News. The weekend looms large. Not much rain around, and Scotland and Northern Ireland having the brighter skies, whereas much of England and Wales fairly grey. High pressure is trying to nose in, and that will provide some clear skies tonight across Scotland in particular. This old weather front draped across the southeast and East Anglia, bringing some outbreaks of showery rain. A damp, dank kind of night here, although the rain should be fizzling out through the early hours. Clearer skies in eastern Scotland and in southern Scotland. That's where we'll see a frost. Temperatures dropping well below freezing in some rural spots. A bit more of a breeze in western Scotland, keeping the temperatures up here. Bright start for Northern Ireland. Plenty of sunshine for Scotland, which will soon get rid of any frost. Further south, it's a pretty gloomy start. Fairly glob, mist, low cloud, dull and dank from Lincolnshire down to Kent. Some outbreaks of light rain and drizzle likely across southeast England. Perhaps also the southwest and South Wales. North Wales seeing some sunshine. Northern Ireland seeing sunny spells. And as I mentioned, eastern Scotland having a fine day by and large. Actually, yes, it starts a bit cold, but quite quickly those temperatures will be rising. Now, there's a bit of uncertainty about where we see this rain and drizzle across the south. There's certainly in for some, I suspect, for South Wales, southwest England, perhaps also across the Midlands. Brighter skies compared to today for North Wales and the far north of England. We should see some sunshine here. Northwest Scotland seeing thicker cloud, a little bit of drizzly rain at times over the Western Isles. Temperatures 9, 10, 11 degrees in the sunshine. Feeling quite pleasant. We might squeak up to 13 across the southeast. Sunday, again, predominantly cloudy for England and Wales. Cloudy day for North Wales and Northern England, certainly. And there will be some outbreaks of showery rain here. Bit of wet weather in Western Scotland, the west of Northern Ireland too. Again, Eastern Scotland doing okay for sunshine, and it might brighten up across the southeast Sunday afternoon. If you see any sunshine here, temperatures up to 15.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boiler sponsors the weather on GB News.
You could be the proud owner of a brand new Benivan 122. This very latest 2026 model comfortably sleeps 4, comes complete with built-in kitchen, compact washroom, and is worth over £67,000. But that's not all, as we'll also give you a further £25,000 in tax-free cash to spend on anything you like in the coming year. For a chance to win a camper van and cash, text prize to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message, or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entry starts at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB20 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 1st of May. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
It's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless, and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Dorby, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m. weekdays, here only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world. Am I allowed to talk? No, that's it. This is where it matters. Real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, this Trump made a good start. No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up?
About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
What's next? know what's really going on in the corridors of power, Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Decisions made in Washington aren't just shaping America, they're shaping Britain too. From migration to global security, from crime to health. Whatever happens in the White House today
will be felt in your town or city tomorrow.
That's why The Late Show is live from Washington, D.C.
Cutting through the politics to show you what it all means for Britain.
The Late Show live every night at midnight.
Only on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
We love Great Britain. We love its history, its culture and its tradition, and that's why we're so proud to be part of GB News.
You look genuinely emotional. Oh, come here.
GB News does pay attention to those who are ignored by the mainstream media. The majority of this country, whose forefathers fought and died to maintain liberty, to fight for freedom of speech.
The rule of law, the rights of property and democracy. This is the heritage that our country should be so proud of.
Which of course includes our Christian heritage. There's been a huge resurgence in the number of people going to church. Perhaps they're not finding what they're looking for, and they're looking for something a bit deeper, a bit more truthful, a bit more akin to Britain's Christian heritage.
That's right, get ready, because the most exciting night in general election history starts now!
This is Patrick Christie's Tonight with me, Alex Armstrong, of course. Patrick is sunning himself in the Maldives, and I don't blame him if I'm being honest with you. Thank you all for being here tonight. Thank you for watching at home. It is 9 o'clock, of course, tonight on the show.
The boat of refugees has arrived from Turkey, and the layout is that there's a clothes station where they can get some dry clothes, and then there's a medic station.
Yeah, well, how do you fancy a whopping 40 grand? Well, sorry, that's not for any of you here or any of you at home. That's for illegal migrant families that have broken into Britain who might now hit the jackpot thanks to Shabana Mahmood. And
best way forward for the regime and the world is a negotiated settlement with Iran where they give up their nuclear ambitions.
yeah, the Prime Minister thinks we should negotiate with terrorists. Good idea? I don't think so, right. Does that remind you of someone, though?
Laughing at the idea that Vladimir Putin is going to give up his nuclear weapons because somebody asks him to.
Well, you could have laughed at the point of Nelson Mandela negotiating with the ANC.
Yes, of course. It reminds me a little bit of Zach Polanski, the leader of the Green Party, and...
Listen, baby, ain't no mountain high, ain't no valley low, ain't no river wide enough, baby.
That should be enough to put anyone off the Liberal Democrats, let alone the Green Party. Well, of course, Zach Polanski is reportedly refusing to condemn the vandalism of Winston Churchill's statue. Have we lost respect for British history? Plus, not all is well in Wes Streeting's health department. It's been revealed that the NHS waiting list is, his pledge to get it down is 20 years off track. Can you believe it? And...
number one priority is protecting and that's why long before the US and Israeli action last weekend, we had already deployed additional military capabilities.
Yeah, the Prime Minister seems to think he's turned into Donald Trump. It's really not paying off for you, PM, trust me. Has he shamed our country, though, by showing our enemies weakness when we should be joining in with the USA and Israel hitting back at the Islamic regime? Also, a new Islamophobia czar is reportedly set to be announced. I'm asking tonight, should we have a czar for white working class girls too then? And finally, what do you think of the UK's Eurovision entry? I'm going to play it for my unwitting audience here tonight to get their reaction. Get your earbuds ready. Listen up, your Friday evening is just getting started, but before that, we're going to get your news with Tatiana Sanchez.
Alex, thank you. The top stories. President Donald Trump says there will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender. It comes as Israel launched fresh strikes on Tehran and Beirut, while Iran says it fired missiles at Tel Aviv. The IDF says over 400 targets were struck in several areas in Iran, including ballistic missile launchers and Iranian UAV storage facilities. It says 50 Israeli jets have hit Supreme Leader al-Khamenei's underground bunker in the heart of Tehran. Meanwhile, Sir Keir Starmer has offered to deploy 4 extra jets to provide defensive air cover for Bahrain. This after the Prime Minister already announced the deployment of the 4 Typhoon fighter jets to Qatar. Despite this, the Prime Minister has insisted the United Kingdom will not be joining offensive strikes on Iran. Well, a Downing Street spokesperson has this evening said the Prime Minister has spoken to Mohammed bin Salman, the Saudi Crown Prince. Sir Keir saying additional British fighter jets, helicopters and a destroyer were being sent to the region, and the UK stands ready to support the defence of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia if needed. 4 people have been arrested as part of a counter-terrorism investigation relating to Iran, the Metropolitan Police says. Police arrested 1 Iranian and 3 dual British-Iranian nationals on suspicion of assisting a foreign intelligence service. The force says the investigation relates to the suspected surveillance of locations and individuals linked to Jewish communities in London. In a statement, Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood sought to reassure the public that the UK's police and security services are world-leading and would not hesitate to take action to counter any threat to the UK. Elsewhere, 3 women have been interviewed under caution by the Metropolitan Police over suspicions of enabling former Harrods boss Mohammed Al-Fayed's abuse. Officers interviewed those 3 women, aged in their 40s, 50s and 60s, on suspicion of the following offences: aiding and abetting rape and sexual assault, assisting the commission of sexual offences, and human trafficking for sexual exploitation. No arrests have been made and the investigation remains ongoing. Commander Angela Craggs says while Al-Fayed is no longer alive to face prosecution, we've always been determined to bring anyone who's suspected to have played a part in his offending to justice. And Lord Mandelson has had his bail conditions dropped following his arrest on suspicion of misconduct in public office, but remains under investigation. Lawyers for the former UK ambassador to the US said his passport had been returned by the Metropolitan Police, adding he did not constitute a flight risk. Well, Lord Mandelson was arrested last month over allegations that while serving as a minister, he'd passed on market-sensitive government information to the late convicted paedophile Jeffrey Epstein. It came after a tip-off from House of Commons Speaker Sir Lindsay Hoyle that the former cabinet minister may have been planning to travel to the British Virgin Islands. Those are the latest headlines. More in an hour.
For all the latest from GB News whilst you're on the go, get the GB News app. Scan the QR code now to download or visit gbnews.com/app.
Yes. Welcome to Patrick Christie's tonight, here with an amazing studio audience. And of course, I've got my fantastic panel here with me as well. Your Friday night is just getting started, isn't it, everybody? Yeah! Wonderful stuff. Now, listen up. How does 40 grand's tax-free cash sound to you? Because it's not the latest Great British giveaway here on GB News. This is the government's handling of your money out of your back pocket, because Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood doesn't seem to have a problem with giving it away.
This government will now pilot a similar model for families who are failed asylum seekers, a small number of whom will now be offered an increased incentive payment of £10,000 per person and up to a maximum of £40,000 per family.
Yeah, and here's how Nigel Farage reacted to that news.
You what? 40 grand?
Yeah, that's pretty much how I felt myself, I'm being honest with you. Yeah, because she's come back from a taxpayer-funded trip to Denmark and insisted on finding a deterrence. Instead, she's come back with what seems to be an incentive for them to come here. Is it any surprise? Because this government loves jetting off, doesn't it? And now they seem to want illegal migrants to experience that same jet-setting luxury lifestyle. Keir Starmer himself, by the way, has flown 3/4 of the way to the moon. Not that many people would be too unhappy if we sent him there, given his approval ratings. Do you agree? Anyone agree? People have spoken. But it is really a slap in the face of every hard-working British person, isn't it? This new magnet for illegals can join Labour's other new initiatives, such as the pilot programme to house asylum seekers in council houses, jumping the queue ahead of British people nonetheless. Now, they can say they'll be getting a tax rebate, these illegal migrants, ahead of all of us too, despite never putting in a hard day's work in this country. It's a real shambles, isn't it? So should we take an average family from Afghanistan and find out how well off they'd be? Well, a family of 4 would be able to go back to Afghanistan and live essentially work-free, forget this, between 18 and 20 years. That's what 40 grand would do for them.
You what? 40 grand?
Yeah. Or what about a family from Sudan? Well, they would live like royalty there for about 22 years. Can you believe it? That's what 40 grand would do for them.
You what? 40 grand?
Yeah, I feel you, Nigel, I really do. Meanwhile, you at home are paying record high taxes, sky-high living costs. So, should we pay up to 40 grand to send illegal migrants back to their home country? And joining me tonight to discuss this is former Conservative MP Anna Firth, journalist and broadcaster Christo Fuka, Almost got it there, guys. Almost. It was a boo you were looking for. Benjamin, I'll start with you. Should we be giving out 40k to illegal migrants to go back to their home countries?
Well, I see why it's easy to say it doesn't feel good, because it's giving money to people that have come into the country and that haven't been here already. But actually, if you look at the facts, when it costs more than £100,000 a year in costs for a family of 3 or 4 to be housed, when the legal costs of deporting them cost tens of thousands of pounds each, actually the idea that they get 1 week to say that they're going to leave with their kids would save the taxpayer tens, if not hundreds of millions of pounds if this was scaled up. And so surely the answer, if you want to deport people and you want to save the taxpayer money, is the scheme that Shabana Mahmood has suggested.
Christo.
I mean, are you drinking?
Well, it'll make it easier being with you.
Well, do you know what? I would pour more vodka for you if you came out with more sense. I'm just doing a little tax calculation.
Oh, right.
And, I would have to earn about 60,000 a year to take home 40,000 pounds. Every single one of you in here would have to earn 60,000 pounds a year to have 40,000 pounds left over. Are they mad? Are they thick? I mean, they're so stupid. Like, what I can't get, I could get bad decisions if they believed in them and if you thought there was intelligence behind them. But this lot are so stupid. I'm surprised they're able to get dressed in the morning. Did you see them all dancing this week? I mean, literally World War III is about to start and they're all in Parliament having a Strictly Dance lesson. I mean, like, the optics of this government and our MPs is so bad. And then what planet must they think that we are all on if they think, right, the hotels are costing billions, housing people, feeding them, all of this is costing billions. Here's a good idea. Here's something that's really going to get us endeared by the British public. We'll give them 40 grand.
So this is really interesting because other parties are offering cash incentives too. Russell, Reform UK, wants to offer a cash incentive to deport migrants. Nowhere near as much, of course. Is there something in this? Is there anything at all?
No, I include you in this stupidity then as well.
Hang on. I'm a member of Reform. I'm a Reform councillor. That doesn't mean I have to agree with everything that Reform say. I do not agree under any circumstances with effectively incentivising illegal migrants to come come here, to sit here on the taxpayer's dime, and then to take up to £40,000 to leave. Frankly, they obviously shouldn't be here in the first place. And I mean, is it just me, or maybe Christo, maybe Anna as well, that thinks that instead of allowing them to come here, putting them up in hotels, flat screen TVs, 3 meals a day, trampoline lessons, driving lessons, and so on, should we not surely just take away all of the incentives, every single one? So no hotel, no driving lessons, definitely no trampoline lessons, and that then, I mean, this is just a question, surely, not just of good politics, but of behavioural science. If you were to take away those incentives and say, look, if you rock up here as the 5th country that you have entered on your way out of Syria, Afghanistan or Iraq, and you decide that you want to be here, you'll be on the street. There will be no accommodation. There will be no brand new houses built by your local authority to house you. There certainly won't be any all-you-can-eat buffets and so on. Believe me, if we did that, they wouldn't be here in the first place. And to Benjamin's point, the taxpayer, of course, would be even better off than having to give them £40,000 of my and your money to get rid of them. I mean, it's absolutely outrageous. It's like a dystopian game show.
40 grand.
Immigration.
You what?
Yeah.
So let's ask Anna. Anna, because obviously the Tories also want to have a cash incentive. Is there? Again, I'll put the same question to you. Is there something in this argument?
No, there's nothing in this argument
So get rid
at
of
all.
it entirely.
So you're absolutely right that the Tories did allow people to claim £3,000 in order to go, and you know, I don't like the idea of paying anybody who is illegal, rewarding illegal behaviour. No, that's completely wrong. However, £3,000 is a completely different order to £40,000. Now, let's just put this in context, because this is the 10th new policy that this Labour government has come up with since they came into office to deal with illegal migration. What does that tell you? That shows they did not have a plan. But you do not need to come up with 10 different ideas if you've got a good idea in the first place. The new Border Security Command, which was just replacing existing institutions. The return hubs that they were going to bring in. The most embarrassing moment when Keir Starmer stood up in Albania and said he was going to do one in Albania, and the Albanian Prime Minister said, well, actually, no, you're not. That was an embarrassment, wasn't it?
Right,
the one in, one out, which has turned out to be 41,000 in and barely any out. The Chinese, who were going to stop making the boats for the small boats. This all shows a government that has no grip. And what should they have done? They should have kept the Rwanda returns policy. That would have stopped the boats.
There's a gentleman in the front who wants to ask a question. What would you like to ask, sir?
Yeah, I do agree with you on the Rwanda policy. I think it was a disaster stopping that. But what I'd like to say is that before we even think about sending people back, we need to close our borders. Trump has closed the borders of the USA. They've got 0 illegal immigrants coming in. Anybody that tries to come in, there are about 6,000 come in the last year, and none of them have actually got into the country. They've just basically been held in a detention centre and sent back. It's easy to stop people coming over to the UK. We just have the Royal Navy in the Channel stop anyone crossing into British waters. Once we stop people coming in, then we can deal with the people that are here illegally. But that's what we need to do first.
Let me just
I mean, first of all, I respect that Anna would know about open borders, because she seemingly said nothing in the 5 years in which they happened when you were a Tory MP. It wasn't a Labour government that let 1 million people in 1 year. It was you and the people you supported. So actually, I think you take people for idiots.
And I do agree, my government also let too many in as well.
Tony Blair let in a fraction of the people that you let in. So I think there's a massive hypocrisy. You take people for idiots thinking they'll forget just 18 months ago. Look, the fact is nobody should come in a small boat, because actually a lot of those people are going into modern slavery. Many of them don't have the money up front. They then live underground in this country in horrific conditions that nobody should, and some of them die. So clearly they shouldn't be coming across the border. But when you've got tens of thousands of people here, just be realistic for a second. If the cost is about £40,000 per person just for their legal costs to try and deport them, let alone the housing costs and the food costs, then it makes sense. And the evidence of that is that the Tories agree and Reform agree, but they're just too scared to say it because they think the audience won't like it.
How do you stop them going with the 40,000 and then coming back again even though they've pocketed the 40 grand.
With
The boat policy, and bear in mind, how many gangs have been smashed so far? Zero. How do you stop them taking the money, going and coming back again?
Well, I tell you what I'd do. I'd have ID cards and I'd fingerprint them.
ID cards,
and
what's that, mate?
and so then that would make it much easier. It would. How do you work in this country when everyone has an ID card to prove that they're legal to work? It makes it a lot harder. The black market draws people in.
On your point on modern slavery, because surely, and I put this to you, Christo, surely this is going to just act as a massive magnet for those human trafficking gangs who think, right, every one of those families coming through is 40 grand that I can then rip them off for.
Well, I'll say two things. Firstly, will you stop doing the comedy routine with your answers, because you're making people laugh more than I do, frankly, with the nonsense that's coming out of your mouth. Frankly, and I'm sorry, I would say that most of the people in here, and I'm not trying to denigrate slavery and modern slavery, it's a terrible problem, but you know what? Taxpayers nowadays feel like they are working their backsides off for the highest tax burden to get nothing out of it. So, you know, they're sick of it. They are absolutely pig sick of it. And I think that to talk about modern slavery, most people feel that they are slaving away and getting absolutely nothing back. And this is absolutely a part of that.
Anna Firth.
Yeah, I do agree with you that it would be far preferable if we could stop the boats landing in the first place. And when Australia had a huge problem, they towed the boats to another island. But my understanding...
What island would you tow them to?
Well, that is... I take them back... No, I take them back to... No, I take...
Don't say Canby,
no, I
thank
take
you very
them
much.
back... No, I'm definitely not saying Canby Island. I would take them back to France. You know, that's the obvious place, isn't it?
The problem that you've got, though, is that the Navy, and that this goes to your point, sir, in fairness to Preeti Patel and Suella Braverman, when she was, I think she was a Tory that week, the Navy refused. They tried that. The Navy refused.
That was exactly the point I was going to make. But from what Benjamin's saying, you would imagine that this government had got it all right, that they got all the answers. This is the arrogant, complacent attitude.
Deportations are up 45%.
Plenty more time to fight, you two. All right, calm down. Listen, we've got people here from Switzerland tonight, Chester, North Yorkshire. Thank you all so much for coming. How are you having fun? Yeah! More fun for you at home now, because it's time for our brand new Great British giveaways. The biggest...
£1,000?
No, it's not. That's Shabana Mahmood's Great British giveaway. Ours is better. You can drive away with a brand new camper van worth 60 grand and 25k in tax-free cash. It's worth 92 grand. Better than that deal I think we were just hearing about. Here's all the details on how you can be in it to win it.
You could be the proud owner of a brand new Benivan 122. This very latest 2026 model comfortably sleeps four, comes complete with built-in kitchen, compact washroom, and is worth over £67,000. But that's not all, as we'll also give you a further £25,000 in tax-free cash to spend on anything you like in the coming year. For a chance to win a camper van and cash, text prize to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message, or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entry starts at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB20 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 1st of May. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
All right, coming up next, Defence Secretary John Healey twice declined to rule out Britain joining strikes on Iran in an offensive capacity. Was that the right call? We'll be talking about that next.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pierce.
And me, Miriam Gates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
5 hosts, 5 opinions, 5 fearless debates,
5 unfiltered takes on the day's news.
5 reasons not to be anywhere else on Saturday night.
This is the Saturday Five.
You got me. You got me good there.
Britain's biggest Saturday night TV show.
Not a bad brand.
Yeah. Uncensored.
Very, very racy tonight on the unpredictable.
What did she say? Can you translate it for us?
And always entertaining.
And how can a country go from being led by William Wallace to Saturday nights from 6 p.m. only on GB News, the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
You're going to want to stay tuned, trust me.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News, the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world. Am I allowed to talk? No, that's it. This is where it matters. Real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, this Trump made a good start. No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints. How many fingers have I ever got up?
About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
Oh, no, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Please join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
It's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless, and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m. weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There, you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay. Because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back to the show, everybody. Of course, this is Patrick Christie's tonight with me, Alex Armstrong, while Patrick's having a very, very well-earned break. Well, President Donald Trump has said Britain should support the United States without question, as he renewed his scathing, it was pretty scathing, wasn't it, his scathing attack on Sir Keir Starmer's reluctance to take action in the Middle East. More on the special relationship at 10 o'clock, of course. But first, Defence Secretary John Healey twice declined to rule out Britain joining strikes on Iran in an offensive capacity. He said, as circumstances in any conflicts change, you've got to be willing to adapt to the action you take. So we're asking tonight, would it be right to join the conflict in Iran in this way? And joining me, of course, my fantastic panel here. They're not going to get a round of applause this time because I've got a gentleman at the back who'd like to ask a question. Sir, it's over to you.
I certainly have. Trevor from Harrow.
Love it.
I don't think we should get involved with our military, because we haven't got one. We used to, but I think the least we can do is at least hold America's coat while they go in.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. Thank you for your question. Thank you. Russell, I'll start with you. I'll start with you. The Reform has backed military action in Iran. Yeah. It says they don't want boots on the ground, which I think is a common theme amongst everybody. Do you think we should have been more accommodating to the United States?
I don't think we should have been cowards, which I think is certainly what Keir Starmer is. He's procrastinated, he's humiliated us as a country. It's embarrassing, frankly. Lots of people, maybe Benjamin will do this in a minute, will compare what is happening in Iran now to Iraq. Now, what happened in Iraq was very, very, very different indeed. First of all, it was on a premise that was a lie, a dodgy dossier, which obviously was part of the Labour government's MO at the time. But also, Iran, we know by way of fact that Iran as a regime have murdered now something like 40,000 of their own people. Let me just give you a quick example of the kind of regime that this is, and still is, even though the Ayatollah is now dead, but replaced by several other Ayatollahs that keep being killed, actually, it seems, which is fine by me. A 16-year-old girl was raped in Tehran. And because she was raped, she was...
sort of getting involved in an offensive manner. Well, I find John Healey quite offensive, frankly, with everything that he's saying about this, because look, we have. Do you know what the worst thing about this is now? Is that I just think that America and other countries, they don't even care now whether we're involved, because we have just made ourselves a complete irrelevance in this. And I think you're absolutely right. We didn't need to actually put boots on the ground or do airstrikes in order just to say to America, you know what, you're going to do the heavy lifting on this. We will support you by allowing you to use our bases. And we could have then been involved enough, because I think it is fair to have questions about what's the end game, what will happen to Iran going forward, what is the objective. I think those are all really fair questions. But do you remember with Brexit, we were told, look, the reason that we've got to be in the EU by all the people that voted Remain, myself included, was that we need to be in it in order to elicit change. Well, all of those voices are very silent now, whereas actually had we been at the table with America to say, look, we'll be with you, we'll help you, then perhaps we could be involved in coming up with what the end game is. What this has made us is an irrelevance, and that is shameful.
Okay, Anna.
I actually think it's worse than that. I think that Keir Starmer has made us an international laughing stock this week, and I'm deeply ashamed. We have a great and proud reputation as a country of defending the world order. That's why we're one of only 5 members of the Security Council, 5 permanent members. When this strike was made, we were actually the president of that organisation. We're one of 12 founding members of NATO, and yet, and that brings with it a responsibility to maintain world order and maintain world peace. Now, in this instance, Iran has been a sponsor of terror all around the world. They sponsored Hamas, who slaughtered all those Jewish people on October the 7th. That included British people. They've attacked our British merchant seamen through their proxy, the Houthis, in the Red Sea. They have rained down missiles on Israel. So they have been an aggressor. They plot against our country every single week, and they have attacked our seamen 500 times a year. There is no doubt at all we should have let the US use our bases. They weren't even asking to use our military equipment. They just wanted to use our bases, and we should have said yes.
Well, I was elated when I saw the news that the Ayatollah had been killed. Last year, I was in the Israel-Iran war, and I spent 5 days in bomb shelters. A missile destroyed a building just 500 meters from the bomb shelter that I was in Israel. So that's pretty close to consequences. As a reporter, I've exposed the fact that Iran had agents in this country trying to assassinate British citizens. There was one woman, a woman called Anna Diamond. She'd been in the same prison as Nazanin Zaghari-Ratcliffe. She was on death row as a teenager when she went on holiday to Iran. And when she got back to the UK, she would get calls from Iranian agents in London saying, we know the hospital you go to for your treatment, and we're going to pose as a nurse and poison you and kill you. There was a man that lived in central London whose father is under house arrest in Iran, and he was nearly kidnapped on the streets of central London and had to have security round the clock. And so we have been historically weak against Iran that has tried to assassinate British citizens, Iranian diaspora and Jewish people on our soil, and the tactic has been to look the other way.
Right, let me find out what you think in the audience here. Clap if you support the United Kingdom giving their backing to the United States. Anybody who disagrees would like to say something about it at all? Anyone? Because I think the argument against this, and I'll put this back to you, Russell, the argument against this is that we have constantly got ourselves involved in foreign wars that have gone badly. You've given the example of those countries, and I do agree by them. I'm just giving you the devil's advocate opinion here. And if this war spreads out, it could end up in World War III, is what a lot of people are saying, and a lot of people don't want it.
Yeah, I guess, look, it's each situation on its own merits, of course. Not all of these conflicts and these situations are the same. But look, I'm going to venture something here, which I think most of us will believe to be true, which is that, you know, the reason that Keir Starmer has not wanted to support this action, and actually in his speech this week in the House of Commons, I think I counted 11 times that when he was on his feet, he was at great pains to say, it's not us, Gov. We haven't had anything to do with this, Iranians. You know, please make sure that you understand that we're not part of this. I mean, he was, you know, he ran back from responsibility at a great rate of knots. The reason, and it's not coincidence, that we just had a by-election, of course, in which the Green Party have just beaten Labour and the Reform Party have beaten Labour into third place. This is because Keir Starmer and the Labour Party are really scared of jeopardising and offending the Muslim vote. That is why Keir Starmer
But let's be really clear about this. Our sovereign military base, RAF base, Akrotiri on Cyprus, was attacked. And how can we be a international power and just allow our base to be attacked and us do nothing about it? That is what has happened.
British
it is
citizens.
British citizens.
Oh, don't worry,
it is
sending a
huge.
warship.
Well,
don't worry.
Well,
in 2 weeks.
Yeah, we'll get there in 3 months.
It's pathetic. It's pathetic. We've had to rely on the French to defend our personnel. We've had to rely on the Greeks to defend our personnel and the Spanish. We should be absolutely clear to anyone in the world, if you attack British sovereign soil, we will absolutely come after you.
Did you remember Thatcher and the Falklands?
Exactly.
It took 24 hours to
hang on.
41 boats.
Very briefly.
I think we're wrong on Cyprus. But look, when you go and bomb a country and take out the leader, it makes us feel good because it feels like we're doing something. But we know that the system in Iran is set up so that it won't just fall because the leader, the Ayatollah, has gone. And so if they're replaced by IRGC, the military wing, which is worse for the Iranian people, then we haven't helped them. And I think it was actually wise of Keir Starmer to say that if there's no plan and no strategy, then actually we should take a step back and work that out
He knew
first.
on February the 11th that this was coming.
Donald Trump doesn't care about what anyone else thinks, and he doesn't have a strategy.
No, I'm talking about Keir Starmer.
We should
knew
help
on
Iran,
February the 11th.
but I think we're making us feel good, not the Iranians.
All I'll say is, all I will say is this, and this is just my final thoughts on this. We should all be united in destroying Islamism around the world. It's one of the greatest threats to British national security, and I think we're very hypocritical to say if we won't back America in taking out this regime, which is trying to kill people here in Britain, then I think we're hypocrites. That's just my opinion.
But we're going to have a SAR. We're going to have a SAR instead.
Yeah, but we're talking about that shortly. Anyway, listen, coming up next, Green Party leader Zach Polanski. What do you think of him? Like him?
Oh, dear.
Who would have thought? Has refused to condemn the vandalism of Winston Churchill's statue in Westminster. Have we lost respect for British history? That's next.
I hope we haven't forgotten anything.
Travel insurance, I tick that box.
Yeah, but remember what you forgot last year.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Portugal's looking sunnier on Saturday, but further heavy rain to come across Mallorca and the eastern side of Spain. The odd shower possible for the Canaries, but generally sunny spells here and for Madeira. Fine day in Portugal after the heavy downpours of Friday. Still some heavy showers to come, though, on the east coast of Spain and for the Balearics, Sardinia and Sicily too. Mostly fine in Greece with some sunny spells. It'll stay fine in Santorini. The showers easing in Barcelona by Monday.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Evening. Welcome to your latest weather update from the Met Office here on GB News. The weekend looms large. Not much rain around, and Scotland and Northern Ireland having the brighter skies, whereas much of England and Wales fairly grey. High pressure is trying to nose in, and that will provide some clear skies tonight across Scotland in particular. This old weather front draped across the southeast and East Anglia, bringing some outbreaks of showery rain. A damp, dank kind of night here, although the rain should be fizzling out through the early hours. Clearer skies in eastern Scotland and in southern Scotland. That's where we'll see a frost. Temperatures dropping well below freezing in some rural spots. A bit more of a breeze in western Scotland, keeping the temperatures up here. Bright start for Northern Ireland. Plenty of sunshine for Scotland, which will soon get rid of any frost. Further south, it's a pretty gloomy start, fairly glum, mist, low cloud, dull and dank from Lincolnshire down to Kent. Some outbreaks of light rain and drizzle likely across southeast England. perhaps also the southwest and South Wales. North Wales seeing some sunshine, Northern Ireland seeing sunny spells. And as I mentioned, eastern Scotland having a fine day by and large, actually. Yes, it starts a bit cold, but quite quickly those temperatures will be rising. Now, there's a bit of uncertainty about where we see this rain and drizzle across the south. There's certainly in for some, I suspect, for South Wales, southwest England, perhaps also across the Midlands. Brighter skies compared to today for North Wales and the far north of England. We should see some sunshine here. Northwest Scotland seeing thicker cloud, a little bit of drizzly rain at times over the Western Isles. Temperatures 9, 10, 11 degrees in the sunshine. Feeling quite pleasant. We might squeak up to 13 across the southeast. Sunday, again, predominantly cloudy for England and Wales. Cloudy day for North Wales and Northern England, certainly. And there will be some outbreaks of showery rain here. Bit of wet weather in Western Scotland, the west of Northern Ireland too. Again, Eastern Scotland doing okay for sunshine, and it might brighten up across the southeast Sunday afternoon. If you see any sunshine here, temperatures up to 15.
In the GB newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News, the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
Oh, no, he didn't say that, Dave. I'm so surprised. I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pierce.
And me, Miriam Gates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
Yes, hello everybody, welcome back to Patrick Christie's Tonight with me, Alex Armstrong. Well, get this, Green Party leader Zach Polanski has refused to condemn the vandalism of war hero, British hero, Winston Churchill. Of course, that happened in Westminster, and he's voting against the motion to censor the graffiti as appalling desecration at the London Assembly, believe it or not. Meanwhile, Formula One star Lewis Hamilton has said the African continent needs to unite and take back Africa from the French, the Spanish, the Portuguese, and the British. I didn't know we still owned it, but there we go. That's got me thinking, right? This is what it is for me. Have we lost respect for British history? Who would like to start? Christo?
Well, actually, I do feel for Lewis Hamilton because, you know, Britain's been really bad for him, hasn't it? He's had a terrible time here, absolutely torrid time. And so, poor him. And of course, Zach Polanski is not going to condemn something like the Churchill statue being vandalised because, you know, it's going to alienate his voter base of crusty, smelly, just nasty, tie-dye wearing anarchists who hate Britain. Those are his voters, right?
Benjamin?
Well, I can't understand why Zach Polanski wouldn't condemn it because it's not only disrespectful, but graffitiing anything is illegal. And if you're vying to be Prime Minister, surely that's a pretty basic thing. I think it tells you a lot about how unserious he is as a person. But on Sir Lewis Hamilton, I think he makes an absolutely fine point. If the bigger question you're asking is that we've lost respect, have we lost respect for British history? Well, British history is pretty awful in Africa, especially the French history as well. The French are hated in their former colonies because they continue to pillage them of their resources. You know, we literally tortured people in Kenya, for which we had to apologise. We took their natural resources, which has meant the African continent has continued to struggle in many places. And yes, they've had all
those countries, actually. Infrastructure, roads built. We never teach kids about that. Now it is, Britain was evil. And how many kids these days don't love our country anymore?
Yeah, well, no, I mean, I totally agree with that. I mean, you know, Winston Churchill, he has been voted repeatedly the greatest Briton who ever lived because he saved the free world. You know, he stood up. Britain pretty much stood alone back in 1939 in taking on Nazi Germany. We have to teach these things to our children repeatedly. You know, every generation needs to be taught how much we have done as a country. And honestly, Zach Zelensky not condemning that disgusting criminality, I think is absolutely appalling. It doesn't surprise me. This is a man who wants to legalise Class A drugs. This is a man who thinks that men should be able to compete in women's sport. This is a man who doesn't believe in our nuclear deterrent. So nothing surprises me with Zach Zelensky, but I really feel strongly about not just statues of brilliant Britons like Winston Churchill, but also our war memorials. And one good thing that I did when I was in Parliament.
Just the one?
Well. Thank you. One thing I did in 2022 was vote for the Police Crime Sentencing and Courts Act, which upped the sentence to 10 years for people who do things like that. You know, we should throw the book at people who disrespect our...
Very, very quickly, the irony shouldn't be lost on us that Winston Churchill was the man that stopped us being taken over by fascists. You've got people, idiots like Zach Zelensky, that seem to think that it's okay to advance this kind of this perpetuation that the left hate Britain, and I think he's demonstrated that very, very well. Very, very quickly on Lewis Hamilton. This is a man that doesn't live in Britain anymore, now lives in Monaco as a tax exile, of course, and actually said in that clip that Africa's the greatest place on earth. Well, why don't you live there, Lewis?
There you have it, there you have it. Right, well, GB News went to the Green Party for comment. Do you think they got back to us?
No, because they were dancing. They were too busy dancing in Parliament. Did you see Hannah Spencer?
I did see that, yeah.
Oh,
yep, I did indeed. Coming up next, though, Labour's manifesto pledge to cut NHS waiting times could take 2 decades, can you believe it, to deliver. It's all going as badly as I thought it would, and Wes Streeting's health department seems to be a little bit sick, doesn't it? That's next.
Michelle Dewberry, this is Jukes and Co with you.
Hello everyone, Patrick Christie's here at GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Access the stories that matter to you. Take the GB News family with you on any device. And as long as you have an internet connection, tune in to GB News anywhere on the planet or beyond. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
It's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless, and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Dorby, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m. weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world. Am I allowed to talk? No, that's it. This is where it matters. Real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, this job made a good start. No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up?
About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster, the ultimate clique.
And you're fighting like rats in a sack.
But here on the Camilla Tominey Show, we ask the questions the establishment media is too scared to ask.
Okay, let me ask you a straight question, because I know you're a straight-talking politician.
Whether it's net zero, illegal immigration, or law and order, nothing is off limits.
You had the power then.
Yeah, as I
And
say,
now you've lost it.
That's the Camilla Tominey Show, a politics show that's fearless.
But no, let me finish my question if you don't mind, because it is my show.
Sundays at 9:30, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
As soon as it hits 11 and the headlines come in,
The late edition brings you the breaking news from all the front pages.
because the news is going to happen.
So get a head start today.
Patrick Christie's tonight, late edition.
Alex Armstrong tonight, late edition. From 11 o'clock every night.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Decisions made in Washington aren't just shaping America, they're shaping Britain too. From migration to global security, from crime to health. Whatever happens in the White House today,
Will be felt in your town or city tomorrow.
that's why The Late Show is live from Washington, D.C.
Cutting through the politics to show you what it all means for Britain.
The Late Show live every night at midnight,
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Yes, welcome back. We've got a fiery audience here tonight. Right, let's talk about the NHS, shall we? Because Labour's manifesto pledge to cut NHS waiting times could now take 2 decades to deliver. That's based on current trends. In the lead up to the general elections, Keir Starmer promised to restore standards to their previous high of 92% of patients treated within 18 weeks by the end of the parliamentary term. But the Telegraph now says at its current pace, it would take until 2044 to hit this target. God, some people feel like they've been waiting that long to get treatment, don't they? Anyway, listen, Russell, I'll start with you because there's been so much hyped up around how Labour is so great with the NHS. They're brilliant at this. And one of the things that I saw in the press recently was that they were managing to show they were cutting waiting lists by removing dead people that clearly died waiting for their treatment on the waiting list.
Well, look, worse than that, they're actually paying hospitals using taxpayers' money to actually remove those people to massage the figures.
Yeah.
In the 18 months that Labour have been in power, they haven't moved the needle on the NHS. And indeed, I'd argue, no disrespect, Anna, your government didn't either when it comes to productivity and waiting lists, A&E waiting times and so on. And I think that we've got to start to be less precious about the NHS. I think it's a wonderful institution. I back it. I support it. I think it's something that we should be proud of. But I'm not sure that we can be proud of it because I'm not sure it's delivering. Let me give you a stat. Since 1997, spending on the NHS has increased by 185%. 185% additional spending. Productivity has increased by 12%. There seems to be a mismatch there, and I suggest that it's because we hold it on a pedestal. No one can criticise it. There's no accountability, frankly. I mean, there's no one elected within the NHS. There's no one that can fall on their sword or lose their
What about the
job
health
for bad
secretary?
performance. Well, the health sector is too removed, I think. And how many health secretaries have been sacked because waiting lists have gone up? I mean, precisely none. I would argue. So I think we've got to take a fresh look at it. We've got to be less precious about it. But being less precious about it, doesn't mean doing away with it. It doesn't mean privatising it. It just means scrutinising it and making it more efficient.
Benjamin.
Well, I mean, waiting lists have fallen considerably. There's 300,000 fewer people on the waiting list. No,
they're not waiting anymore.
They're dead. No, that's not true, and you know it's not true.
It's fair to say the NHS has probably failed them if they're dead, hasn't it?
It's not true. And also, by the way, going through there was 7.6 million people on the list when Anna finished ruining the country. And the fact is that...
I'm taking full responsibility.
Well, there's a reason you were kicked out. And the fact is that when you go through those lists and you pay people to make sure you find all the people that no longer need an operation, that is a useful purpose for the money of the state to do. Because otherwise... Because they're still up the list. Secondly,
let me ask you in the room, do you think the NHS is working? Cheer for yes. Okay. I think that's pretty stark.
But hang on, there's 40,000 more appointments a week. Ambulance times have fallen to get to people. And Wes Streeting himself, the health secretary, would not have answered yes to that. He says that all the time. He says it's not good enough.
Okay.
And he's a man that only recently survived cancer, so I think he has a good idea of the problems and the experience.
Anna, do you think the Conservative Party let the country down in the NHS?
Not holy, absolutely not holy. Because if you think of COVID, we were one of the first countries to approve a vaccine. We had the fastest rollout of our vaccine.
I think that'll endear them
and
to you.
that was down to our government, Benjamin. You weren't in power then. Boris Johnson was, and that was one thing that he did really well. And so did we do with the vaccine rollout. So you can't say that everything that the Tories did, was no good. Now, on the NHS, your government made it an absolutely key...
I'm not in
pledge.
Parliament. You'll be relieved to know.
I am very relieved to know that, given what you've been saying tonight. But your manifesto had one word on it: change. And you've delivered no change. And what's more is you're not going to meet any of the targets that Wes Streeting has set himself, and you're massaging the figures to pretend that you're meeting them. That is rank hypocrisy. And I'm afraid you lot deserve to be voted out.
On that note, the manifesto was, let's be honest, an absolute load of nonsense. And NHS waiting lists going down. A lie. Smash the gangs. Lie. No taxes on working people. Lie. Business rates on pubs being low. Lie. The black hole. Lie. Energy bills falling. Lie. Welfare spending going down. Lie. The economy growing. Lie. And building 1.5 million houses. Lie. All of it was just lies. So I'm not surprised to hear this.
You lot would make great backbench MPs. Honestly, you really would. Keir Starmer must be watching this game. Why would they do that for me? Listen, all right, a Department of Health and Social Care spokesman said this: the analysis is completely selective and sensationalist, taking a narrow view of past trends and ignoring the significant expansion of NHS capacity now underway. The NHS delivered record levels of care last year, and hundreds of thousands more patients have already been seen within 18 weeks under this government. Waiting times are falling, patients are being seen faster, and we're determined to meet our targets. Listen, coming up next, we're going to look at a week of absolute dithering and disaster by Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister. That's coming up in just a few ticks. Stay with us.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boiler sponsors the weather on GB News.
Evening. Welcome to your latest weather update from the Met Office here on GB News. The weekend looms large. Not much rain around, and Scotland and Northern Ireland having the brighter skies, whereas much of England and Wales fairly grey. High pressure is trying to nose in, and that will provide some clear skies tonight across Scotland in particular. This old weather front's draped across the southeast and East Anglia, bringing some outbreaks of showery rain. A damp, dank kind of night here, although the rain should be fizzling out through the early hours. Clearer skies in eastern Scotland and in southern Scotland. That's where we'll see a frost. Temperatures dropping well below freezing in some rural spots. A bit more of a breeze in western Scotland, keeping the temperatures up here. Bright start for Northern Ireland. Plenty of sunshine for Scotland, which will soon get rid of any frost. Further south, it's a pretty gloomy start, fairly glob, mist, low cloud, dull and dank from Lincolnshire down to Kent. Some outbreaks of light rain and drizzle likely across southeast England, perhaps also the southwest and South Wales. North Wales seeing some sunshine, Northern Ireland seeing sunny spells. And as I mentioned, eastern Scotland having a fine day by and large, actually. Yes, it starts a bit cold, but quite quickly those temperatures will be rising. Now, there's a bit of uncertainty about where we see this rain and drizzle across the south. There's certainly in for some, I suspect, for South Wales, southwest England, perhaps also across the Midlands. Brighter skies compared to today for North Wales and the far north of England. We should see some sunshine here. Northwest Scotland seeing thicker cloud, a little bit of drizzly rain at times over the Western Isles. Temperatures 9, 10, 11 degrees in the sunshine. Feeling quite pleasant. We might squeak up to 13 across the southeast. Sunday, again, predominantly cloudy for England and Wales. Cloudier day for North Wales and Northern England, certainly. And there will be some outbreaks of showery rain here. Bit of wet weather in Western Scotland, the west of Northern Ireland too. Again, Eastern Scotland doing okay for sunshine, and it might brighten up across the southeast Sunday afternoon. If we see any sunshine here, temperatures up to 15.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boiler sponsors the weather on GB News.
camper van and cash could be yours in our very latest Great British Giveaway. You could be driving away in this brand new Benavan 122. This 2026 model, worth over £67,000, comes with all of the mod cons you'd expect. And that's not all, as you'll also get an incredible £25,000 in tax-free cash to boost your bank account this year. For a chance to win a camper van and cash, text prize to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message, or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entry starts at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge, or post your name and number to GB20 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 1st of May. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
It's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless, and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Dorby, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m. weekdays, here only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
Oh, no, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world. Am I allowed to talk? No, that's it. This is where it matters. Real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, this Trump made a good start. No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up?
About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
5 hosts, 5 opinions, 5 fearless debates, 5 unfiltered takes on the day's news.
5 reasons not to be anywhere else on Saturday night.
This is the Saturday 5. You got me. You got me good there. Britain's biggest Saturday night TV show. Not a bad brand. Yeah. Uncensored. Very, very racist tonight on the unpredictable. What did she say? Can you translate it for us?
And always entertaining.
And how can a country go from being led by William Wallace Saturday nights from 6 p.m. only on GB News, the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
You're going to want to stay tuned, trust me.
Yes, good evening. Welcome to Patrick Christie's tonight with me, Alex Armstrong. Wonderful people here joining me this evening. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for watching at home. It is, of course, 10 o'clock tonight on the show.
Another boat of refugees has arrived over Turkey, and the layout is that there's a clothes station where they can get some dry clothes, and then there's a medic station.
Right, well, how do you fancy a whopping 40 grand? Well, it's not for you. That's for illegal migrant families that have broken into Britain, who might now hit the jackpot thanks to our Home Secretary, Shabana Mahmood. And
best way forward for the regime and the world is a negotiated settlement with Iran where they give up their nuclear ambitions.
yeah, let's negotiate with terrorists. That'll sort them out. Does he remind you of anybody there?
I think at the idea that Vladimir Putin is going to give up his nuclear weapons because somebody asks him to.
Well, you could have laughed at the point of Nelson Mandela negotiating with the ANC.
Yes, let's negotiate with Putin. That'll stop his nukes, won't it? Yeah, do you know what I mean? Ridiculous, isn't it? Absolutely ridiculous. Also...
Listen, baby, ain't no mountain high, ain't no valley low, ain't no river wide enough, baby.
Multiple audience members have just left the room during that, just so you know. He's reportedly, Zach Polanski, refusing to condemn the vandalism of Winston Churchill's statue, a war hero, this time as well. Have we lost respect for British history? Plus...
Number one priority is protecting and that's why long before the US and Israeli action last weekend, we had already deployed additional military capabilities.
You He's trying to go all Donald Trump, isn't he? But it just doesn't work with his voice over that, does it? It doesn't work for me, at least, anyway. Has Keir Starmer shamed our country by showing our enemies that we're weak when we should be joining the fight with the USA and Israel, hitting the Islamic regime hard? Also, breaking today, a new Islamophobia czar is reportedly set to be announced. I didn't know we had one in the first place, but there we go. I'm asking, should we have a czar for white, working class girls too? Then what do you think? Yeah, there we go. And finally, what do you think of the UK's Eurovision entry? I'm going to play it here this evening. Again, might lose some more audience members off the back of that, but here we go. Joining me on this very fine evening is former Conservative MP Anna Firth, journalist and broadcaster Christo Foufas, and Reform Councillor for Brentwood Russell Quirk, and my old arch nemesis and rival journalist and broadcaster Benjamin Butterworth. Oh, revenge is sweet, isn't it? Sorry, Benjamin, love you, really. Your Friday evening is just getting started, but before we do that, it's your news with Tatiana Sanchez.
Alex, thank you very much. The top stories this hour. President Donald Trump says there will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender. It comes as Israel launched fresh strikes on Tehran and Beirut, while Iran says it fired missiles at Tel Aviv. The IDF saying over 400 targets were struck in several areas in Iran, including ballistic missile launchers and Iranian UAV storage facilities. It says 50 Israeli jets have hit Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei's underground bunker in the heart of Tehran. Meanwhile, Sir Keir Starmer has offered to deploy 4 extra jets to provide defensive air cover for Bahrain. It's after the Prime Minister already announced the deployment of the 4 Typhoon fighter jets to Qatar. Despite this, the Prime Minister has insisted the United Kingdom will not be joining offensive strikes on Iran. A Downing Street spokesperson has this evening said that the Prime Minister has spoken to Mohammed bin Salman, the Saudi Crown Prince. Sir Keir saying additional British fighter jets, helicopters and a destroyer were being sent to the region, and the UK stands ready to support the defence of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia if needed. In other news, 4 people have been arrested as part of a counter-terrorism investigation relating to Iran, the Metropolitan Police says. Police arrested 1 Iranian and 3 dual British-Iranian nationals on suspicion of assisting a foreign intelligence service. The force says the investigation relates to the suspected surveillance of locations and individuals linked to Jewish communities in London. In a statement, Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood sought to reassure the public that the UK's police and security services are world-leading and would not hesitate to take action to counter any threats to the UK. Breaking news this hour, SOA murderer Ian Huntley's life support machine has been switched off. Sources say his life support was switched off at lunchtime after brain tests showed he was in a vegetative state. It was reported yesterday that he'd been blinded during an attack on him at HMP Franklin in Durham and was unlikely to survive. Huntley is serving a life sentence with a minimum term of 40 years for the murders of 10-year-olds Holly Wells and Jessica Chapman in 2002. And European media firm Axel Springer has agreed to purchase the Telegraph Media Group in a deal costing £575 million. The deal trumps the £500 million takeover proposed late last year by the Daily Mail and General Trust. The government had ordered an investigation into that deal on public interest and competition grounds. Those are the latest GB News headlines. For now, more in an hour.
You can now watch GB News live across the United States of America and the world on Truth Plus. Scan the QR code to find out more, or visit gbnews.com/truth.
Yes, everybody, welcome to Patrick Christie's Tonight with me, Alex Armstrong. Of course, tonight we're going to reflect on yet another dithering, disastrous week for the Prime Minister Keir Starmer. A week where his mettle was tested yet again as the war against the Islamic regime in Iran has well and truly kicked off, hasn't it? Well, let's go back a little bit, shall we? Saturday, the Prime Minister got a call from Donald Trump, the President of the United States, asking if he could use our military bases against strikes against Iran. What does Keir Starmer do? Absolutely nothing! Yes, that's right. Sunday evening comes around and we hear the news that a drone has hit one of our military bases, our sovereign bases in Cyprus.
Flying over Cyprus and the wider region, shooting down multiple drones, at least one of which was heading towards a base housing British military personnel.
Oh, yes, and what does our great leader Keir Starmer do? Absolutely nothing! Almost got it, yeah, almost there. Right. Monday morning, and the war is raging on, of course. Now, Dubai, that hosts hundreds of thousands of tourists and expats, has seen strikes against their airports and hotels. Scary stuff, right? What does our glorious leader do, Keir Starmer? Absolutely nothing! There you go. Then later, that same day, Keir Starmer commits to yet another embarrassing U-turn. I don't know how many it is anymore. It's like 19, 20, who knows? We've lost count. And then he agrees to let the USA use our bases.
I'm not happy with the UK either. This is not Winston Churchill that we're dealing with.
Yeah, that's not great, is it? Days later, by the way, on Wednesday, after Cyprus and our Middle Eastern allies essentially have slammed the Prime Minister for his failure to do anything, he finally decides to send HMS Dragon out to defend our troops. But guess what? HMS Dragon could do absolutely nothing for days because it was stuck in Portsmouth, wasn't it? We finally found out that reportedly Donald Trump had been calling the Prime Minister a loser with an...
What is strong about that? We didn't join in Vietnam, and people don't condemn Britain for that. They say it was right.
I want to put my 2 pence out there. This has been a complete and utter humiliation of our country. We've had missiles and drones fired at our troops who are sat in Cyprus being defended by the Greeks and the French.
Yep.
I mean, for goodness sake,
Don't
Nelson would be turning in his grave, and the Spanish. So Spanish. This is an absolute disgrace on our country. Our enemies around the world will be looking at us and going, well, they're easy targets,
So,
aren't they?
Benjamin, do you think that Rishi Sunak was wrong then in January 2024 when Iran sponsored the Houthis to attack our merchant seamen in the Red Sea? Was Rishi wrong then to take action against them?
I think Rishi Sunak has a lot of explaining to do.
Yeah, even the Italians have got involved. Just because Max said, you're absolutely right.
The fact that the Revolutionary Guard, the evil people running Iran, were not prescribed, despite constant demands of a Tory government to do so, has meant that this has carried on. And also, I think Labour's wrong. Lebanon banned the Iranian Revolutionary Guard today, and Britain still hasn't. But your government didn't do anything.
No,
that is what set this up.
That is a complete distraction.
Can I just answer your question, though? Because do you know, right, how many thousands of these drones that Iran have, right? And we are completely undefended from them. I was listening to Tobias Elwood today, doing a radio interview, talking about how so many of them could get here and how we are undefended by them. So in answer to your question, the reason that we should have been more allied with America, and that doesn't mean getting involved, is because we need them to help us. If we get attacked, we are and that's why we need the USA.
Can we also just tackle the futility of this nonsense that we can somehow negotiate with the Iranian regime, right? Obama tried to do that a few years ago. In fact, he gave the Iranians billions and billions of dollars to stop them progressing with a nuclear program. Guess what they spent the money on? A nuclear program.
Yeah. It's absolutely bonkers. I mean, this is the problem. It shows to Putin and to anyone else that are enemies around the world that we're just going to roll over and have our belly tickled by enemies. We haven't got time, unfortunately, for more debate.
Surely invading another country shows to Putin that you can do that. Now, I do think the Ayatollah is evil, but there's a complete hypocrisy.
We had missiles about to hit our sovereign territory, and we did nothing.
All right,
That's
there
unacceptable.
you have it. I mean, I think it's a complete humiliation for our country. Margaret Thatcher will be rolling in her grave. Nelson and everybody else, they really will be. It's a disaster for us. Anyway, listen, it's time for your favourite part of the show. It's a brand new Great British giveaway, isn't it? Yes. Biggest prize of the year so far. You can win a brand new camper van worth 67 grand, and you can bank 25 grand in tax-free cash. It's 92 grand in total. Here's how it all could be yours.
You could be the proud owner of a brand new Benevan 122. This very latest 2026 model comfortably sleeps 4, comes complete with built-in kitchen, compact washroom, and is worth over £67,000. But that's not all, as we'll also give you a further £25,000 in tax-free cash to spend on anything you like in the coming year. For a chance to win a camper van and cash, text prize to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message, or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entry starts at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge, or post your name and number to GB20 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 1st of May. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Yes, good luck, everybody. Right, next, Britain is going to get a new anti-Muslim hostility czar under plans to be outlined by the government on Monday. Will this curtail free speech in Britain? Find out next.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world. Am I allowed to talk? No, that's it. This is where it matters. Real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, this Trump made a good start. No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up?
About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Britain's Newsroom. Weekday mornings from 9:30.
we have a shortage of workers in one sense because the birth rate's so low. We're just not producing enough young people to take the place of those.
We also have a million of those young people.
We also have lots of people, not just young people of all ages who are not employed and being paid benefits and no requirement to work.
Well, there's a million.
We've had mass immigration, but then we've also got rising unemployment now because of the bureaucracy, the tax. So we don't need more workers' rights. There's not a problem in terms of workers' rights. There's much more.
You'll get your say in a minute.
And we have coming down the line AI, which is already laying off people. We're going to have more and more people unemployed and unemployable because whatever the AI big bots say, where they say, oh, they'll just lose all of their boring jobs and they'll do a more interesting job. If they could do a more interesting job, they'd be doing it.
And no less a figure than Alan Milburn, former Labour cabinet minister under Blair, who's been brought back by Mark Starmer to run one of his many
Is the employment czar?
Yeah, but he talked only yesterday about what's happening with 1 million people not in employment, training, education, 18 to 25 young people. And he said that it's a dependency culture, and he thinks it will damage them for life. And he said it's going to get worse with AI, and unemployment we now know is being predicted to go even higher.
It's bad for those young people who are kind of lost. It's bad for communities and it's bad for the economy. You've got to get them into work, but you don't get them into work by thinking they're just slaves. Look, you give people decent rights and a decent rate of pay, you're more likely to get them into work.
So decent rate of pay, very important. Now the problem is though that if you raise the minimum wage to so close to the median wage, you lose all the kind of differentiation between low-paid jobs and middle-paid jobs. Employers then can't promote people.
GB News, the People's Channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hose, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Yes, welcome back to Patrick Christie's Tonight with me, Alex Armstrong. If you're wondering who Patrick is, he's having a beautiful, beautiful holiday with Emily. He will be back very, very soon, I promise.
Watching.
I hope he's not actually. I hope he's having a day off, actually. I think he needs it.
He actually has a private pool in his villa. He sent me a video of his villa. I should have played it.
Don't make me jealous. I haven't had a holiday in almost a year yet, so I'll get to it next month. How about that? Listen, Britain is set to get a new, what they're calling, anti-Muslim hostility czar under plans to be outlined by the government on Monday, which will also include a new definition of Islamophobia. The Spectator has been leaked a draft copy of a document outlining Labour's new cohesion strategy that features a crackdown on extremism and names Islamists as the biggest threat to community cohesion. It also outlines fresh demands that new arrivals in Britain seek to integrate and speak good English, but plans will also raise alarm bells on free speech, of course they will, by outlining new rules to tackle divisive content and ensure trusted news sources are prominent. I wonder who they might be having a jab at.
Trusted news sources that might criticise Islam. Who could that be?
Do you guys trust GB News? Yes. Round of applause if you trust GB News. Sending you all to Parliament next week. I like that.
Someone didn't applaud. Let's get them out. Get them out.
Benjamin didn't applaud.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Get out of it. Right. Christo, I'll start with you.
Right. I mean, okay, optics again. I know we were talking about it earlier, but, you know, obviously all this Iran stuff is going on, and obviously Iran are responsible for a hell of a lot of the Islamists, 3/4 of whom, radical Islamists, are on the UK terror watch list. So let's talk about Islamophobia. From that perspective, I can't quite get my head around it. But when you look at the detail of this, on paper, it does acknowledge that not all Muslims believe in Islamic extremism. I think that's a good thing. It does point out that the Batley Grammar School teacher, that kind of thing shouldn't happen again. Remember the guy that's had to go into hiding for showing the cartoon of the Prophet Muhammad as part of a lesson? So it does on paper look very good. The problem is, I've absolutely no faith in these absolute morons in Parliament not to screw the entire thing up and to actually make it a clampdown on free speech and on channels like this. And on that, I think we should all worry.
It is a definite concern. I totally agree with you. Anna, is this a guise to sneak in blasphemy laws and to crack down on free speech?
It might be. It might be. It might also be Rachel Reeves' attempt to try and do something about the record unemployment that she's created in this country by creating, you know, these non-jobs. I mean, I think every time the government brings in a non-job, and this is a non-job, there should be a non-job that is removed. That would be one thing.
We start with MPs, perhaps.
Well, we could start with the ones that were dancing. I mean, starting with Hannah Spencer. That, I mean, you know,
so just got in the door.
Exactly, and there she is doing nothing but dancing. No, I mean the thing that this is, the reason that this is a non-job is that anti-Muslim hatred should be treated under the law exactly the same way as any sort of hatred. You know, hatred against Jewish people, as we've mentioned, the hatred that was visited upon white working women. If anyone needs a SAR, we need a SAR for white working women.
I really love that idea. Just to clarify, it wasn't just the Greens dancing. There was cross-party dancing going on, from what I can understand. Russell, I like this idea of a white working-class girls are, because we've been waiting a year. Seemingly, we're going to get some sort of definition of Islamophobia before we even get onto the rape gang inquiry, which I think is a disgrace.
Yeah.
Well, look, if this government continues, as they did for a period of time, to vote against even having an inquiry, I think the chances of having a czar to protect those poor girls is certainly not going to happen. This is a bit like Sadiq Khan's night czar. Do you remember that? One utter waste of time.
Another non-job.
But this is just window dressing. It's PR. I believe it's also being done off the back of the Gorton and Denton by-election result, which obviously was humiliating for Labour. It was something like their 15th safest seat, and they came not second but third. It's pandering to the Muslim community. It's a PR stunt. That's literally all this is.
Gentleman at the back would like to ask a question. Fire away, mate.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is really the strangest law I've ever heard about. It is containing stopping free speech already through self-censorship. And what I really don't understand is the sort of cosy relationship between the liberal left and Islam, considering their disastrous relationship in Iran in 1979. Just want to know what you guys thought.
Yes, great observation. We've been saying this a lot, isn't there? There's this weird coalition, and Benjamin, I'll put this to you, between people on the far left and Islamism, and we've seen it actually replicated in many countries. And as a gentleman pointed out about what went on in Iran, as soon as the Islamist left-wing coalition got into power, what do? Said, we'll start by killing you lot. It's a dangerous coalition, isn't it? Because they pander to sectarianism in the country, and then therefore we end up with a Islamophobia definition written by a committee where everyone on the committee agrees there should be a definition, not one dissenting voice.
Well, look, people that pander to Islamism are not helping Muslims, because the biggest victims of extreme Islam is typically Muslims. You know, I've been to Syria and Iraq and every country in the Middle East, and what the people there say is that their lives have been ruined by the extremists that have taken hold of some of those countries, almost always funded by Iran. And so when you have people like the Green Party leader Zach Polansky and the deputy leader Mohsin Ali, who seems far too comfortable with those extreme views, they are not helping Muslims, let alone the rest of us. But that does not mean that Islam in its normal moderate form, and that millions, or I don't know if there are millions, but great many Muslims in this country that follow that, are in some way a problem. That is an ugly, difficult way to look at the world. And the suggestion for this role is that this person would talk about tackling anti-extremism, the need for them to speak English, which is not common enough for people from Pakistan and Bangladesh, which often have quite a different form of Islam from people in the Middle East, and the need for community cohesion. I think a moderate Muslim voice who could spearhead those campaigns would actually do us the world of good.
Well, can I just point out, because you brought up members of the Green Party there, but Keir Starmer the other night, while he was literally at a Ramadan event and used that opportunity not to talk about religion, but to talk about his anti-war credentials, and pandered to Muslims in that room, which I thought was a great example of sectarianism. They're just beating the Labour Party at it. That's unfortunately the truth, isn't it? In my opinion. Russell, what do you think?
Yeah, no, I just want to make the point. I mean, it wasn't that long ago we were talking a lot about two-tier policing and two-tier justice and so on. This is surely the epitome of that, isn't it? When you've got someone in a position, and unelected, by the way, and therefore unaccountable, that is in position to seemingly protect just one segment, one demographic of society. That in itself, I think, is divisive. You know, to have, let's say, a czar that was anti-race hate generally, you know, okay, maybe we get.
But we already have one for anti-Semitism and right.
But we already have laws in place that are anti-racial incitement, anti-racial hatred. Why do we need a czar as well as a raft of laws to stop this stuff happening in the first place? And why does it never work both ways, by the way?
Well, so I would say that this is going to be as big a failure as the Prevent programme. Now, there is a programme that the government set up, which, you know, the previous Labour government, Conservative government carried it on, and millions of pounds has been spent on that programme, and yet we have had attack after attack, including the stabbing of Sir David Amess. And when I looked into that, which obviously I did because I succeeded him in Southend West, you find that the Prevent programme amounted to the killer of Sir David Amess being taken for a coffee in McDonald's and asked if he had violent thoughts and whether he was going to be a danger, which of course he said no, I don't, and he was let go.
This is the thing, right?
It's window dressing, it's dangerous, and it's wasting our money.
I constantly, on my shows, I've often had to sit. We've seen these sort of games that have been coming out, teaching kids about extremism.
That computer game,
yes.
do you remember?
Two of them I've done recently. One of them was an anti-racism computer game where it was basically saying that people's hair was racist, and it was just like completely weird. We also did one offended by your hair. Yeah. Hopefully, it's not saying anything too nasty to you.
But the thing is,
but just to put my point is this, right? My point is this: under successive governments, including the last government, we've had this constant fear that it's actually white British children in many cases. We saw the adolescent stuff, which I thought was just propaganda, frankly, and we've seen this in these games as well, Anna. So why are we not tackling the root cause?
Well, exactly. But this is the whole point, that the priorities are all wrong. You know, rather than actually
why
taking.
did you guys not have an inquiry into the death of Sir David Amess and the murder of Sir David Amess? Why did the Conservative Party not do that while in government?
I don't know. I campaigned for that. It was right at the tail end of the government, in all fairness. In fact, probably the main part of the campaign, actually, was after the Conservatives were out of government. I think there should be an inquiry into Sir David Amess's brutal murder. I actually think whenever an MP is murdered in the course of doing their job, being a public servant, there should automatically, by default, be an inquiry if the family and if it's in the public interest. You know, it might not happen, but I think it should happen in that case. But the point I'm...
and we also need to go back to what happened. I think it was in the news, a week, 10 days ago. You know, the revelation that social services now are allowing people that are a danger to society to get off the hook and to not be imprisoned or charged or sectioned, like the Nottingham killer that we talked a lot about, I think, on GB News a few days ago, because they're worried about upsetting ethnic communities. Look, again, I go back to the point, that's two-tier. We cannot treat people in a different way, one way or the other, because of their ethnicity or their skin colour. Everything should be equal in law.
Yeah. And can I just make one really quick point as well, with us talking about Islamophobia, and that no one should be targeted, with hate because of who they are. But let's also remember that the security guard at the Ariana Grande concert did not approach the guy that ended up killing all those children because he was afraid he would be accused of Islamophobia.
And also we're looking at the rape gangs as well. It's the same story in this country, and we're not learning the lessons from it. Successive governments are not learning the lessons. We cannot have more women and girls raped under the guise on the altar of DEI, no more bombing attacks. We have to be able to tackle this head on.
Absolutely. And where you have people like the killer of Sir David Amess, who was on the Prevent programme, who was thought to be a threat, who'd been into school, who'd been identified as a problem, you've got to remove those people sometimes from society.
Final thoughts, Benjamin?
Well, clearly the Prevent programme served some use because it had this person reported. The failure was that they didn't follow it up to take real action. But I don't think that undermines the idea that the programme exists, because you need somewhere where you can report people when you think they're behaving that way. And there are
not as good as a chocolate teapot, Benjamin.
Well,
if in fact
clearly it failed. Clearly it failed.
All that money, and then it did not do anything to stop that person being a danger.
I think our counter-terror services work exceptionally hard and some of the best in the world. And I certainly wouldn't want to undermine undermine them. But it's, there are obviously blind spots, but also Jo Cox wasn't killed over religion. She was killed by a white man with extremist views. There was another Labour MP. The first group to be proscribed a few years ago was because a white Nazi group was plotting to murder a barely known Labour MP. And so these things go in different directions.
Yeah, but the vast majority, let's just be really clear, the vast majority of terrorist-related incidents in this country are from radical Islam.
Three-quarters of MI5's workload are Islam extremists.
Clap if you want us to remove these sorts of definitions from Britain. Clap if you want to remove Islamophobia laws, for example. Hannah Spencer, Green Party MP for Gorton and Denton, said it's disappointing to see Labour resort to racist dog whistles and the desperate claim that that issuing campaign materials in languages other than English is whipping up hatred. I will be an MP for the whole of Gorton and Denton, and I'm proud that we're demonstrating that by speaking to constituents in the languages they speak.
Sorry, can I get that in urgent?
You can do that. Zach Polanski said, we've got our own government not just complicit, but actively enabling a genocide through the sharing of arms intelligence. And I think people in this country, whether they're Muslim or Jewish, as I am myself, or even people without a faith, can recognise that human rights and international law are important. Right, listen, we've got some more of your ears are going to bleed, basically, because we've got the UK Eurovision entry for this year coming up next.
I forecast a perfect holiday in the sun.
Weather looking good then?
For sure, and no worries about our travel insurance.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Portugal's looking sunnier on Saturday, but further heavy rain to come across Mallorca and the eastern side of Spain. The odd shower possible for the Canaries, but generally sunny spells here and for Madeira. Fine day in Portugal after the heavy downpours of Friday. Still some heavy showers to come, though, on the east coast of Spain and for the Balearics, Sardinia and Sicily too. Mostly fine in Greece with some sunny spells. It'll stay fine in Santorini. The showers easing in Barcelona by Monday.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Evening. Welcome to your latest weather update from the Met Office here on GB News. The weekend looms large. Not much rain around, and Scotland and Northern Ireland having the brighter skies, whereas much of England and Wales fairly grey. High pressure is trying to nose in, and that will provide some clear skies tonight across Scotland in particular. This old weather front draped across the southeast and East Anglia, bringing some outbreaks of showery rain. A damp, dank kind of night here, although the rain should be fizzling out through the early hours. Clearer skies in eastern Scotland and in southern Scotland. That's where we'll see a frost. Temperatures dropping well below freezing in some rural spots. A bit more of a breeze in western Scotland, keeping the temperatures up here. Bright start for Northern Ireland. Plenty of sunshine for Scotland, which will soon get rid of any frost. Further south, it's a pretty gloomy start, fairly glob, mist, low cloud, dull and dank from Lincolnshire down to Kent. Some outbreaks of light rain and drizzle likely across southeast England, perhaps also the southwest and South Wales. North Wales seeing some sunshine, Northern Ireland seeing sunny spells. And as I mentioned, eastern Scotland having a fine day by and large, actually. Yes, it starts a bit cold, but quite quickly those temperatures will be rising. Now, there's a bit of uncertainty about where we see this rain and drizzle across the south, but certainly in for some, I suspect, for South Wales, southwest England, perhaps also across the Midlands. Brighter skies compared to today for North Wales and the far north of England. We should see some sunshine here. Northwest Scotland seeing thicker cloud, a little bit of drizzly rain at times over the Western Isles. Temperatures 9, 10, 11 degrees in the sunshine. Feeling quite pleasant. We might squeak up to 13 across the southeast. Sunday, again, predominantly cloudy for England and Wales. Cloudy day for North Wales and Northern England, certainly. And there will be some outbreaks of showery rain here. Bit of wet weather in Western Scotland, the west of Northern Ireland too. Again, Eastern Scotland doing okay for sunshine, and it might brighten up across the southeast Sunday afternoon. If we see any sunshine here, temperatures up to 15.
Decisions made in Washington aren't just shaping America, they're shaping Britain too. From migration to global security, from crime to health. Whatever happens in the White House today
will be felt in your town or city tomorrow.
That's why The Late Show is live from Washington, D.C.
Cutting through the politics to show you what it all means for Britain.
The Late Show live every night at midnight.
Only on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Yes, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Now, lots of noise in here tonight, right? How do you feel about this? United Airlines will remove passengers who play audio out loud on their phones according to new rules. Apparently, failure to use headphones when listening to podcasts or music or watching a video could result in passengers being blocked from boarding the aircraft. What are they going to do? Are they going to boot them out halfway? What if they start doing it and the phone just chuck them out the back? You know, great old parachute, you're off.
Absolutely think they should throw them out of the plane while it is in.
They should throw them out the back of a plane.
Then they need to do the same on trains. On the way here, I had some idiot next to me, full blast, and you almost just want to go out with a load of headphones.
Yeah, but also, why do people, when they talk to someone, why does everybody talk to someone like this now?
Yeah.
So that everybody in the carriage has to listen to the conversation.
I love that because I want to know what's going on in their life. You know, I'm like sat there reading their WhatsApps whether they want me or not.
The difference is that I have a life, and that's why I don't like that. That is seriously the disintegration of society, and these people, that's what capital punishment needs to be brought back for. Those people.
Yeah, we're very swiftly turned into the Islamic regime here in Iran. Moving on quickly.
On that, they've got it right.
Yeah.
Oh, we have a new leader. We have a new leader. This is brilliant.
Ayatollah Fufas.
We just need to adorn you with the robes now. Your fish will ship you off to Iran tomorrow.
Oh, bless
you. Yeah. Also, I mean, what have you all thought about this new Eurovision song? I'd like to play a little clip if we can get that for the audience here in the room as well. Just please don't leave. All right. Let's see if we can play it for you now. Yeah, well, okay, so this is the UK's Eurovision entry for this year's contest in Vienna, and it was released this morning, and my ears are already bleeding, I have to say. The Telegraph gave it 4 stars. What are they trying to do?
How many? Out of 100?
4 stars out of 50. They said it could have a fighting chance, apparently, in May, but many have criticised the song choice because, guess what? Did anyone pick up the lyrics at the start there? German. German. Should we just play it one more time? Should we just play it one more time for you, just so you all disappear? All right, round of applause if you hated it.
If you loved it.
I actually quite.
Lady in the back there loves it. Would you like to tell us why you like it? Great. She says it's just great. Hang on, let's pass you the microphone. What do you think about it being in German? Do you mind that? Would you stand up for us just so we can see? That'd be great.
Well, last year we got 0 points, so we've got to do better than we did last year.
And you think maybe with German we could do a bit better?
I think it's political. I think you're absolutely right. It's going to be held in Vienna, and that's political. But I like the tune.
We're embracing life.
I like that tune.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, well, thank you for the thoughts. Do you like it? Don't you, Christo?
I absolutely love it. We're at 40 to 1 in the odds. Now, we're not beating Greece. Now, Greece, of course, that's a brilliant song as well. Birthday. And that one, of course, some of that is in French because, of course, it is European. Now, I know when we mention any close ties to Europe in this studio, we tend to burst into flames. But actually, that is a great song. I love Cyprus as well, Antigone. But Finland is going to be the one to beat this year. They've got a great duet. It's a little bit of a sort of dark rock number. I've lost you, haven't I?
Yes.
Yeah, you lost me when you started saying you were praising.
Does anyone agree with me that is Christo's pitch to Eurovision to host it?
Oh, yes. Absolutely.
However, in my view, the whole thing should be cancelled. When we actually Brexited, when we left the EU, we should have also included Eurovision within that mandate.
Mr. Grumpy!
What a children. Eurovision is one of the top 10 most watched shows in the UK every year. So the truth is that about 10 million people watch it. I absolutely love Eurovision. It's huge fun. The fact is, most countries sing in a different language because most countries sing in English. So I think it's a bit weak of us to care about counting to 3 in German.
Do you think they watch it ironically?
Yeah, but they still watch it. I mean, it's a great excuse to have a party and to get drunk and eat frog's legs. So I love it.
You know, what I was going to do tonight, Alex, and you're very disappointed I did this. I was going to wear the little short skirt that you could whip off like that's Unfortunately, we decided against it.
I'm not sure it goes down that well, if I'm being honest with you. But listen, you guys seem to hate it. I hate it. I appreciate some of you love it, and that's great as well, because obviously we do like to win these things. I think we've been sort of, we've been robbed before, haven't we? Which I always don't like to see, when we get robbed of a chance to have to.
Well, it's not since 1997, Katrina and the Waves, that we've actually won. Now, we did do all right when Andrew Lloyd Webber wrote one as well, and that was quite good. And we didn't get nil point last year,
but hang on,
we did do quite good with Remember Monday, so that was quite a good entry. Remember Blue did it a few. I've lost you again, haven't I?
Yes. We won it 4 years ago. Basically, Ukraine won and we hosted it.
Sam
Ryder was fantastic. And to be fair, if the war hadn't broken out, I'm pretty sure we would have just won it with that song.
And that's the real tragedy of
Ukraine. And let me say,
right before everyone turns off. What did I just say? Sorry, what did you just say?
One of, not the real tragedy, but one of the tragedies of the Ukraine war, aside from, the war, is that we didn't win Eurovision.
Right. Put him on the front.
You got to host. It's unbelievable.
Listen, shall we do your Union Jackass and Great Britain, shall we? Should we start with you, Benjamin?
No, please start with the other side.
Oh, you've forgotten yours, haven't you? Clearly memorable. Russell, can you remember yours?
I can. What are we doing first? Union Jackass.
Let's do Union Jackass first.
Timothy Howells. Do you know who Timothy Howells is?
Tell us who he is.
So he is the driving instructor that decided to drive to his first lesson of the day whilst being 4 times over the drink drive limit.
Here's a picture of him. I don't know if we can show the audience.
There he is. Guess what? He's not a driving instructor anymore. He crashed on his own. Fortunately, no other cars involved. He wasn't injured, but he has been nicked for drink driving. But imagine, on his way to his first lesson. Imagine having that first lesson. Wow. So I think it's a worthy
Jackass. That'd be quite a worthy lesson, actually. It just feels to me to be pretty good. Who's your Union Jackass?
I think we've got a clip, actually, as well. It's Ed Davey for what he said in Parliament this week about those Brits who are in Dubai who might need help to get home.
No, we haven't got a clip.
Oh, we haven't? Okay, well, he said that basically if you're in Dubai, you don't deserve to come home because you're not paying tax here. And I think that's a very, very difficult...
He didn't say that
I don't agree with
Yes,
it.
he said you should have to pay for it, not that you shouldn't be taken
that's
home.
That's a very odd precedent. So would he agree...
It's already the precedent,
Would he agree that anyone here in the UK that doesn't make a taxable contribution on benefits shouldn't get any public services?
Or the disabled.
Call me right-wing, but I think if you left Britain 20 years ago and haven't paid a penny, then why should we pay 10 grand to fly you to a country you don't live in?
All right, okay.
Yeah.
Well, exactly right.
We're giving him to go back.
Migrants.
Okay,
who's your Union Jackass?
I've been incredibly unimaginative this week. I think there is only one candidate, and it has got to be Keir Starmer. Not content with just wrecking the economy, he's wrecked the special relationship, and he's made us an international embarrassment.
Okay,
I think he wins hands down.
Okay. Remember Jules now.
I have. He was the future once, and it's going to get me sacked. My Union Jackass is Matt Goodwin. I thought he was a terrible candidate, and also the voters are always right. He lost the election and then said that he
didn't lose it. Labour lost it.
He called women middle-aged fat babies.
What are you talking about? We didn't lose. We doubled our vote.
You did lose.
You lot lost. You went from first to
He had
third.
no dignity. He had no dignity.
And do we want to talk about the Conservatives? 1% of the vote. You lost your deposit.
No, we weren't trying.
Unbelievable. And what about Ed Davey?
Unruly. I think our Union Jackass, it's got to be Keir Starmer.
It's got to be.
Of all the people this week, he is.
It's got to be.
Yeah, sorry, we'll draw a line under that one. There we go. Let's talk about greatest Britons. Russell, who's your greatest Briton?
Misli Mandarin. Do you know who Misli Mandarin is? So he is now the First Minister of the Chagos Islands. Obviously, the Chagossians have been in exile. Miss Lee and 5 or 6 others 10 days ago decided to go to the Chagos Islands. They're now living there in a tent, a leaky tent, on the beach, using rainwater for drinking water. What an absolute patriot, and what a man that we should be absolutely proud of, that he's doing the right thing on principle to try and take back the Chagossian Islands.
Okay, Christo, who's yours?
I'm going to go for the woman that made the High Court this week say that it will allow a judicial review on whether the government failed to act on the recommendations of the 7-year inquiry into the child sexual abuse. Maggie Oliver.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, mine is also a Maggie. It's Maggie Thatcher this week, because this week has really, her principles are back, because she believed that terrorism should not be appeased. We do have to stand with our allies. She stood with the US when Libya killed US citizens in a Berlin nightclub. She commanded the Commons, she commanded her cabinet, and I think we could learn from her even today.
All right, Benjamin, who's yours?
Mine is the British Iranians, who have been out celebrating Britain and celebrating the end of the Ayatollah, and I think they give a great contribution. Do you have a video of that? Have you got that?
I don't know, do we? We'll find out in a minute if it plays or not. But should we do a poll?
This is difficult.
Round of applause for Misli Mandarin. Okay. All right. Maggie Oliver. Maggie Thatcher?
Yeah.
British Iranians? Well, I think that's quite
If someone else had said that, you'd change your mind.
Christo, congratulations. It is Maggie Oliver. What a legend. An incredible woman. She really is. Thank you all so much for joining me tonight. I hope you've had fun. Have you enjoyed yourselves? Yeah. Maybe we just do that Keir Starmer thing one more time. What's he done this week? Absolutely nothing. That was just wonderful, wasn't it? That was absolutely wonderful. Anna, thank you very much. Anna Firth for coming on. Benjamin Butter, always a pleasure to have your company.
I think they loved me.
Did you love him? Boo! Yeah. There you go. Russell, thank you very much. And Christo Frutas as well. If you want to join Patrick's audience next week, you can go to, I don't know actually what this is, sroaudience.com. Thank you very much. And to get your ticket. Up next, we're hoping to speak to Reform UK Party leader Nigel Farage. So don't go anywhere, but first, it's your weather.
Warm and cosy, with a chance of zero visibility. Box Toilet sponsors the weather on GB News.
Evening. Welcome to your latest weather update from the Met Office here on GB News. The weekend looms large. Not much rain around, and Scotland and Northern Ireland having the brighter skies, whereas much of England and Wales fairly grey. High pressure is trying to nose in, and that will provide some clear skies tonight across Scotland in particular. This older weather front draped across the southeast and East Anglia, bringing some outbreaks of showery rain. A damp, dank kind of night here, although the rain should be fizzling out through the early hours. Clearer skies in eastern Scotland and in southern Scotland. That's where we'll see a frost. Temperatures dropping well below freezing in some rural spots. A bit more of a breeze in western Scotland, keeping the temperatures up here. Bright start for Northern Ireland. Plenty of sunshine for Scotland, which will soon get rid of any frost. Further south, it's a pretty gloomy start, fairly glob, mist, low cloud, dull and dank from Lincolnshire down to Kent. Some outbreaks of light rain and drizzle likely across southeast England, perhaps also the southwest and South Wales. North Wales seeing some sunshine, Northern Ireland seeing sunny spells. And as I mentioned, eastern Scotland having a fine day by and large, actually. Yes, it starts a bit cold, but quite quickly those temperatures will be rising. Now, there's a bit of uncertainty about where we see this rain and drizzle across the south. There's certainly in for some, I suspect, for South Wales, southwest England, perhaps also across the Midlands. Brighter skies compared to today for North Wales and the far north of England. We should see some sunshine here. Northwest Scotland seeing thicker cloud, a little bit of drizzly rain at times over the Western Isles. Temperatures 9, 10, 11 degrees in the sunshine. Feeling quite pleasant. We might squeak up to 13 across the southeast. Sunday, again, predominantly cloudy for England and Wales. Cloudy day for North Wales and northern England, certainly. And there will be some outbreaks of showery rain here. Bit of wet weather in West Scotland, the west of Northern Ireland too. Again, eastern Scotland doing okay for sunshine, and it might brighten up across the southeast Sunday afternoon. If we see any sunshine here, temperatures up to 15.
Warm and cosy, with a chance of zero visibility. Box Toiler sponsors the weather on GB News.
You could be the proud owner of a brand new Benivan 122. This very latest 2026 model comfortably sleeps 4, comes complete with built-in kitchen, compact washroom, and is worth over £67,000. But that's not all, as we'll also give you a further £25,000 in tax-free cash to spend on anything you like in the coming year. For a chance to win a camper van and cash, text prize to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message, or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entry starts at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge, or post your name and number to GB20 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 1st of May. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's political podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's political podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
No,
Because the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
If you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff.
Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood.
So join me on Jubes and Kerr weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
5 hosts, 5 opinions, 5 fearless debates, 5 unfiltered takes on the day's news.
5 reasons not to be anywhere else on Saturday night.
This is the Saturday 5. You got me. You got me good there. Britain's biggest Saturday night TV show.
It's not a bad brand.
Yeah. Uncensored.
Very, very racist tonight on the
unpredictable.
What did she say? Can you translate it for us?
And always entertaining.
And how can a country go from being led by William Wallace Saturday nights from 6 p.m. only on GB News, the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
You're going to want to stay tuned, trust me.
Good evening. This is Patrick Christie's tonight's late edition. I'm Alex Armstrong, covering for the big man himself. Tonight on the show,
the United States military, together with the wonderful Israeli partners, continues to totally demolish the enemy far ahead of schedule.
There you have it. As President Trump pledges to continue to demolish the enemy, the Times leads with this: surrender warns Trump. Plus,
I'm hoping that we can get him to U-turn on his social media policy. We've got him to U-turn on a few other things. So my next mission is to get him to U-turn on the age limit for social media, so we can bring this ban in for children, let adults do what they want on social media.
yes, as pressure builds to ban social media for under 16s, the Daily Express leads with this on Queen Camilla's plea for children to get away from phones. And,
well, as the president stated, it was unfortunate
that the Brits didn't from day one say, hey, go ahead and have access, but we got there.
And the BBC is under fire again. When are they not under fire these days? This time for mistranslating a speech by Hegseth, the, of course, Secretary of State for War, on BBC Persian. And joining me this evening to continue the chat here is journalist and broadcaster, TV royalty, Christo Fufas, and journalist and broadcaster Benjamin Butterworth, not TV royalty apparently, and of course Russell Quirk, Reform UK councillor. Oh, and apparently Meghan Markle has cut ties with Netflix. Who would have thought it? I'm going to tell you exactly why she's done that very, very shortly. But first, we're going to get your news with Tatiana Sanchez.
Alex, thank you very much. The top stories. President Donald Trump says there will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender. It comes as the IDF says it's begun a broad-scale wave of strikes on the Iranian terror regime infrastructure in Tehran. The IDF has identified missiles launched from Iran towards the territory of the State of Israel. The IDF said earlier over 400 targets were struck in several areas in Iran, including ballistic missile launchers and Iranian UAV storage facilities. 50 Israeli jets hit Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei's underground bunker in the heart of Tehran. Meanwhile, Sir Keir Starmer has offered to deploy 4 extra jets to provide defensive air cover for Bahrain. Despite this, the Prime Minister has insisted the United Kingdom will not be joining offensive strikes on Iran. Well, the Prime Minister has spoken to Mohammed bin Salman, the Saudi Crown Prince, this evening. Sir Keir Starmer says additional British fighter jets, helicopters and a destroyer were being sent to the region, and the UK stands ready to support the defence of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, if needed. That's as 4 people have been arrested as part of a counter-terrorism investigation relating to Iran, the Met Police says. Police arrested 1 Iranian and 3 dual British-Iranian nationals on suspicion of assisting a foreign intelligence service. The force says the investigation relates to the suspected surveillance of locations and individuals linked to Jewish communities in London. In a statement, the Home Secretary sought to reassure the public that the UK's police and security services are world-leading and would not hesitate to take action to counter any threat to the UK. Elsewhere, the Conservatives have pledged to bring back the 2-child benefit cap and use the money to instead boost defence spending. The policy, first introduced by the Tories in 2017, restricts child tax credits and universal credit to the first 2 children in most households. The party says restoring the cap will save more than £3.2 billion a year, half of which it would use on helping to reduce Britain's deficit and the remainder on increasing the defence budget.
Right now, there is an escalating war. We are in it, whether we like it or not. The idea that we should not be taking defence seriously, for me, is the completely wrong one. You make a point about looking at other bits of welfare. This is where we're starting from. We've got to start somewhere. At the moment, no one else is even talking about taking tough decisions, but we are.
And so a murderer, Ian Huntley's life support machine has reportedly been switched off. Sources say his life support was switched off at lunchtime after brain tests showed he was in a vegetative state. It was reported yesterday that he'd been blinded during an attack on him at HMP Frankland in Durham and was unlikely to survive. Huntley is serving a life sentence with a minimum term of 40 years for the murders of 10-year-olds Holly Wells and Jessica Chapman in 2002. Those are the latest GB News headlines. It's back to Alex.
Tune in to GB News Radio wherever you are. Online, on DAB Digital Radio, on TuneIn, on Radio Player, on Nation Player, and on your smart speaker. Just say, play GB News.
Welcome back to Patrick Christie's Tonight Late edition with me, Alex Armstrong. Let's go through your front pages together, shall we? Let's start with The Express. Camilla's, of course, Queen Camilla there, her plea for children to get away from phones. We're hearing a lot more about this lately, aren't we? Of course, many MPs and parties calling for a ban for under-16s. The Mirror, Trump assault claims probed by FBI. The Sun, Oasis split. Yeah, interesting one, that one. That's Not the Band. Noel and girlfriend Sally broke up. Big story, of course. There we go. The Mail. Terror fears over Iranian London spy cell. I've been talking about this quite a lot lately, and I would like to talk about this topic because I think it's very important to you. And leading on from that, in the iPaper, UK voters say no to joining war with Iran. I'll get into the detail with that with the panel next. And the Telegraph, Putin helps Iran attack the US. Interesting stuff. The Guardian, Trump demands Iran's unconditional surrender. The Times, leading on a similar headline here, surrender warns Trump. Yeah, okay, well, look, let's start off with the iPaper. UK voters say no to joining war with Iran. So, according to this, the front pages here, 22% of the public support it, 47% do not support it, and 31% don't know. Russell, what do you make of this?
I'm surprised about this, Alex. The fact that less than a quarter of people support the strikes. I guess it depends who you ask, and it depends what question you ask. I don't know what the sample size here is. It might only be 100 people or so. I don't know. Maybe they asked them coming out of a Green Party convention. I don't know. But look, I think, no disrespect to the public, I think what has to be understood here, of course, is we rehearsed earlier on in the first part of the show. There are consequences to what Iran have done and will continue to do in terms of that regime. And those consequences, while we might think, well, Iran's 4,000 miles away, it doesn't matter to us, it does. Not only is this about the Iranian people, but it's about the consequences of a tyrannical regime that has over 5 decades nearly, decided to assault the West by way of multiple terrorist actions. A lot of things that have happened via ISIS and the Houthi rebels and, so on. And Hamas, of course, have been sponsored and funded by the Iranians. So I'm kind of surprised that it's only 22%, to be honest.
Yeah, it's very interesting. A lot of people writing in going, how many people were asked in that poll? I don't know, because it's not actually advertised here how many Brits were asked on the front page. I mean, we've only got that to go off. So sorry, I can't give you more clarity on that. Benjamin, are you surprised to see this?
No, not at all. I don't know that it's my view, but I'm not surprised by it, because I think in most British people's minds, their perception of getting involved in foreign wars, of intervention, is completely shaped by the mess of the Iraq War and arguably the ineffectiveness of what happened in Afghanistan, which has fallen apart as soon as people left. And so I don't think it should be a surprise. Now, I think there's a very strong moral argument and a national security argument to do what we did. But if you think about the fact that people's energy prices are impossibly high in this country, and the fact that the price of goods will go up because of the shipping routes being severely affected already, I think a lot of people will look at that and say the consequence for our economy, for their families, for buying stuff is going to be really bad. And that will probably be more tangible than the liberation of the Iranian people. Not necessarily my view, but I think that's how most people will see it.
Yeah, Christo, what do you make of the poll?
Well, I think I'd like to know, as you said, the question and how many people were asked.
I'm just getting that for you all at home now, by the way, so I will bring it to you.
But also, the detail of this, only 1 in 5 support Britain joining airstrikes against the regime. And I'll reflect what I said in the last programme, that I think that actually you didn't need to, we could have still backed America and given our assistance to our closest ally without actually joining in the airstrikes. Because, I agree that we need to think about actually participating in airstrikes ourselves very carefully, and there might be a very good argument for it, but it isn't something we should rush into. But what we should do is, when our closest ally asks us for help, we should provide it, and we should have provided those air bases when they were asked for. And
it's also a matter of framing, though, don't you think? So if we'd asked the question, they'd asked the question the weekend, do you favour regime change to protect the people of Iran? I suspect the answer would have been
I've got the details here for you. So in terms of how many people were surveyed, it was 1,503 adults in Great Britain between the 4th and 5th of March, and neither support or oppose opposed is it's actually at 18% here. They've broken it down a little bit more. Don't knows are at 13%. Opposed is 47%. Support is 22%. So it says that the question is this: to what extent do you support or oppose the UK taking part in airstrikes against Iran? So that is a very offensive way in terms of offensive action.
Dramatic.
Yes, not supporting America using our bases.
Did they ask the question about the bases?
I don't believe they have.
I wonder what the answer would be to that if it was framed about literally just providing airbase support to America rather than, because I think that I suspect that might have been slightly higher, because that's not us directly getting involved, but it's also, I mean, it's kind of hedging our bets a little bit, saying look, we're just going to look after our ally and proceed with caution. And I think actually there would have been a little bit more respect for Keir Starmer had he done that, and he still could have had a political win.
Can I just
go on?
Yeah, according to a leak that was in the Telegraph the other day, Keir Starmer did want air bases to be used, but Ed Miliband, who would be involved in this because of the energy consequence, blocked it. Shabana Mahmood, Rachel Reeves and Yvette Cooper, the other cabinet ministers.
Shabana Mahmood was involved in that.
Oh, really?
I remember it was just...
Ed Miliband did lead the way.
Can you think of a scenario in the world where anyone says, do you know what? We need to hear Ed Miliband's opinion.
Any scenario where he might be right. I suggest as well, if this poll were run by the Daily Mail, that would be a very, very different outcome.
I really don't think that, by the way.
Can I just put this? Well, Ed Miliband might be the next Prime Minister, so who knows who's pulling the strings behind closed doors, eh? There's another part of this poll.
That's more depressing than war, by the way.
Sorry, you might be right there. But there's another part of this poll that's not on the front page, and it talks about Keir Starmer's leadership. And the question they asked was, should Labour stick with Starmer or choose a new leader?
That's assumptively positive.
Yes,
that's terribly worded.
Right. Well, what they've said here, Labour voters, people who describe themselves as Labour voters, 49% of them think they should keep Keir Starmer. 32% think they should choose a new leader, and 18% don't know. That is in contrast, well, I don't know who the rest of this poll is for, but other parties, 48% other parties, so that's the rest of the British public, 48% want him gone.
Yeah. And the reality is that we all know from countless polls that he is the least popular Prime Minister that this country has ever seen.
I can't believe they found that many people who would admit to voting Labour.
Yeah, well, sorry, I'm actually misreading this. So they did it 2 times. He's actually more people in the other parties want him to leave, at 51%. And that was the first numbers I gave you. Sorry, I'm reading this as I go. In May, those were the numbers. Now, today, Labour voters, 43% want them to choose a new leader and 42% want him to stay. So it's a split there on the Labour vote too. And bearing in mind, for the Labour Party members, Keir Starmer, if there's a leadership challenge in the Labour Party, will automatically be on the ballot. So the question remains, when he's getting numbers like that, 1% here or there, and as split amongst other of course, candidates, because this is just a binary choice, Keir Starmer could hang in.
I don't think so. I mean, look, first of all, this war in Iran will help his position because people don't have a temptation to change leader, change prime minister when far more serious things are happening. So I dare say that it's shoring up his position at least until May.
Gulf War. They got rid of Thatcher during the first Gulf War.
I don't think this is... Well, clearly that's not what's happening to Keir Starmer. No one has been talking about the question of his leadership in the last week. I do think, though, that...
That's a big question for the last 18 months.
I'll be honest with you. The point at which there is a leadership election for the Labour leader, Keir Starmer won't be on the ballot. He might be entitled to it, that's correct, as Jeremy Corbyn was. But when he's lost the trust of his MPs, he would be the first Labour Prime Minister in history to face that scenario.
But as I've said,
so
he's also the most unpopular, isn't he? Look, the problem here, I think, for Labour voters, the Labour membership, is when you're asked if Keir Starmer should go, the concern that Labour members will have, as the rest of the country should have, of course, is who replaces him. And if that is either Angela Rayner or Ed Miliband, I mean, if you thought this was bad, just wait a few months. Wait a few months.
I mean, the thing is, what will depend on whether he's on the ballot, of course, which we're all forgetting, is international law. What does that say about Keir Starmer? And that will be what he follows.
Interesting here. So there's some good news for Keir Starmer, if you can call it that. What they're saying here in the iPaper, while deeply unpopular still, Starmer's personal ratings improved slightly from -49 in January to -43.
Wow.
I mean,
every cloud's
going to snow with
I'm not sure that's a positive. And look, let's just be clear. What the Iran situation has definitely exposed is we now know how weak and cowardly he is. So I don't think this does him any favours at all, Benjamin, at all.
Okay, right. Just one final interesting point on this poll, and I'll just very brief thoughts here. As they've looked at voting intention for a general election. Reform UK here, January 2026, 32%, and they're saying that March 2026 for the same cohort of people, 27%. But of course, that's still up massively from the 15% at the general election. Have Reform peaked, Christo?
I think that I think there's still life left in Reform. I think what they need to do. I do. That's
It's just a funny way of putting it, Christo. There's still life left in the most popular party in the country.
I think that what they need to do, though, and I think that this is the issue that Reform have, is I think we need some more meat on the bones. They're brilliant at getting headlines. They're brilliant at politics. They really are. But I think sometimes there's just not the meat on the bones of the policy that we need.
Okay, interesting. The one thing I don't really understand about this poll is that it's shown a dip for Reform, but not really any, like the Labour vote hasn't gone over to the Greens, for example. And so I don't know where these voters are not going from Reform to Greens. That would be quite a shock to me. So anyway, take polls with a pinch of salt at this point in time. Anyway, time for our brand new Great British giveaway, should I say. And it's our biggest prize of the year so far. It's your chance to drive away with a camper van worth 67 grand, and you can bank 25k in tax-free cash. Here's all the details.
You could be the proud owner of a brand new Benivan 122. This very latest 2026 model comfortably sleeps four, comes complete with built-in kitchen, compact washroom, and is worth over £67,000. But that's not all, as we'll also give you a further £25,000 in tax-free cash to spend on anything you like in the coming year. For a chance to win a camper van and cash, text prize to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message, or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge, or post your name and number to GB20 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 1st of May. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
All right, coming up, reporting in the Telegraph tonight, the BBC mistakenly, I don't know how you do this, mistakenly altered a speech by the Secretary of State for War in America, Pete Hegseth. More on that next.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's political podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's political podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
GB News Breakfast, every day from 6 a.m.
This is Ellie, and this is the
safari.
These are the decent ones. This is amazing. Tell us about this.
Right, so this was the best part of the honeymoon. This is my favourite part. We're in Kenya, in the Masai Mara. That's the camp there. So it's immersed right in the middle of the
That's
a
giraffe. I know that
That's
one.
a big giraffe,
Yeah.
And we saw the big five, and it was amazing. And we went to see a Masai Mara tribe, and this was me with the tribe, and they did a big dance for us, and they were jumping up and down, and it was amazing. And we took pencils and colouring. Oh, that's my husband there. That's Jared. And we took colouring books for the kids, and we took crayons, and they loved it.
Oh, that
we had
was
the best
nice.
time.
That was
So
nice.
yeah, and then that's an elephant. Oh, that's me.
Yeah.
And the best animal we saw, which I don't think we got a picture of, is a leopard, and we got so close to the leopard.
Camouflage
We were
was good
eye to
there.
eye. Yeah, it was amazing.
Yeah.
Was
Was
it
it a bit scary?
It wasn't at all.
quite
It was
open,
very
in your
peaceful.
little
Yeah,
car.
you're in an open van, but they're not threatened by the van or by you at all. It's very strange. And we didn't see the daddy lion until the last day. And Amy was messaging me every day saying, "Have you seen the daddy lion yet? You still haven't
Who's
seen
the
him."
daddy? Who's the daddy?
And eventually we did, and they are majestic. The lions.
Very good. Right.
I recommend to anybody who likes their animals. Safari.
Alice, she brought in all these pictures, you know, and we brought in, we sat here with popcorn, ready to watch it. We'll have to have a show of all this and watch all of this. And But
Get
anyway,
those snacks ready.
When can we open this then?
Well, I've still got to show you what other pictures I've got to show you.
if there's demand for it, but there's no demand. People aren't interested.
Well, then I'll just take this one.
Then we just take them.
Take it to go.
But that was Ellie's honeymoon, which she delayed for 7 months or so, and then
some planning.
Welcome back to
GB News, the People's Channel.
Decisions made in Washington aren't just shaping America, they're shaping Britain too. From migration to global security, from crime to health. Whatever happens in the White House today
will be felt in your town or city tomorrow.
That's why The Late Show is live from Washington, D.C.
Cutting through the politics to show you what it all means for Britain.
The Late Show live every night at midnight.
Only on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
GB Loyalty Points is here. They're our way of saying thank you for spending time with GB News. Through commenting on your say, voting in You Decide polls and shaping the debate, you can earn GB Loyalty Points. Unlock rewards, reach milestones and climb leaderboards. Don't just watch our programmes, come and be part of them. Get started by scanning the QR code or go to gbnews.com/loyalty points.
Welcome back to Patrick Christie's Tonight's Late Edition with me, Alex Armstrong. A big breaking story this evening now. Reporting in the Telegraph tonight, the BBC mistakenly altered a speech by Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of State for War, on the war in Iran, making him appear to say that the United States was targeting the Iranian people. Take a watch.
Turns out the regime who chanted death to America and death to Israel was gifted death from America and death from Israel.
مردمی که فریاد میزدن که مرگ به آمریکا و مرگ بر اسرائیل، حالا چیزی که دریافت کردن مرگ از طرف آمریکا و اسرائیل.
So BBC Persian, which broadcast to audiences inside Iran, mistranslated remarks by the US Secretary of State for War, telling viewers in Washington that Washington was indeed bringing death to the Iranian people. In fact, Mr. Hegseth said that the Iranian regime was being targeted, not the people. The mistake was seized upon by pro-Israel media campaigners who claimed it cast doubt on the BBC's impartiality. It also triggered a backlash on social media. What do you guys think of this? Benjamin, do you think it's an honest mistake, or do you think this is what the Iranian, the anti-regime, the anti-Islamist regime group would call them, the BBC, Ayatollah BBC is what they branded them, actually?
No, I don't think for a moment that they would intentionally misrepresent something as significant as that, because also just think about it logically, the amount of coverage they would have done on the comments in the last few days, and they wouldn't have made that mistake in all the others. So I think it's an error. If I'm not mistaken, BBC Persia is really highly regarded as getting reliable information into Iran, and so I think that should be to be borne in mind. And also, this is the kind of stuff where the BBC really comes into its own, to be able to, obviously this was a mistake, but to get reliable journalism into these parts of the world where it's very difficult is a huge asset to British soft power.
Are you saying this with a straight face, Benjamin?
The only thing straight
Hang on, this is where the BBC really comes into its own, and they would definitely not, purposely alter something. Well, they did, and someone got fired at the top of the organisation for.
They didn't purposely.
Well, no, how can they? But hang on, look, the BBC, as the largest news organisation in the world, with millions of journalists, or however many they've got, there is no excuse for them.
If it was millions, I want a job.
There is no excuse for them as an organisation, given their so-called editorial credibility, no excuse for them to alter the meaning of a speech. And that's what they've done. It's not just a word, it's the context of the speech is what they've altered.
I mean,
they've said basically that the Americans want to kill Iranian people. That's not an innocent error, a mistake.
And
That's
this is the thing. These translators are really good, Christo, aren't they? They're very good. And you can't. It's not like people and regime are similar words in any language.
Well,
from what I can understand, at least.
You want a job at the BBC, Ben? You'd be perfect for them. Firstly, secondly,
no, I wouldn't, because there's too many people like me at the BBC. So they never have me on.
Your views, you'd be snapped up in a second. But secondly, look, I don't know whether it's deliberate or not, but there was an entire report, the Prescott report, which outlined massive errors that the BBC made, and they knew about them and did nothing about them. But more importantly, I don't know, like I said, how this happened, but it is absolutely unforgivable, because if people in Iran are tuning in to BBC Persia, which is available in Iran, to find out what's going on, and then they hear the BBC saying America is targeting Iranian people. That is absolutely outrageous. I mean, as if these people aren't going through enough, they then tune in to the BBC to find out that that someone in authority is saying, yeah, we're actually going to try and bomb and kill you.
And here's another stat for you. Since 2020, there have been something like 16 BBC scandals. So that's about 3 a year. For an organisation that definitely should know better in terms of its so-called integrity. But let's not forget, this is also an organisation that we are paying for. Yeah. So, you know, there's no kind of sing for your supper. There's no quality of output equals subscription, therefore equals survival and existence. No wonder these guys keep getting it wrong so often. It's because there's no accountability at the BBC at all.
Hang on, BBC Persia is funded by the Foreign Office,
the BBC
not by the licence fee.
The BBC, the culture is the same.
And this is exactly the role that Britain should be playing, is to get accurate, reliable journalism. Now, this is a serious mistake, but the idea, it's absurd to say that we shouldn't be using great journalists that are highly regarded.
They need to hire some then, don't
And also it is funded by the licence fee. A small amount of BBC Persia is given by the Foreign Office. The rest of it is all from the UK licence fee. So you're talking out your hat again.
Well, not because it literally goes to the Foreign Office. You just said it yourself.
I don't understand why we should pay for other British broadcasting corporation to be broadcasting in so many different languages. I think they even do some stuff in Pidgin. I think it's am I right in saying that? I think it's common. It's called
Sanskrit.
But they do it in all these languages. This is meant to be for British people.
No, it's not.
Well,
it's not. That's complete nonsense.
But that is such a stupid argument. Why do you think that's stupid? Go on, tell me.
Well, because there have been 100 years now of a huge impact of the BBC getting accurate, reliable information to some of the corners of the world where it is most difficult.
But not only countries are not, and why should the British pay for it?
Not only is that of a huge moral and ethical value, it is also of huge value in our interests, because it's British soft power getting into all these corners of the world and their emotional and cultural links with us, and it's in the interest of security, because all these cases it is promoting democracy. I was in Kosovo, I've been to Kosovo many times, but when you go there, they will talk about the kind of reporting that they got from outlets like the BBC when they were suffering from a genocide. There are so many places in the world that listen to the BBC for this information, and if we didn't do it, it wouldn't exist.
Okay, well, let me just bring you this other story that's in the headlines this evening. The BBC's admitted its TV licence is no longer fit for purpose for the future, as the public broadcaster floats alternative funding models for the service. While 94% of the population still use the BBC each month, only around 80% actually pay the £180 licence fee. Executives are calling for the government to make bold choices, including requiring those who only use streaming services such as Netflix to have a TV licence, which is completely bonkers, and it's got nothing to do with the BBC. Anyway, that's my thoughts. But after a series of controversies and mounting public criticism, the question remains, how should the BBC actually be run? Because there was another story just a couple of nights ago, Christo, that said that the BBC were calling to have their political appointments removed. There's so much going on there. They can't get their reporting right in the last couple of years. They've been caught out time and time again on Gaza, on Iran. They were reporting that the Americans had bombed a school. Well, that's not been verified. Yeah. They've been caught with this Pete Hegseth stuff. The Glastonbury, we had the BAFTAs thing. We've had the Trump edit, which is going to cost the licence fee payers billions.
No, it's not.
Well, it probably is.
No, it's not.
It's not. The legal fees will still cost us money.
And also the soft power, Benjamin. How does it look around the world that the president is suing the BBC? I mean, you were just banging on about the soft power of World Service and BBC Persia. I would say it's pretty hard and bad power when you have the president suing them.
Let's talk about the funding.
The US president is suing every news outlet he can think of.
The funding model here is completely and utterly broken. This is a model that was invented in the 1950s and obviously now is no longer fit for purpose because you have all of these other choices, which of course we didn't have previously. In the early days of television, there was only the BBC. It took 20 or 30 years for there to be, 3, maybe 4 channels. Now there's hundreds and hundreds.
And you remember that?
I do remember. I remember narrating Listen with Mother in the 1960s. Yes, I do.
You
know what Listen with Mother was. No, so it's very, very clear to me that rather than taxing people where there's absolutely no there's no filter in terms of accountability, accountability and quality of output.
Oh, come off
it.
it.
Should now be a streaming service that is paid for by public subscription. Because if the output, Benjamin, is that
That's
good,
what the licence
people,
fee is.
If the output's that good, people want to pay
No,
for it.
because the
when they start.
licence fee is compulsory. Look, I think I really like the BBC. Actually, I like EastEnders and Eurovision. But the problem is that they set themselves up. You love Eurovision. They set themselves up for these controversies because the reason that they are held to such scrutiny is because of the way they're paid for. So I absolutely can't get my head around why they're not faster to try and change. Now, what I would do if I was in charge is I would have a basic BBC out of general taxation, like BBC News, BBC Radio, general taxation, and then everything
Decision back home. The BBC backed the idea of requiring, this is of course according to the BBC, requiring more households to pay, but each paying less. Said, we welcome this kind of radical thinking. The licence fee has been frozen for periods, but no government has ever taken the decision to reduce the price. And on Hegseth, on that footage, a BBC spokesman said this mistranslated word was a mistake as a result of human error during the live simultaneous translation of a speech. We issued a correction to Persian audiences on air and on social media. All right, coming up, we'll go live to GB News presenter Ben Leo, who's just spoken to Nigel Farage. The Reform leader is stateside and bringing the Chagos fight to Mar-a-Lago. More on that next.
I forecast a perfect holiday in the sun.
Weather looking good then?
For sure, and no worries about our travel insurance.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations forecast.
Portugal's looking sunnier on Saturday, but further heavy rain to come across Mallorca and the eastern side of Spain. The odd shower possible for the Canaries, but generally sunny spells here and for Madeira. Fine day in Portugal after the heavy downpours of Friday. Still some heavy showers to come, though, on the east coast of Spain and for the Balearics, Sardinia and Sicily, too. Mostly fine in Greece with some sunny spells. It'll stay fine in Santorini. The showers easing in Barcelona by Monday.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations forecast.
Evening. Welcome to your latest weather update from the Met Office here on GB News. The weekend looms large, not much rain around, and Scotland and Northern Ireland having the brighter skies, whereas much of England and Wales fairly grey. High pressure is trying to nose in, and that will provide some clear skies tonight across Scotland in particular. This old weather front draped across the southeast and East Anglia, bringing some outbreaks of showery rain. A damp, dank kind of night here, although the rain should be fizzling out through the early hours. Clearer skies in eastern Scotland and in southern Scotland. That's where we'll see a frost. Temperatures dropping well below freezing in some rural spots. A bit more of a breeze in western Scotland, keeping the temperatures up here. Bright start for Northern Ireland, plenty of sunshine for Scotland, which will soon get rid of any frost. Further south, it's a pretty gloomy start, fairly glum, mist, low cloud, dull and dank from Lincolnshire down to Kent. Some outbreaks of light rain and drizzle likely across southeast England. Perhaps also the southwest and South Wales. North Wales seeing some sunshine, Northern Ireland seeing sunny
do I.
Those are just facts.
I'm Alex Armstrong, and on my show, we'll expose the spin.
Well, I want to answer that because you didn't let me last time because you always speak over me.
The broken promises.
To deny that is denying the truth.
And the hypocrisy.
Stop.
We can allow.
Politics, policy.
هاي جايز دقاس كاليوم نازيوم زودي مسلم يوم دقاس وعيلة معنا دقاس كن خالو راني بمسلو زلو يرانا أخو كا نالبات يا أهلا نارا يرجع ودي كي حجي نقول خال مدب كلمة أكمينا
The ultimate clean. On your fighting
عشان ما تمنا إيرا
in the
باقو
South,
تازرا
but here on the
أعطينا
Camilla show, we ask the questions the establishment media is too scared to ask. Okay, let me ask you a straight question because I know you're a straight-talking politician. Whether it's net zero, illegal immigration, or law and order, nothing is off limits. You have the power then. And now you've lost it. That's the Camilla show. Politics show. That's fearless. But no, let me finish my question if you don't mind, because it is my show. Sundays at 9:30, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
وانا سلام اللهم سلامكم راح نهدروا بروحات سلام السهرة هذا
Look at us in here. Look at it. Maybe we're the ones going to be the first people on the moon. Can you imagine that? A debate show on the moon. We wouldn't last. You'd have to be in that spaceship for a few days, and I don't think that all of us here in this room will make it out alive.
No, but Christo's never looked better than in the dark. So.
Yeah, something about lunatics. There you go.
Yeah, exactly. Well, look, this story is about dozens of science and technology firms here in the UK are making significant contributions to NASA's first crewed moon mission in more than half a century in a triumph for British engineering. The Artemis space program aims to put humans on the lunar surface for the first time since Apollo 17 in 1972. Artemis 2 was scheduled for its first installment in early March, although it's unlikely to lift off before April at the earliest. Despite delays and setbacks, companies with headquarters here in the UK have told GB News they're optimistic about being part of scientific history. How cool is that?
I think it's amazing, and it's a real
يا أغلى نادو
story.
ولا اسمه قتله
Pride into Benjamin. Obviously, you're going to dislike it. You're going to be upset about that because you're so anti-British and against anything that is positive for Britain. You're probably annoyed that it's not, I don't know, an asylum seeker that has done this. However, I do think it's a really good thing.
Yeah, what do you think, Russell? It's good for Britain, isn't it?
I think this should double as the replacement for the Rwanda program. This would be a wonderful idea. Put those illegal kind of fake asylum seekers, you know, those economic migrants, on a load of spacecraft to the moon and see what happens. Yeah, we do. I wonder who could
test that out.
So, in all seriousness, I don't get this. Now, I'm probably going to be castigated. I'm going to be the Benjamin Butterworth here just for a couple of seconds. I understand we do the whole space exploration thing. I understand the need for satellites. I understand all of that. Why on earth do we need to go to the moon?
Well, okay, interesting. I think I know the I love this sort of stuff. I'm a real geek for space. So I believe the reason is if we can establish a moon.
Is it see if it's made of cheese?
Yeah, that could be interesting. I don't think so. But I think what they're saying is if they can establish a lunar base where a rocket could land, it's much easier to fire the rocket from the moon, and it will shorten the time of space travel to Mars. So actually, it's about what's the point of going to Mars? I mean, you have to ask them now. I mean, Elon Musk is obsessed. Okay, well, I can answer that as well. Their point is that if anything happens to humanity, or there's been multiple extinction events in history, then this is it, right? This is all we've got.
We can't live on the moon surface or on the Mars.
No, I think Mars, they will build base.
Pressure financially on the world economy.
Yes, but the great thing is it's the billionaires paying for it.
Minerals.
It's Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos.
Minerals. Yeah, that's how do you know how many things? Thank you, Alex. Do you know how many minerals are on planets? And if we could mine any of those, my God, that's
are they useful? They're useful here?
Yes.
Like what?
Yes, all the things that we make all of our technology out of, you can get them all on
comes from the moon.
So we're going to run out here at some point. This is all about long-term. Let's ruin those places the way we have here. Let's
mining.
I've got a bit of a test here for you. What do you think is what we think is the rarest thing in the universe that grows here naturally on the planet?
Oxygen.
Not quite.
Don't have a clue what you mean.
Well, that's that should be on that poll.
What do you think? What organic material that grows on planet Earth do we think is the rarest thing in the universe?
I don't know. Mold in Benjamin.
Brain cells.
Wood, trees. That's what I think. It could be the there's no evidence that any trees that create the life that we have on this planet would be anywhere else. We haven't found any.
Benjamin's delighted because you're a bit of a tree hugger yourself.
Yeah, you are. Well, and you're quite wooden, so... Other fun. As they do start to mine asteroids and other things, diamonds, they think, will become completely valueless in the future.
Because they'll just more value than stuff.
There's planets where diamonds rain from the sky.
Wow. What? Are you making that up?
No, I'm not making it up at all. It's called
diamonds rain from the sky.
President Donald Trump said invaded Iran would be west of time and Israel
has basically cut ties. We have very brief Meghan Markle's cut ties with Netflix, or they've cut ties with her. Actually,
United Life Support Master
has Benjamin, do you think they held her back?
No, I think they held her up because she doesn't appear to have any other career. So it's just a bit of jam left.
I think there is the argument for it against herself, and I suspect it is the way around that you just said latterly, which is that Netflix got rid of her rather than the other way around.
Yeah. There hasn't been a job that she's had that has been successful in probably over a decade. The podcast failed, Netflix failed. All of these things are just failures.
Yeah, okay, well, I had...
And her jam that wasn't even a jam. It had to be called a fruit spread.
To be fair, I think the jam actually sold very well.
It wasn't even a jam. A viewer has wants to say something.
That's never a good start.
Elizabeth Bay says, I live in Clacton and millions have been spent on the beer. It's awesome. Come and see.
Well, that'll be thanks to
Muhammad
the Labour government.
Ali Fayaz.
Oh my God.
All right, listen, thank you all so much for joining me. I know I'm on every day of the week at the moment, but I promise you we're trying to have fun here. Tomorrow, we're going to do something a bit different. We're going out to see the protesters. Some of the people I think there are mourning the loss of the Ayatollah. I'm going to go bring you their very bizarre opinions tomorrow. I do think it's going to be quite fascinating to see. I do know some anti-regime protesters are also going to show up, so I'm going to get there about 11:45. So tune into GB News throughout the day. I'll do some live hits for you. And then I'm going to bring you exclusive interviews with these mourners of the Ayatollah.
Have you got security going?
We do, yes, we do. I have had some of them, get right in my face before. So yeah,
I bet they had bad breath.
Yeah, I won't comment. Yeah, not pleasant. Let's put it that way. All right, luck. Thank you. Let's go through your newspapers one more time, shall we? The Daily Express. Camilla's plea for children to get away from phones. The Mirror. Trump assault claims probed by the FBI. The Sun. Oasis split. I think that's to do with girlfriend band. Mail. Terror fears over Iranian London spy cell. The Eye Paper. UK voters say no to joining war with Iran. The Telegraph. Putin helps Iran attack the US. The Guardian. Trump demands Iran's unconditional surrender. The Times. Surrender warns Trump. And that is all we have time for. Coming up next is the one and only Ben Leo, who's got an exclusive with Nigel Farage. I will see you tomorrow at the same time.
A camper van and cash could be yours in our very latest Great British Giveaway. You could be driving away in this brand new Benavan 122. This 2026 model, worth over £67,000, comes with all of the mod cons you'd expect. And that's not all, as you'll also get an incredible £25,000 in tax-free cash to boost your bank account this year. For a chance to win a camper van and cash, text prize to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message, or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entry starts at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge, or post your name and number to GB20 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 1st of May. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand.
If you want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power, Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's political podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's political podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Decisions made in Washington aren't just shaping America, they're shaping Britain too. From migration to global security, from crime to health. Whatever happens in the White House today
will be felt in your town or city tomorrow.
That's why The Late Show is live from Washington, D.C.
Cutting through the politics to show you what it all means for Britain.
The Late Show live every night at midnight.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
5 hosts, 5 opinions, 5 fearless debates, 5 unfiltered takes on the day's news.
5 reasons not to be anywhere else on Saturday night.
This is the Saturday 5. You got me. You got me good there. Britain's biggest Saturday night TV show. Not a bad brand. Yeah. Uncensored. Very, very racy tonight on the unpredictable. What did she say? Can you translate it for us?
And always entertaining.
And how can a country go from being led by William Wallace Saturday nights from 6 p.m. only on GB News, the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
You're going to want to stay tuned, trust me.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay. Because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
A really important thing about GB News. It's brought something completely different to the landscape. The mainstream is all about keeping the status quo as it is, ticking along quite nicely. They don't want to ask difficult questions.
GB News exists because there is a desperate need for fearless journalism that puts the people first. GB News came on the scene as a disruptor, and it has always been a disruptor ever since.
Journalism in this country has been a crazy world full of groupthink until now.
Well, the reality is that most British journalists are afraid. That's not GB News.
Journalism is journalism at the end of the day, and we're not here to serve any masters. Our masters are our audience.
We're here to talk about things in a way that have never been broadcast on British airwaves before.
Do not miss a moment on GB News.
The #1 news channel in the country. You thought you got rid of me, didn't you? Well, I'm here live in London, but we will be going live to Washington, D.C. very shortly. Of course, this is GB News with the stories shaping Britain and America coming up.
The achievable objectives of Operation Epic Fury we expect to last about 4 to 6 weeks, and we are well on our way to achieving those objectives.
Unconditional surrender. That's the demand of President Trump, who has just ordered American defense contractors to quadruple production of weaponry used in Operation Epic Fury. And breaking tonight, America's bombers have just landed on British soil as they prepare to unleash another devastating wave of strikes against the Islamic Republic. We're going to bring you every development as it happens throughout the night, as Ben and Bev have been doing every night this week. And there's a fresh editing scandal for the BBC, isn't there? Defend no more. The future.
Surrender humiliation continues.
Chagos showdown. Mauritius threatens to sue the United Kingdom over the Chagos surrender deal, dealing yet another blow to the Prime Minister. Nigel Farage joined Ben Leo from Mar-a-Lago just moments ago as he ramps up efforts to torpedo the deal.
This does come down to the Americans. There was a 1966 treaty between us and America.
Trust me, you're really not going to want to miss that exclusive with Ben, Leo and Nigel Farage. This is a special extended edition of The Late Show Live. Ben's coming up in just a moment.
Appreciate it. Yes, I've just got off the phone to Nigel Farage, big interview. He's at Mar-a-Lago, lobbying the Trump administration to finally, once and for all, nuke, no pun intended, this Chagos surrender deal. This is what happened. Take a look. Nigel Farage, great to see you. Last night in London, you were at a Save Chagos boat party. It looked very boozy indeed. Less than 24 hours later, you're now I suspect it'll be another boozy occasion as well. The big question is, Nigel, when will Chagos be saved? Will it be saved? Can you tell us?
The Chagos boat party in the Thames wasn't boozy, but it was jolly. And there was a lot of Creole music, a lot of the Chagosian community dancing, because they're beginning to think that maybe we can stop this dreadful surrender, and that maybe they have a future back in their homeland. In the end, this does come down to the Americans. There is a 1966 treaty between us and America. For that treaty to be breached, and for sovereignty to be surrendered to Mauritius, who, by the way, have never had any claim over the Chagos Islands whatsoever. For that to happen, does need the Americans to agree. Now, the problem has been that Jonathan Powell, a man who's been around, of course, since Blair's time, has been going around for the last year and a bit in America, telling them, we have to do this. International law says we must give the islands away, therefore the least back deal is the least worst option. That just is not true. This government, our government, has been lying to the American administration. So I'm here to reinforce that point. The second point is, even though Keir Starmer initially wouldn't let the Americans use Diego Garcia, meaning their two-man crews had to fly 37-hour round trips from Missouri. No wonder Trump was angry the other day. But Mauritius are now saying that they don't believe Diego Garcia should have been used at all. They're now calling for a ceasefire. And they, of course, are increasingly controlled by the Chinese Communist Party. So those two big points I want to emphasize on this trip over here. And I want the Americans to say, just no, we are not doing this. This is global security.
You mentioned last night, Nigel, that you think President Trump almost understands the full context of the deal. And we kind of had a suggestion that he wasn't fully across the details some months ago when he thought that Britain needed the money from the deal. He thought we were being paid for it. I mean, God forbid, knowing now he thinks that, we are paying for the privilege of giving away our own sovereignty. Do you think President Trump now is fully briefed as to just how pathetic this surrender is in terms of British sovereignty and indeed national security for both Britain and the United States?
Well, yes, and the strategic importance of Garcia, that will be uppermost in Donald Trump's mind right now after the week we've had. And who knows? Maybe this goes on for several weeks more. Maybe Diego Garcia gets used a lot more. And don't forget, it's not just somewhere planes take off from. It's a massive refueling station, refit station for the US Navy. So, yeah, I think he's on top of it. And look, Donald Trump wasn't across all the detail. Well, that's hardly surprising. He's been trying to negotiate a peace between Ukraine and Russia, working hard with Iran, and who knows what will happen with Cuba next. So he's had rather a lot on his plate. But no, I do believe the Americans get it. They just need to know. Don't listen to the lies of the Foreign Office and British officials, and use the veto that you've got under that treaty from 1966. And then we will maintain sovereignty over the area. The Diego Garcia base will be safe. And, into the bargain, thousands of Chagosians can go back to their homeland.
Yeah, and they're very, very good people, the Chagosians. Not far from me in West Sussex, lots of them based in Crawley, of course, and it'll be a great day when they can finally return home. Nigel, can I ask you, please, this whole Chagos deal, for me, I describe it as stinking like kickers at breakfast. You've got Philippe Sands Casey, who is Keir Starmer's busy international lawyer mate, who get a massive slice of commission from Mauritius if and when this deal goes through. Then you have the very bizarre story, whether it's linked or not, I don't know, but the former Mauritian Prime Minister who was arrested and then charged with briefcases full of cash and bizarrely blank British visas. I don't know what's going on there. But none of this seems to, as you said, Mauritius, who have never had the islands in the first place. What do you think intuitively is going on here? Is any of that connected?
Well, one thing for certain is that you know, the Prime Minister's mates are making a lot of money out of this. You know, and Philip Sands, who stands, if you believe reports, to make millions out of this deal, he actually went on to British sovereign territory and planted a Mauritian flag. I mean, in the old days, we'd have called that treachery and locked him up. You've also got, and I'm going to mention him again, Jonathan Powell, before he returned to government, had his own lobbying company. He was advising the Mauritian government and at the same time doing a considerable amount of work in China. So the whole thing...
Yeah, I understand Jonathan Powell has been in DC in recent months, as you said, the past couple of years, perhaps with people from the Foreign Office, the embassy, even some people from the CIA as well, lobbying Trump, trying to win his ear. So if you want to talk about the so-called deep state, I mean, there it is in play there. Nigel, before I let you go and get back to Mar-a-Lago, can we just talk briefly, please, about President Trump and his relationship with Keir Starmer and the Labour government? From my experience here since last year in DC, the president has always been very careful and delicate not to identify Keir Starmer or European leaders by name when critiquing, say, the UK, who he says has many problems, or Europe, which is going to hell. He's never pinpointed anybody by name until now when it comes to Starmer, saying, well, he's no Churchill, was it, a couple of days ago. What's your take on the breakdown of that relationship?
Well, remember, the same thing happened with Theresa May. Theresa May went to the White House. Donald Trump was very kind, very nice about her. He went to Chequers, once again said nice things about her. And of course, remember, this is a very pro-British American president. We should count our lucky stars, frankly, on that score. But in the end, of course, with Mrs. May, that relationship broke down. He saw her failure to deliver Brexit as really meaning she wasn't up to the job. And indeed, when she stopped being Prime Minister, she went and gave a speech for a big Wall Street, and Trump said, I pay good money not to hear her speak. So, you know, when relationships with Trump break down, they break down. He has in his career forgiven people who've turned against him. He doesn't do it quickly, and I see very little prospect of the relationship between Starmer and Trump improving. I mean, even now, the British Prime Minister is calling for a negotiated settlement with the Iranians, provided they promise to give up nuclear weapons. Well, we did all this back in 2015 with the JCPOA deal. So the British Prime Minister is living at least 10 years out of date on everything. No, this relationship with Trump and Starmer is over.
Yeah, and again, President Trump posting on Truth Social this morning, although not naming Keir Starmer, he was saying absolutely no deal, unconditional surrender or nothing, which almost seemed like a direct response to Starmer's urges and comments on Keir Starmer, but just saying, well, you know, maybe Keir Starmer deserves it. Some people, particularly of the left, are saying, well, that is treacherous behaviour, siding with a foreign leader who is criticising our Prime Minister. They think by default that we should stick and always support our government when a foreign power comes for them. Is that the case? Is that true?
Well, this applies to Ed Davey and those to the left of Ed Davey. They're saying that we're being disloyal to our country in the things that we're saying. These are the same people who gave away our sovereignty to Brussels, refused to accept the result of the referendum, the biggest democratic exercise in Britain, and who, frankly, are almost embarrassed to say they're British and certainly ashamed of our British history.
Yeah, good stuff. Nigel, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Have fun at dinner tonight, and hopefully the next time I speak to you, it will be on confirmation that Chagos has been saved. Thank you, Nigel Farage. This evening, he's en route to his so-called Winter White House, so who knows, maybe he will meet Farage tonight. And by the way, that same message goes to you, before we move on, to you viewers and listeners at home. Do not let anybody, particularly from the left of the argument, accuse you of being a traitor or Lord Haw-Haw, the very original insult they like to throw around, simply because you are concerned with the direction of travel of your country and you think that criticism, albeit from a foreign leader or not, towards Keir Starmer, towards this Labour government, is warranted. There is no default position that just because it's a foreign entity forced to defend that said government or your Prime Minister. It's nonsense, it's BS, you're not a traitor. In fact, sticking up for your people, your your fellow countrymen and women in the face of tyranny and epically poor governance is the complete opposite. It is patriotic to do that. So I just thought I'd let you know that. gbnews.com/your say. Down the line now is former Labour MP Stephen Pound, who's been sitting patiently watching that. Stephen, good morning. Thank you for your company on the Late Show Live. Your reaction, please, to Farage in Mar-a-Lago trying to stop Starmer's insane Chagos surrender.
I have to say the man's got some energy. Oh, my God, I'd love to have his air miles. But look, let's get a couple of things absolutely straight about this. Firstly, the present negotiations over the Chagos Islands, as you know, started by the 66, was faced with Lyndon Johnson, the American president, desperately begging for us to put troops on the ground in Vietnam. You remember he said he'd just like, if we just end up just do something. And Harold Wilson did some pretty nifty footwork. He realised that DG was going to be the major refueling point for the American operations in Vietnam, where all the B-52s came in. And so he actually did this deal with them. So what we now got to ask ourselves is, what does it actually mean when Nigel Farage says sink the Chagos deal? There's three options as I can see it. The Chagosians that I've met in Crawley, half of them actually want to stay here. They would be delighted to be given full British citizenship. At the moment they have Mauritian citizenship because they always did.
Where do you get that number half of them from, Stephen?
Yeah, okay, a fair group of them are actually in Port Louis, in Mauritius, abject misery.
But where did you get the number that half of them want to stay? Sorry, I've not heard that before. So where did you get that number that half of them want to stay?
Yeah, well,
how many did you speak to in Crawley? Crawley's a big place. I live near it back home.
Living in a pretty corrupt, the Ram-Gulam government is pretty much a byword for corruption. So do they want to stay there? Or do they actually want to go back to the one island that is inhabitable, which is Diego Garcia? Is there no reason why they couldn't live there in the shelter of the same way that we have Cypriots living in Akrotiri? So when we say sink the Chagos deal, what does it actually mean for the Chagosians? Because one thing I utterly agree with you and with Nigel is the voice of the Chagosians has broilio.
Well, yeah, it's Keir Starmer who's not been listening to them. Keir Starmer bangs on about the Greenland, the future of Greenland should be decided by the Greenlanders. He goes on about it. And yet when it comes to the Chagosians, doesn't give a damn. Just signs off a deal to give away sovereign territory to Mauritius, who have never owned the islands in the first place. Oh, and by the way, let's charge hard-working British taxpayers for the process.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, so Starmer hasn't once thought about the Chagosians, Stephen.
Well, hang on a second, you don't know that. I don't know how you spend every minute of the day with
the Chagosians have said, Stephen, the First Minister of the exiled Chagos First Minister has made his way to the Chagos Islands. Misli Mandarin, I think his name is, the chap. He said, we haven't heard from the Labour government. We've not been consulted or asked by Keir Starmer. He's a massive hypocrite.
Ask you one question. Who elected him? Nobody elected. He's the self-styled minister.
It was a loveless landslide. Who elected who? Sorry.
No, not talking about Keir Starmer. I'm talking about Mandarin. He's self. They are much more closely aligned with India than they are with China. The idea that it's going to be some servile subject to China is nonsense. India is the country that matters to them. But look, let's work out what it would actually mean in all reality. Get away from the stupid headlines and all this nonsense about sink the deal. What does it actually mean in practice for the Chagosians? Because let's hear their voice.
Well, Farage is quite certain and quite clear that he articulated tonight that they will at some point be able to go back home, as they all want to do. I know you said half of them don't. I think you plucked that figure out thin air, but
I'm sorry, there's only one island.
You can't build things, Stephen. You can create economies and infrastructure.
On what island would they build? Which island?
Well, maybe the one that Misli Mandarin is on now. He's on there now. He's got resources. Farage tried to bring him resources. The government said he couldn't. So they are good at stopping small boats, just not the ones we want them to stop. Stephen, thank you very much. Appreciate your company. Stephen Pound, former Labour MP. gbnews.com/your say. Do you think we are close, viewers and listeners, to finally nuking this Chagos surrender? While a long-term deal was not reached, there was a risk of further litigation being brought rapidly, which could have serious implications for base operations. Ignoring this was not a responsible approach for a government serious about protecting the UK's national security. Instead, the government acted decisively to address threats to the base's operations, to protect national security interests and safeguard our shared defence capabilities. The agreement we reached will secure the future of the base, ensuring it can be continue to be used and operate securely for generations to come. Very good. Right. Coming up next on The Late Show, just landed on British soil for the first time. Took our time, didn't we, allowing them to do that. More on that in just a tick on The Late Show Live. Don't go anywhere.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
Oh, no, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise, deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
If you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning, we'll spread the news, you spread the word.
Westminster, the ultimate clique. And you're fighting like rats in a sack. But here on the Camilla Tominey Show, we ask the questions the establishment media is too scared to ask. Okay, let me ask you a straight question, because I know you're a straight-talking politician. Whether it's net zero, illegal immigration, or law and order, nothing is off limits. You had the power then.
Yeah, as I
And
say,
now you've lost it. That's the Camilla Tominey Show, a politics show that's fearless. But no, let me finish my question if you don't mind, because it is my show. Sundays at 9:30, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices
The gangs actually do it.
with the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Dorby, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m. weekdays here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world. Am I allowed to talk? No, that's it. This is where it matters. Real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, this Trump made a good start. No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up?
About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Iran is hoping that we cannot sustain this, which is a really bad miscalculation.
Hello, welcome back to The Late Show Live. That speech there, delivered by US Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, is a major headache tonight for the BBC. Yes, yet another headache for the BBC, because breaking tonight in the last few hours, it's been revealed that the Beeb mistakenly altered his speech, making him appear to say the United States was targeting the Iranian people and not the regime. Take a look.
Yeah. Turns out the regime who chanted death to America and death to Israel was gifted death from America and death from Israel.
مردمی که فریاد میزدن که مرگ به آمریکا و مرگ بر اسرائیل، حالا چیزی که دریافت کردن مرگ از طرف آمریکا و اسرائیل.
Well, we've seen this kind of thing before, haven't we? The BBC, of course, currently, well, it's set for trial against President Trump in that defamation case set for Miami in February next year. Well, they've got another problem on their hands. In response to this incident, a BBC spokesman has said this mistranslated word was a mistake as a result of human error during the live simultaneous translation of a speech. We issued a correction to Persian audiences on air and on social media. I wonder if Hegseth will be launching his own defamation case. Meanwhile, President Trump has today announced the US defense contractors who visited the White House today have agreed to quadruple the supply of military weapons being used in Operation Epic Fury in Iran. The president has also made his objectives even clearer today as well, demanding a, quote, unconditional surrender from Iran if they want to see the end of US strikes on their country. And breaking tonight, American bombers have finally touched down on British soil as they prepare to unleash another tirade of strikes against the Islamic Republic. And elsewhere, aerial video released by the Israeli Air Force today, there it is on your screens, that appears to show the destruction of the secret bunker used by the now assassinated Supreme Leader. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt gave this update a little earlier.
The achievable objectives of Operation Epic Fury we expect to last about 4 to 6 weeks, and we are well on our way to achieving those objectives.
And just moments ago, the White House released this footage. Well, with me now is the director of the Centre for American Security at the American First Policy Institute, Jacob Olidor. Jacob, great to see you. First of all, we've seen, it's a moot point, I guess, but we've seen lots of those kind of cinematic pieces of, I don't know what they are. I guess it's propaganda by definition. It is media designed to sway public opinion. But what do you make of that kind of media that the White House is pumping out? Is it good for morale for Americans and the troops?
Well, I think more broadly, I think we are looking now at a very important event kind of globally. And I think what you're seeing as well is a way to appeal as well to a broad reach of audiences. And I think, I think that the global scale of what we're trying to achieve here really is kind of unprecedented. I mean, it's a joint air military cooperation between two of the most advanced air powers, which is not only affecting peace and stability in the Middle East, but really has global effects from the Russia-Ukraine war, where Iran is supplying ballistic missiles and drones, all the way to our hemisphere in Latin America, where Iran has partnered with cartels and propped up adversarial regimes. And so I think we are entering a new chapter, and I think the success, as the president mentioned, has been much farther ahead of schedule than anticipated.
Yeah, indeed. And there are whispers, I'm not sure if you've heard today, Jacob, this evening, that it's being suggested that President Trump is open to putting American boots on the ground in a limited capacity, NBC News are reporting, in Iran. What would that mean for, well, domestically here in the United States, politically, boots on the ground in Iran? Is that a wise idea for President Trump?
Well, it could mean and look like very many things, and I think obviously the president and the Secretary of Defense don't want to commit either way. Obviously, that would have ramifications, and I think keeping that option open makes sense insofar as we need to determine the objectives as we enter the second week of this operation, how far along we are in meeting those objectives, and what form that takes. And so I don't think anyone wants to foreclose any option at this point.
Yeah. Okay, Jacob, thanks very much. Appreciate it. Jacob Olidor, the director of the Centre for American Security at the America First Policy Institute. Thank you, Jacob. Right, I'm delighted to say my panel are with me in Washington, D.C. The White House and Pentagon reporter of the Navy Times, Tanya Nouri, and the former Chief of Staff to Marco Rubio, Matt Terrell. Good evening. Welcome along. Tanya, your debut on the show. Welcome to the Late Show Live and GB News. Thank you for joining us. Matt, how are you doing? Tanya, I'll start with you. Ladies first. Did you see this Pete Hegseth incident with the BBC today? BBC Persia mistranslating apparently what he said. I mean, how serious of a gaffe is that? Can we just maybe forgive the Beeb and say, okay, it was a mistake?
It is a serious gaffe just because the administration has never said that they want to target the people. One of their objectives has always been to help the people, and that was initially one of the reasons why Trump wanted to go to war with Iran. So I think that this is something that the administration will take seriously and potentially act on. Pete
Hegseth has been, of course, doing these briefings pretty much every day from the Pentagon, keeping the American people and indeed the world updated. How do you think he's performing as Secretary of War? Because he's received some slack about his kind of flagrant use of language about the death and destruction they're bringing to the IRGC, for example.
Yes, he has. And something that a lot of Democrats have kind of pounced on was his reaction to the deaths of the first 6 American lives that were lost.
Yeah.
And so they said that he ultimately kind of brushed it off and attacked the media for their coverage of it rather than honoring the lives that we lost. So I think that that's something, his messaging, I think, may have been a little too aggressive for some regarding the lives lost.
And Matt, I was in the press briefing room when I think it was Caitlin Collins from CNN who asked Caroline Leavitt about those comments from Hegseth, and Caroline went for Caitlin, as they do quite regularly. What do you make of the BBC's gaffe with BBC Persia.
Just another gaffe by the BBC. I mean, look, you know, the first one with President Trump, which wasn't a gaffe, many would argue. There's a lawsuit taking place right now.
They did that twice, by the way, the BBC. They did it not just in the incident that they're suing over, they did it months before in a separate programme as well.
Yeah, well, the truth is this. The job of the media, like the GB News does a great job of, is reporting the facts. And the BBC has a real issue with that, particularly around the Trump administration. And that's why many Americans have had grave concerns with mainstream media, grave concerns with the BBC.
Yeah.
You know, the BBC, you know, spreads across the world, and their job is supposed to be reporting the facts. In this case, it's just another blunder on their part, whether it was a mistake, which it sounds like it was, or not. The truth is it happened. And on the heels of what took place with President Trump's documentary that they did, where they altered what he said, that's not a good look for the BBC. It's not fair to people worldwide who just want the facts.
Yeah, well, that's why lots more people are now tuning into GB News, Britain's #1 news channel. Pat my back. Yeah, thank you for that, viewers and listeners. Tanya, just what do you make, first of all, moving on to sort of UK matters, the fact that we have now allowed your country's bombers to finally land at our military bases in the UK. You can now launch strikes from Britain. I don't think you have yet launched any strikes from Britain yet, but now you can because I think it's is it B-2 bombers?
Yes.
Yeah, they've now landed at RAF Fairford.
Yes, I think it's significant. It also comes at a time that Trump was expressed frustration with the Prime Minister, and so I think that this is something that was very important for relations between the two countries and something that Trump was definitely pushing for.
So you're a military reporter. You've got vast experience in reporting on the military, the Navy and so on. When you look at Great Britain as an ally, the so-called special relationship, just you as a reporter, as an American, what's your perception of Britain as a military ally? Are we relevant to you?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, very relevant.
In which way? Tell us. Make us feel good.
I think you guys are very relevant to the United States, and it's a relationship that the U.S. has definitely relied on in the past. And so when Trump initially launched this attack on Iran, he was expecting his allies to immediately back him up, and that wasn't the case, especially not with the UK. And so that is something that White House officials have said that he's irked about, and he is still irked with the Prime Minister. So that will be interesting to see how that plays out.
Yeah, well, we spoke to Nigel Farage earlier, who said the Starmer relationship with Trump is now dead and buried. I mean, Christo Fufas, you're down the line. Hello, Christo, journalist and broadcaster, GB News favourite, Housewives favourite. Christo, I was talking to Nigel and basically just saying, you know, look, we had the start of the week where President Trump said Starmer was no Churchill. Then he refused to deny that he called him a loser on various occasions. And then, of course, he came out this morning with this Truth Social post saying absolutely no negotiation, no deal with the Islamist regime in Iran, unconditional surrender or nothing. And that seemed to be a direct response to Keir Starmer, who only yesterday had been blabbering on about the need for negotiations and some sort of deal. Christo.
Yeah, because negotiating with extreme Islamist terrorists always goes so well, doesn't it? I mean, because they're such reasonable people. I think that what we've done is we've cornered ourselves into complete irrelevance when it comes to the world stage on this. And also, I mean, Keir Starmer, he didn't need to get involved by actually putting boots on the ground or actually, getting involved with airstrikes themselves in order to provide support to our closest ally that we actually really need. Because if Iran ever decided to launch a drone strike here on us in the United Kingdom, we would be absolute toast without the help of the United States. So diplomatically and strategically, I think it was a huge failure. But also, he couldn't even stick to his guns. So he started off by saying we're not going to give the assistance to the United States by allowing them to use our bases. And then as soon as there was a bit of criticism, he crumbled and said, well, actually, yes, we will allow you to use our bases. After all, so he hasn't even got the courage of his convictions, whilst simultaneously doing that, trying to then hold an iftar in Parliament, desperately telling the Muslim community, well, we're nothing to do with what's happening in Iran. So it's such a cowardly position. I'd have more respect, actually, if he said, well, you know what, 2 fingers up to the United States. We disagree so vehemently, we're having nothing to do with it. But he decided to flip-flop between two positions, as he's done on anything in the United Kingdom and any kind of policy decision he's come up with. And I think this has really fractured our relationship with the United States and also our standing on the world stage.
Yes, I will again though make the distinction. The relationship with the United States is purely on a governmental basis. It's between the Starmer Labour administration and the Trump administration. I will tell you, many Americans I meet here day in, day out, they love Britain, they love British people, they love everything about our heritage and our history. When we talk about the special relationship being fractured, it does not include that kind of thing. We are socially, culturally, I mean, Matt, you're nodding your head. Do you agree with that?
100%. Look, the people of the UK are phenomenal people. Ben, of course, you're one of them. But, you know, the truth is, it is concerns that Americans have here right now nationwide with the UK government. You know, Starmer's decision to, first and foremost, not allow the United States to use Diego Garcia.
Yeah.
And then decided to allow us to use Diego Garcia. And it's a real challenge. You know, it's supposed to be an alliance, a partnership.
Yeah.
You know, you get to see that it's a two-way street.
Don't worry, Labour, according to the polls anyway, will be gone soon. So the same advice we're giving to ourselves in Britain, just hang tight, Americans, hang tight, Brits. Labour will be gone soon and there'll be better days ahead. Christo, thanks very much. Stick with us. We'll be back with you very shortly for the papers. Christo Foodfast. Right, gbnews.com/your say. Let us know your thoughts on that, including some breaking news tonight, actually, by the way. The Washington Post, sorry, it's the New York Times, actually, is suggesting that American forces were likely responsible for strikes on the Iranian girls' school that led to as many as 165 students and teachers being killed. It's not been confirmed by the US government. They say they're still investigating it, but that is an early suggestion from the New York Times. Right, still ahead on the Late Show Live tonight.
We're flying from day one fast jets out of this base. We've got more fast jets in Cyprus than any other nation, and we're playing a big part in helping defend this part of the world.
The future of Britain's RAF bases in Cyprus is under threat tonight as the country fumes over Keir Starmer's failure to protect the island. Of course, it was the Greeks and the French which had to come to our rescue. More on that next on The Late Show Live. Don't go anywhere.
I'm Michael Portillo. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster, the ultimate clique. And you're fighting like rats in a sack. But here on the Camilla Tominey Show, we ask the questions the establishment media is too scared to ask. Okay, let me ask you a straight question, because I know you're a straight-talking politician. Whether it's net zero, illegal immigration, or law and order, nothing is off limits. You had the power then.
Yeah, as I
And
say,
now you've lost it. That's the Camilla Tominey Show, a politics show that's fearless. But no, let me finish my question if you don't mind, because it is my show. Sundays at 9:30, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pierce.
And me, Miriam Cates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/your say. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/your say, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world. Am I allowed to talk? No, that's it. This is where it matters. Real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, this Trump made a good start. No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up?
About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless, and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Dawdney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m. weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm
Stephen Dixon, and thanks for joining us on GB News, Britain's news channel.
When the strikes began on Saturday, we immediately put those jets into the sky.
Hello, welcome back to The Late Show live on GB News. Now, the future of Britain's RAF bases in Cyprus is under threat amid anger over Sir Keir Starmer's absolute failure. It was pathetic to protect the island. Konstantinos Kombos, the Cypriot foreign minister, says there are questions over who should control the military on the island and that conversations are needed to take place between Britain and his country following the recent attack on RAF Agrotieri. Joining me in Washington is my panel, White House and Pentagon reporter for the Navy Times, Tanya Nouri, and the former Chief of Staff to Marco Rubio, Matt Terrell. Who wants to go first? Do you know about our bases on Cyprus?
I do.
No, you heard what happened? It was an absolute calamity. So Iranian drones went to, one struck, I think there was American soldiers there as well. One struck the base. We did nothing to react. We still haven't responded. And our only Type 45 destroyer that we're sending over is still en route. A week and a half later. Yeah,
look, punchline on this is you either need to engage and lead or not. And I think what Starmer has here is he's fence sitting. I mean, he's on one hand saying, for example, with Diego Garcia, that the United States can't use the base, then we can. And the situation right now, I think, is one in which you need to be united on what's taking place here, whether that's the United States and the UK defending military bases, such in this case, or it's allowing the U.S. to use bases like Diego Garcia to launch the proper attacks against Iran. But the truth is this, it comes down to that trust. It comes down to that alliance. And right now, I think President Trump is not thrilled with how Starmer has been handling the situation with Iran through and through. And whether it's with Diego Garcia or whether it's his record on that or Starmer's rhetoric when it comes out, being strong when it comes out in supporting the United States in this effort. So I think there's a larger effort on this and a larger play. Obviously, it's sad to see these kind of attacks by Iranian proxy terrorists, which appears to be the case based on reporting I've seen. We'll see what takes shape here.
Yeah, the military, the authorities on Cyprus, saying that they don't have faith or confidence that the UK can protect their island where we have our base. I mean, is that a fair point? And also, is it the responsibility of the UK, despite having a base there, to pledge to protect the island? How does it normally work?
Well, I think that a big question here is the preparation to these strikes. And that's something that we are hearing complaints about on the U.S. side as well with U.S. troops because of what happened in Kuwait, the attack that killed 6 service members. And so they're saying that the preparation and the protection of these troops and these American bases and bases of our allies across the region, that there wasn't enough there weren't enough measures put in place in order to protect these people and to protect the installation.
The foreign minister saying that the UK's lack of protection from the attack leaves so-called questions. What does he mean, questions? Is that a threat to pull the base from the island?
Well, I think the challenge that Starmer has, whether it's with this base and his inability to clearly defend it, to your point, or with Diego Garcia, it comes down to having trust and leadership. And right now, the appearance that Starmer is giving, in my view, is weakness. When you don't have the ability to go out there and defend your own bases, whether you're voluntarily hand them over to Mauritius in one case, or in this case, not doing the proper preparation, it appears, to protect the island, the base itself, those are challenges. That's a lack of leadership. It's a lack of confidence that I think people in the UK and people around the world will have with Starmer. Again, it's his record on this, but it's also his rhetoric when it comes to Iran that I think is a challenge for him right now.
Okay. One person who may be best equipped to answer this question about the RAF base on Cyprus is Christo Foufas, who, of course, correct me if I'm wrong, Christo, you are Greek. Are you Greek Cypriot?
No, I'm mainland Greece, but I could do some of the pronunciations a little bit better than you that you were attempting earlier.
Agrotheory. I know a few select Greek swear words as well, Christo. Don't get me started on that. I'll probably get away with them this time.
I probably deserve them after that comment, to be quite honest. But again, it's just like this is actually British service personnel that are being targeted here. When did we become so cowardly? And I actually completely understand the one of the criticisms of Trump. I think he's actually quite a strong leader, and I way prefer him this time than I did the last time that he was president. And I admire his strength and decisiveness. But I think one of the fair criticisms is that there hasn't been much certainly revealed about any kind of end game and what would be the plan if there is going to be a new leader and all of those sorts of things. The mistakes that I think a lot of people fear regarding what happened with the Iraq conflict. Well, I think that, don't we know enough about Donald Trump to say that if you want to actually have a hand in finding out that kind of stuff, and if you want to have a hand in influencing that kind of stuff, well, you've got to show him you're an ally. You've got to show him that actually we are on board with what he's doing and that we're supporting him. And then perhaps Keir Starmer can be a part of the conversation about what happens as part of a future end game plan with this, rather than just watching on from the sidelines. And can I just say as well, I really think that it was brilliant you made that point earlier about the fact that, you know, I love Americans. I love the outlook of America, and I love how much Americans love the United Kingdom. And I dread to think what many American people must think of us here in the UK, with us just not really being very supportive at all.
Well, my panel tonight have been very gracious and friendly towards me, so you know, that's a good indicator of how they think towards the Brits. Benedict Spence is down the line, political commentator. Benedict, great to see you. Thank you for joining the Late Show Live. The RAF, the foreign minister in Cyprus, is threatening, this is my interpretation, by saying there are questions to answer. It looks like a veiled threat to pull the RAF base, or at least start a conversation about it in the wake of our sort of lackluster response to that drone attack. What's your take?
I mean, to pull the RAF bases from us is entirely possible because, of course, Cyprus isn't in NATO. I think it's important to recognise. So it does rely on protection from allies.
David Lammy thinks they are.
Yeah, well, David Lammy thinks all sorts of things, doesn't he? We could have a very long show discussing things that David Lammy believes that may or may not be true, that are not. But, you know, Cyprus does rely on a degree of protection from the United Kingdom, and it has been stung before, actually, of course, because, you know, part of the thing about Cyprus is a third of the island is currently occupied by the Turkish military, which the Brits did not, in fact, intervene to stop, and neither did anybody else. So I think the subject of protection on behalf of the British of the Cypriot government, rather, by the UK, is a sore point. You know, we do have these bases, and there is that understanding, therefore, that we will offer them a degree of protection as part of that. And the thing is, right now, especially, it must be said, with the UK effectively raffling off access to all sorts of sovereign territory overseas, be it the Chagos Islands or elsewhere, right now, I suspect Cyprus possibly sees a window to say, could we perhaps get a better deal from somebody else? Might it be the Greeks themselves? Might it be the French Navy? They've demonstrated that they do at least have a navy. That's a good start. Or indeed, could it be the United States? Might they offer us a better deal to simply take over those bases? And right now, the British government is weak enough to give away its own bases. So why not these ones as well?
Yeah, and we could probably pay Cyprus or the Greeks for the privilege of giving them our base. That's kind of what we do these days, isn't it, in Britain? Benedict, there's a story breaking a bit earlier tonight about the Foreign Office allegedly being told by the UK ambassador in Israel that an attack on Iran was highly likely weeks ago, i.e. we should have been more prepared than we were to respond to Saturday's initial strikes. If that's the case, who's going to fall on their sword? Because we have this running theme in the UK now where things happen, mistakes happen, grave mistakes happen, something goes awry, but then we just mutter under our breath and nobody gets sacked or nobody's held accountable. What should happen if that is the case, that we were indeed, the Foreign Office, as claimed by Sky News, was warned weeks before the attack that it was coming?
Well, they were warned weeks before the attack by a British diplomat in Israel, but there was another clue, of course, and the clue was that Donald Trump had flown half of all of the United States military halfway around the world and parked them just off Iran. There was that as well, might have given it away. Will heads roll on this? I suspect probably not, because that just seems to be the default response now from this government, which is, unless you've truly catastrophically messed up and the finger can be pointed at you, I think that's the key thing here, then nobody's actually going to take responsibility. Ultimately, this is all going to end up in part of a mess of legalese and who gave what advice to whom, what did the Attorney General say, what did outside expert counsel say, what did the Defence Secretary say. There's going to be lots of different people, and of course we also have to set this against the fact that it turns out the other day that Keir Starmer was effectively blocked from taking decisions by members of his own cabinet, and that, oddly enough, actually gives him a degree of plausible separation from this question, because even though it makes him look weak, which we all know he is, he can at the very least say, well, listen, it was about collective responsibility in the cabinet, and it was other people that made the decision not to do X, Y, Z. The whole thing is a mess. There is a complete absence of leadership at the heart of the British government right now. But even though you sound kind of optimistic that Labour will be out soon, we've still got, 3 years until they have to call a general election? I'm not feeling optimistic about it, I've got to be honest with you.
No, but that said, just before I let you go, I have been long of the thoughts that the country unfortunately needs to feel the worst of Labour, maybe even more so. Maybe they need to turn the screw even more before enough people realise, even maybe people who weren't necessarily engaged in politics previously or maybe in the news cycle, before they sit up and say, hang on a minute, something's not quite right with the country I used to know. So I think maybe it needs to get a little bit worse before it gets better. Benedict, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Benedict Spence, political commentator. And by the way, I'm not saying I want it to get worse. I just think that's probably what will happen. Still ahead on The Late Show Live, surrender, says President Trump. That's the demand from the White House this evening, splashed across all the front pages back in Blighty, including this one here, The Times. We'll get stuck into that next on The Late Show Live. Don't go anywhere.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world. Am I allowed to talk? No, that's it. This is where it matters. Real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I ever got up?
About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun. Oh, no, he didn't say that, Dave. I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's political podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's political podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation.
Because you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes and Co. weeknights at 6 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back to The Late Show Live. Let's take a look at the front page of The Times tomorrow, dropping in your shelves at your local newsagents or supermarkets. Two stories here. Surrender, warns President Trump. This is his warning to the Iranian regime. Directly, I reckon, in response to Keir Starmer urging him to agree a deal. He's saying, well, no, I'm not agreeing a deal. You surrender. We're sticking it out for the long haul. But this picture here, which is great if you're watching on television, this was President Trump in the Oval Office this morning holding a prayer breakfast with Christian leaders. A pastor invoked God to protect US troops and give the president wisdom. As you can see, lots of hands on his shoulder, the president's shoulder, eyes closed, saying prayers. I think it's a great picture. Christo Fufas, Yasu, welcome back. Keir Starmer urging the president to come to a deal. I mean, what is he on about, Keir Starmer? As if after outlaying all this money on the war, something like $2 billion a day, according to Republican lawmakers on the Hill, the lives lost already, the lives of the brave men and women who have been killed, the 6 in Kuwait, as if now President Trump is going to go back and say, okay, well, I'll give you another chance and let's agree a deal.
And of course, Obama tried that and tried to do deals with the Iranians before, and that turned out with them actually developing more nuclear weapons than they had started with. And of course, how often can you negotiate with people who are with an extreme Islamist ideology? But more importantly, what would that say to the Iranian people whom Donald Trump promised to help? Now we're going to negotiate and we're going to trust this Iranian regime to do the right thing. So I think it's just, once again, nonsense, and Keir Starmer attempting to sit on the fence and failing absolutely miserably. And I don't understand it. I don't understand why we're not at least attempting to offer some support to the United States on this. I think it is probably because he's trying to play all sides, and because as the lawyer in him, he's never had an actual opinion about anything in his life, and that's why we've seen so many U-turns as part of him being Prime Minister. And it's just embarrassing, really.
Yeah, I mean, he believes in nothing, but he's just, no ideology, no authenticity about him at all.
And also,
say again, Boris.
Sorry, just to jump in. I also think that, is Keir Starmer genuine? Keir Starmer knows, and we know he knows this, because actually it's part of his Islamophobia definition that's hopefully, I say hopefully, but hopefully we're correct in hearing that's coming out in the next couple of days, that actually they acknowledge within that, if the Spectator's report is to be believed, that 3/4 of the terror watch list is extreme Islamist ideology, much of which comes from Iran. So is he genuinely suggesting that the Iranian regime, who are responsible for so much of this, are going to now sit down at the negotiating table? It's actually from the Zach Polanski playbook, because Zach Polanski, of course, thinks that you can sit down with the Iranians and they'll say, oh, here you go, here are all our nuclear weapons. It's just complete nonsense, and it reflects the fact that he believes in nothing.
Yeah, Polanski's, with all due respect to the guy, I'm sure he's a nice chap at home, but he politically is a complete clown, Zach Polanski. Christo, thank you very much. I just saw there's a picture of Harry Enfield there. Harry Enfield, he's bringing back loads of money. My favourite Harry Enfield flick, Kevin and Perry Go Large in Ibiza. Hopefully he'd bring that back. Right, stick with us on The Late Show Live. As Christo was just saying, there is a new definition for Islamophobia. There's going to be a Muslim czar in Britain on the day that 4 Iranians were arrested for targeting Jews. Back in just a tick.
Right now, there is an escalating war. We are in it, whether we like it or not. The idea that we should not be taking defense seriously, for me, is the completely wrong one.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation.
Because you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
If you think this was the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes and Co weeknights at 6 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Aquia, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
Oh, no, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster, the ultimate clique.
And you're fighting like rats in a sack.
But here on the Camilla Tominey Show, we ask the questions the establishment media is too scared to ask.
Okay, let me ask you a straight question, because I know you're a straight-talking politician.
Whether it's net zero, illegal immigration, or law and order, nothing is off limits.
You had the power then.
Yeah, as I
And
say,
now you've lost it.
That's the Camilla Tominey Show, a politics show that's fearless.
But no, let me finish my question if you don't mind, because it is my show.
Sundays at 9:30, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless, and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m. weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Tom Harwood. This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Hello, good morning to you. Hope you're well. Live from Washington, D.C. This is GB News with the stories shaping Britain and America.
The achievable objectives of Operation Epic Fury we expect to last about 4 to 6 weeks, and we are well on our way to achieving those objectives.
No deal, unconditional surrender only. That's the demand of President Trump today, who has just ordered American defense contractors to quadruple production of weaponry used in Operation Epic Fury. And breaking tonight, America's bombers have just landed on British soil as they prepare to unleash another devastating wave of strikes against the Islamic Republic. We'll bring you every development as it happens throughout the night, and there's fresh editing scandal too for the BBC. Plus,
we're flying from day one fast jets out of this base. We've got more fast jets in Cyprus than any other nation, and we're playing a big part in helping defend this part of the world.
Well, with respect to John Healey, I did say last night, Pete Hegseth, he ain't. The future of Britain's RAF bases in Cyprus is under threat as the country fumes, angered over Keir Starmer's failure to protect them. Also,
Labour's Chagos surrender humiliation continues.
Chagos showdown. Mauritius threatens to sue Britain over the Chagos deal, dealing yet another blow to the Prime Minister. But if you missed it a bit earlier tonight on the Late Show Live, Nigel Farage joins me from Mar-a-Lago for an exclusive interview as he ramps up efforts to torpedo the deal.
This does come down to the Americans. There was a 1966 treaty between us and America.
I'm Ben Leo, and this is a special extended edition of the Late Show Live. Welcome to the Late Show Live. Thanks for your company. Joining me this evening in Washington is my panel, the White House and Pentagon reporter for the Navy Times, Tanya Nori, and the former Chief of Staff to Marco Rubio, Matt Terrell, and of course in London, Yasu, to Christo, food factor journalist and broadcaster. Hello, Christo. Give us a wave. Give us a raw wave. There he is. Thank you. Stick with us, Christo. We'll be back with you in just a sec. Right, one of the big breaking news stories this evening is a speech delivered by US Secretary of War Pete Hegseth. Well, another massive headache for the BBC because breaking tonight, it's been revealed the Beeb mistakenly altered his speech, making him appear to say the US was targeting the Iranian people and not the regime. Take a look.
Yeah. Turns out the regime who chanted death to America and death to Israel was gifted death from America and death from Israel. مردمی که فریاد می‌زدند که who chanted
مرگ به آمریکا و مرگ بر اسرائیل. حالا چیزی که دریافت کردن مرگ از طرف آمریکا و اسرائیل.
Dear, oh dear, I wonder whether Pete Hegseth will be launching a defamation case, as President Trump is currently doing with the BBC. But in response, the Beeb has said tonight in a statement, this mistranslated word was a mistake as a result of human error during the live simultaneous translation of a speech. We issued a correction to Persian audiences on air and on social media. Well, that's all right then. Meanwhile, President Trump has today announced the US defense contractors who visited the White House today have agreed to quadruple the supply of military weapons being used in Operation Epic Fury. The president has also made his objectives even clearer today, demanding an unconditional surrender from Iran if they want to see the end of US strikes. And also breaking tonight, American bombers have finally touched down on British soil as they prepare to unleash yet another tirade of strikes against the Islamic Republic. And aerial video released by the Israeli Air Force today, here it is on your screens now, appears to show the destruction of the secret bunker used by the now assassinated, long gone Supreme Leader. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt gave this update a little earlier.
The achievable objectives of Operation Epic Fury we expect to last about 4 to 6 weeks, and we are well on our way to achieving those objectives.
And breaking in the past hour or so, it's an evening of breaking news. Suggestions by US media, notably I think it's the New York Times, say that preliminary investigations into the striking of the girls' school, if you remember on the first or the second day of the Iranian operation, 165 students and teachers were killed in some sort of airstrike, which was initially blamed on the United States and Israel. Then there were suggestions it was actually an IRGC Iranian rocket that went amiss, similar to Hamas in Gaza. The New York Times, though, is suggesting that US military investigators now believe it was an American rocket which unfortunately hit that school, killing dozens and dozens of children. I'm going to get the take now of my panel here in DC, Tanya Nouri, the Pentagon and White House reporter of the Navy Times, and the former Chief of Staff to Marco Rubio and Matt Terrell. Tanya, this was an awful story on, was it day one of the war?
Yes.
I mean, just the worst possible way to start a war, the killing of poor babies and children. The media are now suggesting that preliminary investigations say it's the United States.
Yes.
What does that mean? I mean, it's not a good look, is it?
As of now, the White House and the Pentagon are saying that this attack is still under investigation, so they haven't claimed responsibility for it just yet, but this will be something that they will have to address if it does come out that it was an American strike on that school.
What are the implications of that? If it comes out and the White House and the Pentagon say, yes, okay, mea culpa, it was our rocket, what are the implications? What happens?
Well, I think it's something that they're going to have to explain to the American people why that's happened, and that's something that I think the administration has struggled with in this war so far, is their messaging. So it will be, that's something that we will be keeping an eye out, is how they address it.
Yeah. Matt, the administration was struggling with PR at the start of the war. Polling was showing that the
weapon stop the ballistic missile buildup by Iran, and again, ensure Iran has a better future for the people of Iran.
By whatever means necessary.
Well, I think it's about
boots on the ground, go to September.
I think if we know one thing about this president, he's not going to tell you what he's going to do when it comes to military strategy. This is not President Biden who tells you what the world is going to do, and then they know what he's going to do. This is a president who I think has learned the lessons of the Iraq war, learned the lessons of past conflicts. I remember in 2016, when I worked on the Marco Rubio for President campaign, President Trump was the only candidate who stood up and said he was against the Iraq war. That was not a popular thing to say in a Republican primary for president. This is an anti-war president. He tried to get the Iranian regime to the negotiating table. They did not want to negotiate in good faith. It's up to the Iranian regime right now to step down or get obliterated like they have been.
Okay. You mentioned you worked on Rubio's campaign for president. I think he will have another campaign in the not too distant years for president as well. His performance in recent days is being applauded and praised by many, the Secretary of State. Right, with me now is President Trump's former National Security Council Chief of Staff, Fred Fleets. Fred, great to see you. Thanks for joining the Late Show Live. Lots to go at here, including suggestions. First of all, it was an American missile or rocket that struck the Iranian school, killing those poor babies. And also the suggestion tonight that President Trump is open to boots on the ground. Your take, please, Fred.
Well, if this is true, it's obviously tragic. The U.S. government will take responsibility for it, and I think it'll pay compensation. The U.S. government will also make it clear that things like this happen in a war. There wouldn't be a war if Iran had agreed to negotiations to never pursue nuclear weapons, but it refused to do that. So as tragic as this is, it's on the Iranian regime. I don't think President Trump's going to send boots on the ground. I don't think he's going to rule out any options. I don't want boots on the ground in Iran, and I don't think the MAGA base wants boots on the ground in Iran.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of trying to probe at with regards to the implications. That when you put all these incidents into sort of wider context, not just isolated incidents. Okay, a tragic bombing from whoever on a school of Iranians and poor boys and girls and teachers. Then you have the prospect of the war being dragged on until September. Nobody was talking about that in recent weeks, not least on Saturday when the war started. And then, of course, now boots on the ground. So has the White House got a real PR challenge ahead of them with this conflict?
I don't think so, and I think the media is reporting things that aren't true. This isn't going to last till September. I don't know who said that. I don't think Trump said that. I think we're looking at 4 to 5 weeks. Our achievement mostly is to stop Iran from getting nuclear weapons, but the immediate focus now, and I wrote about this in my article that ran today in the American Conservative, is to stop Iran from getting a missile program that will eventually become a missile shield. Iran's missiles are growing at an exorbitant rate, and by the end of the year, they would have double the number they have now. They have about 2,000 now. They had 4,000 at the end of the year. It was coming to the point where it would have immunity from preemptive strike. It would be able to protect its nuclear program and pursue it until it actually had weapons. The U.S. had to act now.
Last question to you, Fred, if you don't mind. Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary of all people, was doing the rounds tonight on US television, saying that tonight in Iran will be the biggest bombing campaign since the war began on Saturday. I'm curious to know, I mean, really why Scott Bessent is revealing that information, but he did anyway. What does that mean, the biggest bombing campaign on Iran since Saturday? What does that look like on the ground in Iran?
Well, the U.S. is moving into a different phase with air superiority, missile defenses being destroyed. We can now drop GPS-guided gravity bombs, and we have quite a few of those, using bombers that we would not risk flying over Iran otherwise until we got air superiority. We can even fly helicopters over Iran right now. We have an almost unlimited number of these bombs, and there are certain targets, nuclear sites. There are a number of nuclear sites that have not been hit yet that will be destroyed, nuclear research sites. Some of them are deeply buried. There are other elements of the security infrastructure that are being used to oppress the Iranian people. They are going to be heavily bombed to try to give the Iranian people a pathway to take back their government.
Okay. Fred, thank you very much. Appreciate your company on the Late Show Live. That's Fred Fleets, President Trump's former National Security Council Chief of Staff. Thank you, Fred. Much obliged. With me now is senior Iran analyst Omid Memarian. Omid, thank you for coming back on the show. What's your take on this suggestion tonight that we could have American boots on the ground, and as Tanya was saying here in the studio, that Iran says they're ready for it, and not just that, they want it as well. Why do they want it? Just explain. Oh,
thanks for having me.
Don't think we can hear you, Ahmed. Oh, there we go. We got you.
Thanks for having me. Having boots on the ground means prolonging the war. That means more casualty. That means more American troops being harmed. Also, more Iranians will be harmed. And you have to see who has the endurance to, who can endure more pain in the long run. The Iranian regime, over the past few years, they have been always counting and betting on the fact that the U.S. has less endurance to, they can endure less pain, and they cannot have a lot of casualties. The U.S. president has to be accountable to the American public. They would ask him why we are in this war, and there is a lot of question around that. The Iranian government doesn't have that type of complexities. They can endure much more pain. So their calculus is based on the fact that we take the hits and make this war as long as we decide, and we have to see this is what the U.S. wants to do or not. But having boots on the ground, it means this is going to be longer than what it was said in the beginning.
Yeah, I think so. Omid, let's get ahead of ourselves a little bit and talk about what Iran looks like when this operation is finished. President Trump yesterday saying he wanted to have a role in picking the new regime or the new leader, which to me doesn't sound too controversial. What's happened to the likes of Reza Pahlavi in all this?
Well, if there is a change in Iran, imagine that the government collapses and there is no military defending the country or defending the city, and people are on the streets. What's going to happen next? The people who gain control are the ones that have guns and they have power and they can mobilize. And at that moment, the person or the groups that have that type of organization, power, money, guns are going to take over. At this time, we don't know what that group is and how it's going to look like if such a thing happened. Many people believe that the Islamic Republic, they have their own base of support. They have the Revolutionary Guards, they have the Basiji forces, they have their loyalists. And even if the government falls, these institutions, these groups would be still powerful and still would be active and do not give up easily. So we have to see how it's going to work out. But, you know, running a political campaign or an uprising 10,000 miles from home, it's pretty difficult. But you have to see like how it's going to unfold. There has been a lot of talking about it, but in action, there's not that much about how we can get from where we are now to the point that people go to the street and take over and give the key to the next government to another person.
Okay, and just lastly, Omid, if you don't mind, there were reports that the CIA would be funding Iraqi Kurds for a ground invasion in Iran.